Okay, hello. Welcome, everybody. So great to have you here. Welcome to Audience Driven Summit. My name is Tobac Galupo. I'm the producer of today's event, which, as you can imagine, means that I've been freaking out like crazy for the last few minutes with some technical difficulties. So my apologies for that. I know some of you were in a different link, but now you are here, and I'm so glad to have you here. Really excited to welcome you to this event. We've got so many incredible, unbelievable, amazing people who are going to be hearing from over the course of the next 5 hours today and then tomorrow at the same time, 12 to 5 Eastern. And I'm just so grateful to have had a chance to work with the fine folks at SPI Media on this program. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our fearless leaders, the wonderful and the amazing Pat Flynn and Matthew Gartland, who are just such pleasures to work with. Thanks, guys, so much for joining. Welcome.
Of course. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Matt, how are you doing?
Amazing. So excited to be here. Thrilled to see all of the energy in the comment thread already. So thanks to all of you.
You know, this has been a long time coming, and not just the last sort of year or so that we've been planning this, but the last 13 years, really. I think about the journey that I've had at the beginning of SPI's journey in 2008 after having gotten laid off at a really interesting time, right? That was the Great Recession. A lot of people were getting laid off. There was a lot of uncertainty in the world. And then here we are now on the other side, or close to the other side of another momentous sort of worldly event that feels very similar. And a lot of people now are in creation mode. And it's really, really amazing. Just like how we were back in 2008. It's almost like the second wave of people who are coming into the internet. And now we call it the creator economy. And there's so many incredible creators just springing up, people who have been creators who are now full force going full time or at least more energy put into what they're doing. And we're excited about today because we wanted to bring together all the greatest people who we knew who were doing some amazing things online, specifically about growing audiences and authentically monetizing these audiences. And Matt, I have to give you credit. This term audience driven especially resonated with the entire team. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about where that really came from and what that really means, because it really encompasses the speakers that are here and what everybody's going to get out of this event.
Yeah, absolutely. A quick shout out to really the team, I think, to congeal the phrasing. But yeah, the notion is that we need to continue to invest and nurture our relationships. And not because that's just, like a goodness thing out of our heart. And we get a lot of gratitude for that in terms of, just the value we put out into the world, but it's also like a very thoughtful business strategy. So like Pat, thinking about that journey and especially, over the last year and a half because of the pandemic, those individuals, those creators and brands that have weathered this storm and are in a position, thankfully, on the other side of it to, see new opportunity are the ones that continue to show up, continue to invest in their communities, however those groups are forming and organizing online.
Yeah. It's truly amazing. And what I really love about this stance of us really stepping up and saying, you know what, you got to build your audience and learn from your audience. I've touched on this a lot in my book, Will It Fly? It's the whole idea of having conversations with people so you know exactly what the problems are, the language that your audience speaks, so that you can best serve them. But SPI is taking a stance now, actually. SPI has always been known for providing amazing entrepreneurial advice, amazing stories to help you as you grow and start your business, no matter what kind of business it is. And as we've always said, we want to help you be within reach of your dreams. And that's always been sort of our internal tagline, and we've shared that on the website, but we really haven't really made a huge announcement about, well, what is this about? And we wanted to use this opportunity here in this event to let y'all know that moving forward, this is the big announcement, moving forward, starting today, a lot of what we're going to be doing in terms of content, courses, things to provide help to you are going to be centered around this idea of helping you grow your audience. And I love that idea because this is, in a way, a lot more tangible. You can experience results sooner, if you will. It's a huge task to help people build their dream business, and we still want to help people do that. But the means to and the way that you actually build your dream business, we feel, is that you build your audience and you serve them well. And that's what we're here to do for you today. What's really interesting is that this event was very much audience driven. You want to speak on that a little bit, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. Just hearing, the amazing feedback from our SPI Pro member community. Pat, even thinking back to your personal FlynnCon event in 2018 or 19, I'm fuzzy all of a sudden on the year, but, those sorts of interactions, from people A lot that are sort of unplanned, right? Sort of that magic that happens in the hallway at a conference, or the threaded conversations that sort of organically kind of show up in an online community setting. It's those sorts of unplanned kind of like connective tissue interactions among people in a group really gave us more energy and optimism. And you talk about being more opinionated, like more distillation of purpose to like put on an event like this to really champion this message. It's more central to our own creations here at SPI, absolutely, and try to play that forward for all of you.
I'm really excited to hear the feedback from this event, especially because we have some amazing speakers with some really tangible, specific strategies and advice. My advice to all of you who are watching this, whether you're watching now or you're watching the replay later, is there's going to be very specific speakers that you are going to resonate with most. And it might be a surprise to you who those people are. But I would have an open mind and realize that you don't have to do everything that every single speaker says. I just want, I've attended a lot of events and I've gotten like to the point where my head's going to explode, right? So this is an event. There's a lot packed in here. We have over 20 different speakers, but even those one or two little golden nuggets can take you a very, very long way. Matt, who are you most excited to see during the next couple of days? And I'd love to ask the same question to those who are watching live. If you have the ability to type into the chat who you are excited to see from our lineup, let us know. But Matt, who are you excited to see?
Oh my gosh. Like you can't not recognize Neil Patel. Like he's just so inquisitive and so sharp and smart. Like I always feel like and he is coming up next. So he's a great sort of opening kind of keynote, to the whole affair here. So I always find like I learned something really new and sharp, coming from Neil. But we have a lot of other folks, Neil's a big name that are kind of like coming up. Esprit is someone that I'm really excited to learn from as well. So, I just want to be plugged in as much as I can. And as you say, which is great advice, just jot down some notes as I go and not feel like I have to like take it all in all at once, but kind of just, be there, be present, capture the golden nuggets as they come.
Yeah, I'm excited to see James Clear. And you got to sit down and have a chat with him. And that recording, I hear, is really, really amazing. Rob Maurer from Tesla Daily. We have Kenya Kelly talking a little bit about the TikToks and the Reels and those kinds of things. We just have some incredible speakers, and I'm so excited for all of you here. And this event is free. We wanted to put this together for you to bring these people together because we have these relationships. We wanted to bring this amazing knowledge here for you. So if you ever have the opportunity to share this, please do. We'll give you some more instructions later on how you could support us, but this is about you. So anything to finish up with, Matt? I know that we started just a tad bit late, so we can get into the next talk very shortly here. Any last bits of advice or things to say before we head on?
Just know that, we're here for you. The entire SPI team is here for you. You're seeing Tony and Jillian and Noan and Jay show up already, in the chat. Please, you can direct questions or comments back to them as well as us. And a tremendous shout out to the entire team. This wasn't just Pat and me putting this on. If anything, we did the least. It was so amazing to see the entire SPI team show up and really, make this amazing thing happen.
That's awesome. I actually see Esprit, one of our speakers, in the chat right now. We have Ellen, Uncle Bill, we have Honey, Waleed, Noan.
So great.
Everybody, this is so incredible. Thank you so much. And again, a big thank you to Tony, our producer here, who put everything together. Let's bring him back on and take us into the next talk. Tony, we appreciate you so much. We appreciate all of you watching and taking time out of your day to spend time with us. We're here to serve you, and this is going to be a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, Pat. Thank you, Matt. Just really appreciate you guys. You guys have been terrific. And let's get into the action. And such a great kickoff. Oh, we got Kat in the chat. I'm seeing some friends coming in. So great to see you all in here. And I'm settling in a little bit. I also want to call out, I've got some awesome friends who are helping me out on Team SPI. We've got Mindy Peters. We've got Jay Klaus. We've got Jillian Benbow and Noan and Jonathan, who are all helping out in the chat. We've got an amazing volunteer chat moderation crew, which is helping us. And I just want to bring in Mindy and Jay so they can say hi. So just a little hellos, see who else is here in the group. Some people are having trouble hearing me. I'm so sorry. Jay, if you guys are cool with it, I'm gonna queue up that video that you've got. Our first speaker is Neil Patel, and I'm so excited to have him. So let's get into it. Are we ready?
Yeah,
we're ready.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. All right, without further ado, let's get into our first talk with Neil Patel. Isn't Neil Patel so engaging, everybody? It's just so exciting. My apologies for that. We are going to try a different source and see if I can get that video working for you. So give us just 1 second. Okay.
This is all part of the sausage making process, you know. It's part of the fun and part of what SPI has always been about, right? Is like just building in public, and here we are building in public, folks.
Okay.
So it's coming.
We're gonna try that one more time.
So my job at SPI, I'm the solutions manager, and this is, so it's always the like, ooh, troubleshooting like tech that's not working properly, or like how do we hook all the things up? And this is always the like the like fun and anxiety, right, Jay, of using new things. Is it, you know, are we gonna get it going?
Jay, are we did you get that? You got another version of it up? We're gonna try it again.
Oh, we got on mute, Jay.
Hey, all right, enjoy, friends.
Hey everyone, it's Neil Patel, and today I'm going to break down how I've built an audience through SEO. I've been blogging for many years now, well over 10 years, and what's changed from what I used to do before versus now is I used to build an audience purely through SEO, and when I mean SEO, I'm talking about text-based Google. Now I'm mixing it up and using a few other tactics as well as a few other strategies that's not just text-based content that have been working really well for me. I'll share my stats and I'll break down how you can do the same step by step as well. If you have any questions, you can always tweet at me. You can also follow me on Twitter. My Instagram handle is Neil Patel as well. A little bit about me. I'm the co-founder of Neil Patel Digital, which is an ad agency that helps companies of all sizes grow. I've created quite a few software companies. I've helped large corporations from the Amazons, the NBCs, top 100 entrepreneur under the age of 30 by President Obama. And the reason I'm saying all of this isn't to brag. You know, I have so many testimonials and awards. It's more so to show you that, hey, the stuff I'm doing works. If it didn't work, I wouldn't have these testimonials. I wouldn't have worked with these big companies. I wouldn't have these awards. So when I break down ways that you can build an audience through SEO and other strategies as well, just make sure that you follow them, because if you follow them, you'll get results. If you don't implement them, you won't see anything. And here's the thing, before I dive into the tactics, if you're looking for a holy grail, right, you're not going to find it. It's all about marginal gains. There's a British cycling coach, Dave Brailsford. And the way his team wins things like the Tour de France is by getting leverage, these little 1% marginal gains over the competition. Things like, is your seat comfortable? If it's not, you're not going to pedal as hard. Did you get a good night's sleep? If you didn't, you're not going to probably win the race. Did you eat a good meal and do you have enough energy? All these little things can give a small advantage. And the 1% here, 0.5% there, 2% there, it all adds up. And that's how you win, right? There's no holy grail. It's all the little things that help you win. And the tactics that I'm going to show you today on building an audience that I'm using today in 2021 and beyond work really well, and just try them out. The first hack I have for you is push notifications. And the thing with Google is Google loves brands. When someone sees or interacts with your brand multiple times, 7+, they're much more likely to remember it, evangelize it, and that's how you're going to rank better. If you think about a lot of the sites that rank, they're brands. Why? Because they know CNN or Nike or New York Times or Business Insider or American Express. They're less likely to publish quote unquote fake news. Nike's so popular, more people search for Nike in America than the word shoes in America. That's the power of brand. And Google loves them because they know that brands are less likely to create fake information. They care, they have real businesses. So they want to see you build a brand. And one way you can do so is through push notifications. So when someone comes to your website, you can ask them to subscribe, and they can subscribe similar to email, but they'll get notifications through browsers. With my own website, I've sent tons of push notifications. I get a lot of traffic, and you can do this for free using OneSignal, subscribers, Push Crew, I think costs money, but there's a lot of push notification tools out there, some free, some pay, that you should check out. And, I even have a drip similar to email. So when you subscribe, I continually send you push notifications to your browsers from one day after another after another. And I do this, some days I'll send email, some days I'll send push notifications, and some days I won't. But I break it out. So my first push goes out 10 minutes within subscribing, then the next day after, then I skip a day, and then the day after that I send a push. And then I'll wait 3 more days and then send a push, and then I'll wait 2 days and then send another push. This not only drives clicks and sales, but it's also getting that audience to keep coming back. Remember, it's easier to get someone to subscribe by clicking a button through push notification than it is by email. Yes, email users engage more, but it's not about doing one or the other. It's about doing both. And this is one of the biggest ways I've driven an audience. To give you a rough idea, push notification makes up roughly 50% of my traffic compared to email. So if I was getting 100,000 visitors a month from email, I'll get at least half of that from push. So that would be 50,000. So that gives you a rough idea. Even though I have more push subscribers, again, they're not as active, and that's okay. But that extra 50% is better than nothing. Another way that I've been building an audience over the last few years, and this still works today, is to translate my content. The biggest lesson I learned from a Google employee is the majority of the world doesn't speak English. And I'm like, Miley, I know that. Majority of the world doesn't speak English. It's not the most popular language. So I'm like, there's nothing new that you're telling me. And she's like, no, you're not getting it, Neil. If the majority of the world doesn't speak English, that means they're not searching in English. Yes, majority of the content that's out there on the web is in English. There's not enough content that's great and high in quality in Portuguese, in Spanish, in Hindi, and all these Swahili and all these other dialects. So translation is a great way to generate more traffic from Google, and it's not that competitive. And when we surveyed over 200 companies that generate millions of dollars, and we asked them, and we looked at the stats and data, what's led to biggest traffic gains, it's been translations. And a close number 2 is updating their content. Now, if you look at my own traffic, United States drives a lot of traffic, but so does Brazil, which very few of them speak English. And India, yes, a lot of people are taught, in English, but there's a lot of other languages there. Spain is Spanish, Germany is German, right? And I'm starting to get a lot of traffic from all these other regions. So a simple way for you to do better is just translate your content. So if you can translate your content into other languages, that's an easy way to generate more traffic and do well. But if you're going to do well online and you want more traffic and a bigger audience, and they tend to even be more loyal, is translate your content. It's a simple thing that I did, works well, and I highly recommend that you do the same. Hack number 3, who is Neil Patel? So Eric Schmidt, the ex-CEO of Google, once had a quote that he said, and he said, brands are the solution, not the problem. Brands are how you sort out the cesspool. So I was like, how do I create a bigger name for myself, Neil Patel? So I had people all over the world on Instagram and YouTube and all the social sites do who is Neil Patel. Okay, and Neil Patel stands for who is Neil Patel, but that's just in Portuguese. There was even this muscly dude who was a buff bodybuilder, and on his pecs he put Neil Patel, and he did like a little Instagram gif that kept moving, and it would just show my pecs or his pecs bouncing up and down with my name, and it created a ton of people to search for my name. And if you look at the largest spike there, most of that was caused from the guy who put my name on his chest. But there was other spikes before as well, and it was all from the same strategy. And what you'll notice is after that was all done, yes, I didn't maintain that volume, but it's still bigger than when I originally started, right? If you look at that note, it's still showing more people searching for my name. And that caused Google to look at my site as more of a brand, and my rankings for terms like digital marketing skyrocket to the top of Google, and same with online marketing. So if you build a brand, you can continually do well, and you can take that strategy. You don't have to do who is Neil Patel, but from creating good products, good services, good content, right? Podcasting, YouTube videos, all this helps. And another strategy that I use, and this is one of my favorite hacks, is host your site from a CDN. We all pay for hosting. There's amazing hosting companies out there like DreamHost, and you should check them out. But there's another thing that you should do on top of paying whoever hosting provider that you're paying, which is host your site from a CDN. And here's something interesting from Fast Company. Every second delayed in load time costs Amazon $1.6 billion. Now that stat is a bit older, and Amazon's a bigger company now due to COVID, but you get the point. It's a massive amount of money. Now, you're not going to lose as much as money at Amazon, but percentage-wise, you'll actually lose more than them. So you know about CDNs, you've heard about them, you may be using them, you may not. But what I do is I take my non-static content and host it from a CDN. It improves the load time, which improves my traffic, which then allows me to build a bigger audience. And I would recommend that hosting your non-static content from a CDN is a great idea, and it also improves or reduces your hosting bill as well. And it also helped improve my page speed score in Google, which then increases my SEO traffic over time. Hack number 5, update your content. I showed you this chart earlier. Number 1 biggest gain was to translate your content. Number 2 was updating your content. So if you look at my traffic, I'm getting millions and millions of visitors a month. How is that possible? Well, I'm writing a lot of content. I have a team that helps me, and the team doesn't really help me write content as much. They more so help me with updating content. And if you had to take a guess, how many pieces of content do you think we produce on a weekly basis? It's actually over 20. I myself am writing 1 new piece of content a week. My team, though, they're updating literally over 20 pieces of content a week. They're taking all my old content and keeping it fresh and up to date. And by doing that, I'm continually getting more search traffic. Because these days there's content on everything out there. There's over 1 billion blogs. That's roughly 1 blog for every 7 people. We don't really need more content. So Google has their pickings for any keyword when it comes to content. But what they want to do is rank the fresh, updated, good content higher than the old content. Look at Wikipedia. They have a huge community and audience because they continually update their content. And it's done through their community, but it works well. Hack number 6, YouTube SEO. So I rank for a lot of terms on YouTube. Some of them are older videos, so they bounce up and down. And then I just update the screenshot from 19 to 20 to 2021. And my YouTube traffic's pretty consistent. It's great. I do it without ads. And if you had to take a guess, how do you think I do it? I actually don't do it by, using some formula for content creation or anything that's magic. But what I do is every time I release a video, I send a push notification to that video so it instantly gets traffic, and I send out email blasts once a week to all my videos, and I share it with my email list. Those 2 things cost tons more views. If a video gets a lot of views and engagement in the first 24 hours, what YouTube does is it starts ranking it higher for whatever terms people search for that are related to your videos. And what they do is they start suggesting that video when you're watching other videos. It's a really simple hack. YouTube SEO is the opposite of traditional SEO. When videos do really well in the first 24 hours of them being released, YouTube starts showing that and ranking that video really high almost instantly. Hack number 7, personalize your website. Google is taking user metrics into account. And I found that you can build a much bigger and loyal audience when you personalize your site. Funny enough, I was talking to a guy named Josh Axe from Dr. Axe literally a few hours ago. And he's like, hey, Neil, did you move to Tennessee? And I was like, no. And he's just like, oh, he's like, I was just on your website. And the reason he's saying this is because my website will put your city name within the homepage. And that's really helped build up a more sticky audience and generate more conversions as well. And you can personalize. It's generated more sales for us as well, 11.4%. And you can use tools like MaxMind to actually get this done. Hack number 8, and this is my last hack that I have for you, and it's my favorite hack, so I left it for the last one. Free tools. So I have this tool called Ubersuggest. It's one of the best things that's helping me build up a really loyal audience. I give away what you can do in SEMrush, like find content ideas or see the popularity of a keyword, all for free. And I have paid plans if you want to continually use it and really get the most out of it. But I give away so much for free, like backlink data, competitive analysis. I just give tons of information for free. And to use the tool, you have to register. Not at first, but if you keep using it, you have to register, and it's free to register. And I collect some lead information, and that's been really helpful. And by doing that, I'm generating a lot of leads per month. Can you guess how many leads I'm collecting a month? Take a guess. I'll give you another guess. Here's my traffic just to the tool. On a monthly basis, I'm generating over 200,000 leads. That's a lot of emails to collect. And that list helps me build a really loyal audience when I'm releasing new content, podcasts, whatever it may be. And it's been one of my best and most effective strategies to date. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope this helps you build a much loyal audience. If you have any questions, you can always tweet at me and I'll try to answer them. And thanks for your time, and best of luck building your own audience.
Okay. Whoa. All right. I hope I'm coming through a little bit nicer this time. Wow. So great to see Neil Patel. And these are original talks. Yes. Most of our talks for this event are pre-recorded. And part of that is to reduce technical difficulties, but also to make sure that we're able to get these folks the time that they need to be able to write down these talks, record them, get them right, and then have them ready for you. So really grateful that we were able to get Neil Patel joining us this time around. And we're going to do a quick little special message. One of our partners is Copy AI, super useful for a lot of folks. So we just got a short video from them, and then we're going to get into our next talk.
We all know how much time it can take to create content. And when you're juggling between writing for your blog, social media, landing pages, ads, emails, videos, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why we built Copy.ai. With Copy.ai, you can quickly generate product descriptions, website copy, social media posts, and so much more. Here's how it works. Name your project so you can save and organize what you create. Pick the tool for the content you need to generate. Describe your idea or product in the description box. Click the green Create button and wait for your results to show. Browse the results and make any edits you need. Finally, save your favorite results to your project. With over 70 tools, Copy.ai can help you make just about any content you need. So, what are you waiting for? Unlock your creativity and start saving yourself hours of work. Try out Copy.ai for 7 days, totally free.
Okay, so that's Copy. Did it again. Sorry. So that's Copy AI, and I want to bring in Jay and I want to bring in Mindy. Just want to get your quick impressions. How are you feeling so far? We're settling into our groove here, smoothing out the bumps.
I took a lot of notes on that one because I had not seen it, and so there's always so much to learn from Neil, right?
Okay. Gonna get that working eventually.
Got it?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
This tech stuff, guys, I swear. Neil Patel covered so much ground so quickly. We were seeing in the chat a lot of questions. What was number 5? What was number 6? Sorry that would have went so fast, guys. We will have replays for all of this available to you after the summit is over. We'll share them via email. You can certainly revisit that, take notes, and I hope that you do.
Yeah, I was really interested, specifically, I was really interested in Neil's talk about translating content, and just also, his advice for YouTube, because you are on the Team SPI YouTube channel. And if you go over and look at your videos, you can see I'm publishing just like a tutorial video every week that is like really aimed towards search traffic, basically, that's like trying to answer a really specific question, and it was very useful to hear his thoughts on YouTube growth, because we're sort of just getting started with that here.
And the free tools thing is so next level. I mean, that's definitely something to earmark and work up to, guys. If you're watching this and you're saying, gosh, developing software as my lead gen. And yeah, of course, that's going to be pretty advanced, pretty technical, but that's why he left it for last too. So you can see that towards the end and something that you can work up towards.
And maybe just to really sort of re-emphasize a point that Pat made at the beginning, which is like, you do not have to do everything recommended throughout this day. The idea is to watch these talks and to pull out just like 1 or 2 little things that you can work on. And like Neil said at the beginning, we're looking for marginal gains here, and marginal gains, over time make a really big impact. And so, you don't have to try to do all of those things. The idea is like, find one thing. So.
Well, we have some incredible talks coming up today, and I'm personally very, very excited for our next talk, which was conducted by Matt Gartland here at SPI, talking with James Clear about his last few years as a creator and as a writer, both as an author and his email newsletter. We cover a lot of really, really great ground here. Tony, what do you say? Ready to jump in?
I'd say we're ready to jump in. Have you've got the video queued, yeah?
I do. Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Matt's interview with James Clear. Take it away.
Hey, James, good to see you again, buddy. How are you?
Hey, doing well. Thanks for thinking of me.
Of course. No, it's a thrill. I've been looking forward to the chat, getting it inserted into just this really interesting kind of conversation that a lot of us are having now around the future state of audience building and kind of where that's going to go with so much new technology, so many new kind of engagement methods out there. Certainly here at SPI, we're talking a ton about community and kind of what community memberships are doing. But for you, with so much success, and I think so many people know you, of course, and rightfully so, because of your mega success with Atomic Habits. But really, like, as I've known you over the years and kind of studied this, like, it's audience building first that kind of got you into that position, or at least was really helpful, in this like mega launch, that you had. So for folks that maybe don't know you first, as at least I deem to be like a master audience builder, what's the story been up until now around even potentially when we first met in the passive Panda years to like now? What have you learned along the way during that journey?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of ways to win. So, that's the first thing. Like, you don't have to do it the way that I did it. But you're right. I do kind of think about it audience first, and then, products and things come later. There are many other people who've done it the reverse way, where they start with a product and then they use the launch of that to sort of build their audience. I think you have to decide like what makes the most sense for your style and your business. In my case, I was just doing a couple things to like get by and pay the bills early on. So, I was doing like freelance gigs and making like websites and doing some web design stuff, which is like a real generous term because I'm not a web designer, but, I knew enough to build a, site for an insurance agent who knew even less than I did. Anyway, so I had a couple of those gigs throughout the first couple of years, freelance things and, stuff that was like helping me pay the bills. And then while I was doing that, I started a couple different websites. You mentioned like Passive Panda and a couple other things that did fine, but never really took off. But it was the way I spent the first 18 months or 2 years, and it allowed me to learn what a website was and how to start an email list, and, you know, just like all the stuff that you don't know that are kind of one-time costs when you're getting started. And then about 2 years in, 18 months to 2 years in, I realized like, oh, what I really want to write about is habits and behavior change and improvement and performance and all the stuff that I write about now. And so November 12th, 2012 was the first article that I put up on jamesclear.com. And I decided that I was going to write a new article every Monday and Thursday. I didn't have any like big, deep reason. There were, you know, some other people like Chris Gillibo was writing twice a week, and there were a couple other people doing it as well. It just felt like a pace that I could actually stick to. And so I did that for the first 3 years, and, you know, wrote a couple hundred articles and focused on growing the audience and so on. And that writing habit of writing 2 articles a week for the first 3 years, that was really the thing that launched my career. And so that consistent writing schedule in combination with a good topic, you know, it was a topic I was interested in, and habits and behavior change and performance and improvement are topics a lot of other people are interested in too. So I was fascinated with it. I was writing about it consistently, and the audience wanted to hear more about it. And, you know, it took me 2 years or so to find that thing. But once I found it, I just kept hammering away on it. And after doing that for 3 years, the audience had grown. Based on the strength of the email list, I was able to get a book deal, which eventually became Atomic Habits, although I didn't know that at the time. Wrote the book for the next 3 or 4 years, and then that launched in 2018, and kind of brings us to sort of the present state of things.
And to potentially help give better definition even to the present state, around how large and engaged that audience is and the success of the book. Are you comfortable sharing some numbers? I've
Sure.
known, I certainly haven't kept track probably all that well, at least even this year with how, you know, large it's gotten.
Yeah, the book has been out. It'll be out it's almost been 3 years. Atomic Habits has sold about 6 million copies worldwide. The audience, the email list is about 1.3 million people now. I think we'll probably hit 1.5 by year end. We're adding about 500,000 people a year or so right now. Of course, you know, it depends on, you know, there's always like people churning out and stuff too. So, you know, net growth may look a little bit different, but it's still growing quite quickly. Social media was not a big focus for me early on. I really resisted it for a long time and just focused on email list growth and writing. And I think that general strategy of focusing on one platform, I don't think it has to be email, although I still think it's the best, and it was the best for me. But I think the idea of focusing on one platform and crushing it there, and then using your success as like the tip of the spear to have an entry point to other platforms, I think that general strategy is pretty good. It's hard to be good on a lot of platforms at once and spread your attention, you know, too thin early on. But anyway, so the email list is over 1 million people. And then when the book came out, I think I had about 18,000 followers on Instagram. So it's fairly small, but that's over 500,000 now. Twitter's over 500,000. So that's grown a lot more in the last like 2 or 3 years as we've kind of focused on that since the book is launched.
I'm curious if you even have stronger opinions these days, thinking about early stage creators trying to get up and running and heading into 2022, you know, in a universe now where attention span seems more fractured than ever. There's more channels and platforms than ever, TikTok, et cetera, especially in the social space. Do you think that's even more important these days to really just start with one channel and try to crush it there before trying to layer on too many others?
Yeah, you definitely need some amount of focus. You know, like the more you divide your attention, it's just hard to excel and stand out. You know, the reality is the web is kind of platform centric right now. Like you have a lot of people who are Instagram and TikTok people, but they don't really use Twitter or podcasts. And then you've got other people who like are all about YouTube and they don't really pay attention to the other stuff. And some people who are all in on podcasts and Twitter. And so you've got different readers or different, you know, audience members in different spaces. And all of those platforms are, you know, they're all still relatively young. It's still a fairly new phenomenon, but they're much more mature than they were in the early years. And to stand out there, you got to be a really, you know, talented creator on any of these platforms. If you want to stand out on Instagram, you need to be in the top 1% of Instagrammers. If you want to stand out on YouTube, you need to be in the top 1% of YouTubers. So it's just hard to compete with other smart people if you're trying to do like 5 things well and they're doing one thing really, really well. So I do think you need some amount of focus. There is a way to sort of utilize the benefits of a platform that's like well fit for whatever your particular business is, and then also combine that with email. So like one of my friends, she runs a hand lettering studio, and all of her work is, you know, very visual and designs and prints and so on. And so Instagram is an obvious fit for her business, and she's able to post everything there and share her latest creations, and then also drive people back to the website and email list. And so she can kind of do both because it works really well for that business. And she's not really like wasting time and effort. She already created the print for the business, so might as well take 20 seconds and post it on Instagram. In my case, I think Twitter is the kind of obvious connection point. You know, it's text-based. All the writing and articles and email and book chapters I'm writing have text. So might as well pull a couple sentences from there and post it on Twitter if it doesn't take that long. So I think there are ways to, if it's aligned well with the medium that fits for your business, there's ways to use 1 or 2 platforms strategically without it taking too much effort. But I don't think it makes sense to try to like be big on, you know, 5 different social media platforms or even 3, especially early on.
Yeah, you've always emphasized, and I've always appreciated, writing as your medium. I believe you're working on a podcast, but you don't have like an audio component yet. I guess separate from the audio version of the book.
Yeah, really just the audiobook's the only thing we've done like
right.
that.
Unless I've missed it, I don't think you have a YouTube channel or do all that much on video outside of, you know, virtual summits and stuff like this. But I wonder how much that was intentional on your part, certainly along your journey at different inflection points where, like say with your newsletter, continued to grow and boom, and probably went through again some inflection points. Somewhere along the way, you really condensed down into this phenomenal 3-2-1 newsletter strategy, value dense, et cetera. I'm wondering if you can kind of unpack some of the thinking that kind of went into some of those decisions along the way.
Yeah. I think mostly it was like just accepting there are a lot of constraints, and the main one is time. So if I'm, you know, for the first 5 years, I was solo. So I was the only one in the business. And then for the next 5 years, I had one person, Lindsay, who was working with me. So, you know, for the whole decade, basically, it's just been a 1 or 2 person team. So very small, very tight, very time constrained. And based on those constraints, I just know that I can't do 8 things well. So, you know, you're right. I don't have a YouTube channel, or, you know, I've never had a podcast, hopefully up until, you know, sometime soon. That was definitely a conscious choice. I mean, I had a moment where, you know, I used to have a LinkedIn profile or Pinterest profile or things like that. And I deleted those or just turned them into like a static landing page, basically. And that says like, this is not, you know, an active page, like, please go to jamesclear.com. So, my other thought with that, in addition to the time constraint, was, you know, the experience of a new reader. If you come and you're like, okay, this guy has, you know, 500,000 email subscribers, and then you go to, you know, a social media platform and like 3,000 people follow them there, you're like, something isn't adding up. Like, I thought this was a bigger deal than, you know, than what it seems. So I'd rather be big on like the platforms that I have. I'd rather them be really solid and valuable, and not like water down the brand with a platform elsewhere that just like doesn't provide a whole lot. People don't really follow. It kind of like decreases the brand value. So I think there's some benefit there as well to focusing and like making sure each part of the ecosystem is strong, rather than watering down the experience in certain areas.
Then instead of potentially risking like watering down in a lateral way in terms of adding breadth, right, to an audience or to a brand, and thinking instead about depth, you know, certainly there's a massive surge in the email space around like private newsletters or variants, right, that are then behind a paywall and it's subscription based. You know, Substack is massive, you know, et cetera. We're seeing similar trends in podcasting, those that are maybe flexing into kind of audio first, right, and building audience predominantly through podcasting. You know, obviously big surges with now like premium variants of podcast feeds, et cetera. Maybe curious on your thinking here, even like if you have been tempted to explore like a Substack oriented, maybe not Substack specifically, right, but something that then is aligned still to your constraint of medium that emphasizes that strength, that then starts to think at a certain point in time, right, after our audience is built and starting to grow and it's prosperous and it's attractive, to then insert a corollary, right, that has maybe a monetization component.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I thought about paid newsletter subscription or paid podcast subscription, and who knows, maybe we'll pursue something like that in the future. I think, it's hot right now for some, I don't know, for some particular reason. There are things I like about it. Like the incentives are aligned, your readers are paying you directly, like all of that's great. I don't like the content treadmill part of it. I would feel really guilty dipping out of some of that. I mean, if people are paying me, there's like a lot of pressure to ship every week. And I still have a fair amount of pressure to ship every week, but like I've mentally been able to compartmentalize it and, handle it well, even though it's for a free way or for the sending the newsletter to a free audience. But so I resist the content treadmill part of it a little bit. I do think there are many different options once you have a large audience. And the phrase I like to remind myself of whenever I kind of get locked into these little, business strategy thinking sessions, are like, oh, we could start a newsletter, or we could start a paid podcast or whatever, is you don't have to make all the money. Like you don't have to make it all the ways, like all you really need is one model that works well for you. And it took me many years to figure this out. Like I tried keynote speeches, I tried courses, I tried in-person workshops, online courses, a bunch of different affiliate revenue, like all kinds of different business models. And eventually what I found is actually books are the best thing for me. I don't know that it's the best thing for every creator, but it really works well for my style of business, my lifestyle, what I want to create and the way I want to share work with the world. And that model of have a really big free audience and then make money through book sales on the back end, I feel great about it. It scales really well, and it works for me. So I don't need every other model as well. So I think some of this also comes back to the simplicity and focus discussion we were having just a minute ago. It applies not just to platforms, but also to business models. The more sources of revenue you have, the more overhead and oversight and management, and the larger the team and all that. And so sometimes you get into kind of this Red Queen effect where you're running faster and faster, but you're kind of ending up in a very similar place, like you've tripled the number of products that you offer or the number of revenue streams you have, but you end up with like maybe 20% more profit at the end of the day because the team is larger and so on. And so you're like, man, we're running really fast now, but like we didn't really have a ton to show for it. So I think for that reason, I like to try to keep it simple as well.
I love that emphasis on business models. I think about that a lot, even for SPI, we do have a lot of things going on, but, normally for early stage creators, the folks that we have, the great pleasure to serve through SPI, these are folks that are just looking to, largely replace a 9-to-5 income, live life on their own terms. And don't have a lot of resources. They don't want to build a lot of teams, right? And have that, to your point, overhead. So I'm just grateful that, you're emphasizing that stuff. I think it's really important. And again, I think increasingly important from at least where I sit for creators looking into next year, 2022, how can they do stuff better that's working kind of, consistent with the times, right? Mm-hmm. With so much distraction, limited resourcing, still some pandemic issues. And need to be making, really tough decisions on where they put their time, energy, and other forms of resources. So no, I just appreciate that. So thank you. So for you, thinking ahead to 2022, maybe we can wrap up with some hot takes. I'm curious, like what are, especially for you at your scale, your success, what are some audience-oriented goals that you have for yourself next year?
Yeah, I don't know that I have any hot takes necessarily. We haven't really set like specific goals for audience growth or things like that. It's more about continuing to do what we already know works. So, producing great content, sharing things that are valuable and actionable and practical for people, doing that on a reliable schedule. If we do those things, then wherever we end up will probably be pretty good. I do think it'd be like, I have some kind of big picture things I think would be fun in the long run. I think it'd be cool to send an email and have 1 million people open it. We have 1 million people on the list, but it'd be fun to like actually have 1 million people's attention for a particular message. To do that, our current open rate is about 40%. We probably would need, I don't know, somewhere between 2 and 3 million subscribers. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm not like hung up on that happening, but I just think it'd be neat.
That's awesome.
That'd be damn cool. I think getting to over 1 million on both social accounts for Twitter and Instagram, that would be good. I don't have a timeline for when I want it to happen, but I think that'd be good. those accounts have played an increasingly important role in email list growth too. And so I think if those are growing, then a lot of good things are probably happening for the email list as well. So that's a good sign. Yeah, I think those are probably the main ones. And then like our big projects are actually like writing, I'm writing a second book and we're working on a podcast. So those are like the things that I really would like to accomplish. And then, where the audience growth falls is kind of where it falls.
That's great. Let me pick at the, Twitter or social to email thing you just said there. Is there like a key thing that you're doing, a mechanic, a tactic that's effective right now in helping convert folks from social over to email?
If you try to think about this just like first principles style, the game is always the same, regardless of what platform you're talking about. Like you always start with like, where are people directing their attention? Where are people already at? Where are the eyeballs directed? And right now, that tends to be social. Like a lot of people pay a lot of attention to social. But, in the past, you could say, oh, it was the New York Times front page, or it was the, CBS This Morning, media segment or whatever. Like it's, the medium changes, but the idea is always the same. Where are people hanging out? And then once you find out where they're hanging out, and specifically like where your audience or your readers are hanging out, then you just want to get in front of them there with the most valuable or useful content you can. And so we don't start with like email on Twitter or Instagram. We start with like, how can we do something useful on this platform? And, I just try to share the most useful content I can in each one. If you do that and you're hanging out where people already are, like they're going to start hanging around you. You're going to start attracting them. You'll get more followers or, gradually build the audience and so on. And once people are paying attention, then I think it's the time to say, okay, what's the most valuable platform for us? It's email. So maybe we start dropping in a couple, stories or posts or whatever that direct people toward the email list. That can either be sharing, like here's a little segment from this week's email. If you want more like this, go here and sign up. It can be a more direct ask and just saying, over 1 million people subscribe, click here to join. But most of the time for us, it's like subtle, soft mentions, it's like in the caption or it's, at the end of the story or something like that. And it's really just about providing a ton of value where people are already hanging out and then providing these easy entrance ramps to whatever platform you're prioritizing. In my case, email.
That's great. The first principles references, I think, spot on also from where I sit. So that's excellent.
It's just going to change, you've seen this, like things have changed a lot just since we've started, like in the last 10 years. It's very different. So you can't get hung up on thinking like Instagram is the way to grow or whatever. It's right. Like, it's going to be something else in 3 years, so like you need to be willing to shift, but understand the core principles.
Yeah. So kind of through that lens, certainly in terms of like where you might see the puck going, so to speak, where are you thinking and like what's maybe to even give that more precision, like a challenge or obstacle that at least maybe for you as a creator might stand in your way that you're thinking about solving for next year?
Yeah, well, the biggest obstacle is very easy to answer. It's me. I'm the biggest bottleneck in this business. Like the problem with any kind of creator-led business is if I'm creating all the content, then everybody else, the audience and my team, are waiting on things from me. Like they can't do their job unless I'm making something. And so the real challenge is the way I write books, which seems to be in whatever way leads to the maximum suffering. It just requires a lot of time. I can't write a book every year. I'm not even writing books every 2 years. Like I need, depending on how you measure it, Atomic Habits took between 3 and 5 years to write. I'm already about 2 years under contract on this new one. So it just, it just takes a while. And so that figuring out how to manage the ebb and flow of like content creation for these large projects is one thing. And then even if you aren't doing big things, like even if you're not doing, some big project like writing a book, well, you might be sending a newsletter every week or publishing podcasts every week. Well, that's really important to do. And you can stick to it for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, but like talk to any creator who's done this for 8 years or 10 years or something, and at some point you start to feel a little bit of burnout or you need to mix it up, or I don't know. It's just, so managing that in the long run, like the way to grow a huge audience is just to keep compounding for, 2 or 10 or 20 years. And it's hard to do stuff for 10 or 20 years. So I think that's probably the biggest obstacle is long-term creative consistency and what that looks like for people who are trying to build an audience and make something great. In terms of like where the puck is going, I have no idea. I wish I knew, but I think I'm going to try to bet on things that, like, if it's been true for a while, I feel more confident that'll remain true for a while. So email has been really important for a long time, relatively speaking. I mean, certainly much, much longer than social media. So I'm going to keep prioritizing that. The other thing is there are only a few platforms you can own as a creator. You can own your email list, you can own your website, you can own your podcast. That's about it. And then all the other stuff, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, they can be very powerful for the growth of your business, but you don't own them. And so I think moving forward, my general approach has been, let's use the external platforms to grow the things that we do own. And if the external things become huge on their own and really valuable, then that's great. But I'm not going to bank on that for my business. And I think that trend is also, something that I will continue to do. So
that's pretty future-proof. So to speak, I think.
Hopefully, there are always flaws in ideas, but I feel like that's the kind of safer, more long-term approach.
Excellent. Well, I'll get you out of here on maybe just one last hot take if I can. A ton of people emulate you, and for good reason. I'm curious, like who really stands out to you as smart, kind of crushing it, that you're curious about and kind of studying and potentially maybe starting to emulate in some way?
I think my general strategy with this throughout my career has been, let me try to find people who are like 2 years ahead of me and see what they've been doing. And then that kind of illuminates the next step. Like, I don't have any single person that I look to and like, I want to do everything the way they do it. I'm trying to do it my way and, in a way that fits for my lifestyle and approach. But right now, one thing that I'm thinking a lot about is, what about launching books? So I've done one, still fairly new to this. How do we build a career around being an author? And I think Brene Brown and Malcolm Gladwell both are ones that I look to where I'm like, oh, I kind of like the style that they do it in. They launch consistently. They come out with books every 3 years or 4 years or something like that. But they don't write all the time. Like, they're not publishing every year. And whenever they do, it's kind of a big event, when the next one is coming. They do a whole launch for it. And I kind of like that style. So both of them are more prolific than I have been as an author. I'm not sure that I have 6 or 8 books in me, or however many they've produced. But I like the idea of it. And I think there are a lot of things that I can learn from their approach. So I've been looking at them recently from the author standpoint.
I love that perspective. James, thanks. This is awesome. Really appreciate the time today. JamesClear.com is, I think, probably the best focal point for folks to go that maybe in some crazy universe haven't stumbled across your work. But correct me if I'm wrong, where should folks go to learn more about you or engage with you? Yeah, no, JamesClear.com is the right place to start. If you're interested in the newsletter, you can click on newsletter and check out 321. If you want to dive in deeper, Atomic Habits is waiting for you. So feel free to check out the book. Well, that's perfect. Well, thank you again, James. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Well, James Clear, everyone. I am loving that, we're getting different perspectives, so we saw how Neil talked about how he works with a whole team of people on different things. James talking a little bit about the importance of focusing in, getting quality over quantity in terms of all the different platforms that are out there. I think that's super, super valuable, super important coming from him. Mindy, how are you feeling about that talk? How's your job and everything nowadays?
I really liked his point on you don't have to make all the money, right? Just to really focus in on what works for you, what fits you, to fit your business to your needs, and just, focus on that. That is what I really loved about, that.
Yeah, I really appreciated that point too, Mindy. You don't have to make all the money, but I do feel like, especially today, the point that he made about it's really hard to compete with people who are trying to go all in on Instagram. If you are just trying to be on Instagram and make that like a part of your strategy. Stretching yourself across multiple platforms and competing with people who are just trying to do that one platform incredibly, incredibly well is so challenging to do today. And so I liked him really pulling back and saying, you know, it might make sense to just focus on doing one thing really well and then layering things on top of that. And podcasting in particular, you know, the people that I see launch podcasts and have a lot of success right out of the gate usually have the unfair advantage of they've built an audience elsewhere and now they're entering the podcasting arena. It's a lot easier to do that. Not necessary, but it certainly helps. And it goes for any platform, really.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I guess when you put it that way, like I think the most important thing is just like, don't measure yourself against other people, especially like don't measure your beginning against other people's middle, right? And it's so hard, but I think it's really important. And, you know, so James is the master of focus, right? Like that, I mean, it's what he teaches and what he researches and it's what he practices. And I am an inherently sort of scattered person. And so it is always good to hear those reminders of like, you know, just pay attention to you, right?
Well, let's move on to our next talk here. We're hearing from Rob Maurer of Tesla Daily. He focused on one platform, which was YouTube. Actually, he focused on podcasting first, used that to parlay into YouTube, and had a lot of success and growth very quickly. But at some point, that growth slowed down a little bit. And so I'm really excited to share this viewpoint from Rob, talking about what it feels like to grow quickly, what it feels like when growth slows down, what to do when growth slows down. And we'll get started here with Rob right now.
Hey everybody, Rob Maurer here. I am the host of the Tesla Daily YouTube channel and podcast. And today for Audience Driven, I just wanted to walk you through a little bit of how I've built my channel and my podcast and my audience and how that's grown over time and some of the different phases through the growth stage. And then what I think is really interesting, sort of a plateau phase, which I'm in right now. So not a lot of content creators talk about that very often. So I thought it might be an interesting topic for us to go into a little bit of detail on after we walk through just sort of the formation of how this has all been built for me. So thanks for joining me. I am going to flip over to just the browser here and we'll take a look. First, I just want to walk you guys through a little bit of background on, you know, what Tesla Daily is, how it came to be, just so you kind of are familiar with that. So here what you're seeing is the Apple Podcast page. I started a Tesla Daily about 4 years ago. And as you can see here, it's now up to 916 episodes over that period of time. So I've been able to build this thing really consistently over the last 4 years. Somewhere in the midpoint, about 2 years into, actually exactly 2 years into this audio podcast, I decided to quit my job, take it full time, and branch out in terms of the content I was providing. So the reason I was able to do that is not from ad revenue from the podcast or anything like that. It was because I had established such an amazing, supportive audience that I'm extremely grateful for. And they were able to support me enough on Patreon that I felt like I was at the point where I could maybe make that leap. So today you can see here I'm just over 2,000 amazing listeners that are supporting me on Patreon. And you know, really there's no exclusive content there. There's no real benefit for them aside from maybe having a little bit better of a chance of connecting with me via email or something like that. But there's no exclusive content there. It's really just them wanting to support me for the value that I've given to them. So when we think about building an audience and you know, I think the name of the summit is audience driven. And I think that's a perfectly apt name. For me, it's always come down to how do I provide value for my audience? And for me with the Tesla Daily podcast, it's pretty simple because, I am the customer. I started Tesla Daily because it was something that I wanted. And just to give a little more context on that, it's a Tesla podcast. I talk about all things about the company, but I approach it from a business perspective and an investor perspective. And around the time that I was starting this 4 years ago, there really wasn't anything out there that was doing that. There were a few other really great Tesla podcasts, but they were more focused on just kind of like the vehicles and from a customer perspective. And they weren't very frequent. And, even today, things move super quickly in the Tesla space. So I was looking for something that was a little bit more frequent. I figured, hey, I'm spending all this time learning about this company. Why don't I take that time and 3-5 minutes a day, just say what I've been able to learn that day and help people that maybe don't have the time to spend a couple of hours reading about this, help them understand what's going on, what's important, and what's not. Sorry, my throat is a little dry. Just give me a sec here. Pardon me on that. So anyway, I've always kind of approached it from just how can I make things better for my listener? How can I provide them value? I've never had ads in the audio podcast. Really, it's always been just listener supported right from the start. And I think the audience has appreciated that, respected that. I've been able to show how consistent I've been over time. I've been able to provide, a really clear value proposition for the listener of, hey, I'm going to go on this podcast. I know it's going to be very efficient. I'm going to get the most important information, and then we're going to wrap it up. And then Rob's going to be there the very next day providing the exact same thing. And over time, the listeners come to really respect that. They come to really respect my respect of their time. So I think that's one of the things that has allowed me to be successful in terms of just harboring that supportive relationship with my audience that has helped me grow and eventually helped me take this full time. So anyway, I have this Patreon thing up here because this is what I wrote a couple of years back when I was, making that difficult decision to leave my job, which I did like, and it was, it was a good position, but, the podcast kind of called to me and I felt like I needed to make a choice and my choice was Tesla Daily. So, at that time, what I wrote here is, we need content that can do more. I want to bring the same rational, authentic, anti-sensational, anti-clickbait mindset that I approach this podcast with every day to a broader audience through different mediums. I want to make a bigger impact. I want us to make a bigger impact. If you want to support independent media that's more than just clicks, this is your chance to do that. I'm taking a leap here. I need you to take a step with me for this to be sustainable. And I'll do everything that I can to make your support worthwhile. It'd mean the world to me. And I really do mean all those words. And I think, in the last 2 years since making that decision, I've demonstrated that. So what that did is, let's see, make sure we've got this correct here. Yeah, so that allowed me to free up enough time to take this audio podcast and make it into a YouTube channel. So you can see here, lifetime. So I started making videos it would have been November of 2019, I think. So a couple of years back now, almost. And over that period of time, 34 million views here. And with the audio feed, over those 4 years, more than 40 million downloads combined here. So really taking it to the YouTube channel really helped do what I was trying to do in terms of getting this valuable information out to more people. Podcast searchability, shareability, like I say in that post, it's just really bad. Having content on YouTube allows YouTube to put it in front of people that may watch it, and hopefully then, subscribe and find the channel valuable, and things can grow from there. So that's really what the intent was. Listener support allowed me to have the time to be able to do that. Now I've hired an editor. So basically what I do is I record the audio podcast and then I work with my editor so that, this is a daily thing and we're putting out 10, 15 minute videos every single day, every single weekday at least. And it takes a lot of work. So I have the editor. He's doing a great job helping me out, getting the audio podcast into a video format. That's obviously going to be part of the barrier to entry of YouTube. for a while there, I just put the audio podcast on YouTube, and it did fine. But people are really looking for those videos on YouTube. So obviously it's been successful over that period of time. The other thing that I've done is just added, I've started contributing a little bit of writing to thestreet.com. So as I said, Tesla Daily is kind of an investment focused podcast. They at one point reached out and asked if I'd be interested in, a little bit of collaborating here. And it's really like YouTube, it's just a revenue share where I'll, post my content, and I'm still completely independent and things like that. I really just viewed it as a way to try to get my content and, the value that hopefully I'm providing out to more people. That maybe is a little bit different demographic than what I could find in the audio podcast or with YouTube videos alone. So that's been built up over time as well. And really those are kind of the three ways that I approach content right now. And then also obviously on Twitter, that's kind of really the only thing I do for social media. I certainly could do things on Facebook, do things on TikTok, wherever else. But for me, it really comes down to where am I providing the best value? And I think for the time that I have, YouTube and the podcast and the occasional article is really the best way for me to do that. So TikTok and things like that, maybe they'd add some value for me or for my listeners, but maybe not necessarily worth the time. But anyway, the point is that it's good to try to find ways that you can build a base. Start with something simple. Start with just an audio podcast. Maybe you're not comfortable on camera. I certainly, one of the reasons I actually started the podcast was to become a better speaker. And I figured, hey, if I do this every single day, that's probably a good step in terms of something that might help. So anyway, start with something small. Maybe do something once a week. And I think the biggest thing that I'm sure all of you have heard a million times by now is you got to be consistent. For me, how I approach content creation is you got to provide value and you got to be consistent. If you can do both of those things and you can feel good that you are really providing value, and obviously consistency, that's just, pretty easy check there. If you can do both of those things, you're starting off on the right foot. Your chances of success are good. You obviously have to find the right, niche or area or whatever. And for me, obviously Tesla's been a good one because the interest has grown over time. But yeah, if you approach it from that mindset of what's going to provide value, I think that's the best way to build an audience that can be sustaining. You're not just, making one video that happens to go viral and then no one ever wants to hear anything from you again, because, you're not necessarily providing value. Maybe you had that one hit, but if you can provide value and just be consistent with it, that's going to help you be in something that is more sustainable. Okay, so I think that's covered most of how I built the audience. I'm sure I'm missing things, but one of the things that I really wanted to spend a little bit of time on here, which is a little bit rare, is just, once you go through a period of growth, how to manage through maybe that slowing down a little bit. So here I just want to walk you through a little bit of the YouTube analytics from my channel. So this is just views from back when I started in November 2019. So again, I did have my podcast listeners, just the audio listeners, a way smaller audience than what I have now from YouTube, but definitely did give me a little bit of a head start. So started making those videos back in November, probably posted one or two in November, 382 views. I get to December, I actually posted my first video content in December 2019. It was an interview with a Wall Street analyst. I think it got 30,000 views or something like that. And definitely subscribers, started coming in at that point. And it really just grew consistently from there. More and more people kept finding the channel. And, pretty much every month I was growing, maybe a little bit of a down month there in June. But really fun period of time. I quit my job somewhere right around here back in, August of 2019, and then got into this really, really nice growth period on YouTube, where it just kind of every single month, more and more and more and more. So it was a lot of fun. And then you kind of get over here into, the latter half of 2020, early 2021. So really kind of the last, really the last year for me. And you can see that the growth has kind of slowed down, and it's been, stable, but it feels a lot different being in this period of time than it did in this period of time, because when you're in this growth stage, it's kind of like, okay, the sky's the limit. You don't really know where that plateau is going to be. And then when you hit the plateau, it's like, shoot, like that's where I am. And you start thinking about, okay, how do you advance from there? How do you take the next leg up? And how do you kind of get back to that growth that you once had? So it becomes a very difficult, psychological struggle, I guess. And, obviously you have to consider the proper context. Like, I'm very happy with these numbers, but just as I said, the feeling when you get into this sort of plateau, it's a very different feeling. And the concern starts to creep in of, okay, like maybe this was just a nice period of time, and maybe, there's more competition, maybe there's less interest, and maybe this all fades, and you have a month that, starts to go down a little bit. Like here, August was my lowest number of views since, more than a year ago. And if you look at these kind of 4 months just in isolation, you start to see a little bit of a downslope, and it doesn't feel as good as those growth days do. So I guess my point here is that at some point, I think every content creator goes through periods of time. Every entrepreneur, really, maybe not everyone, but a lot of entrepreneurs are going to go through these periods of time where you have these, plateaus or whatever else you want to call them, declines, whatever. And I think it's kind of interesting to just talk about it as I'm in that state right now. So just to give a little bit more context on the analytics here, and kind of that feeling that I was talking about of, maybe this is starting to decline a little bit. Here's the subscriber numbers. So that was views. Here's monthly subscriber numbers back since the channel creation. November got 82, 3,000 there in December, another 6,000. So I'm up to maybe 10,000 there by the start of 2020. See a little bit of a dip there. But then, throughout the rest of the year, those subscriber numbers, not only is my subscription base growing, but my growth is growing. Like, I'm getting more subscribers every single month than before. And again, that feels awesome. And you're kind of just looking like, what if this continues? But then you get into this, 2020, 2021 time period, and it did not. So again, I'm very thankful for the audience that I have, but it feels different when, and especially with YouTube putting the analytics right in your face all the time, where you come in and it shows your last 28-day numbers, and when you're looking at a period like this, that arrow is always down. You're always seeing fewer and fewer and fewer subscribers every month. And you come in, and for me, I create content daily. You see that every single day for a year, and it doesn't feel great. just being completely honest there. So going from 23,000 subscribers, new subscribers last August, to this August, 3,700. So it's almost a 90% decline there, maybe 80% decline in new subscribers year over year. And then, kind of the same thing in September. And then we're in the midst of October right now. Obviously not a full month, but kind of the same level. So for me, it's really just about, and I guess real quick, the one other thing that I would add to that is that, again, in terms of YouTube, just kind of pushing the numbers in front of your face all the time. Those of you that do create content on YouTube, you can see the ranking of your last published video out of the last 10. So that again creates just this challenge in your mind of, okay, I always want my next video to be kind of like the best video. But then you can, during a period of time like this, you come in and maybe your last video is 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. And maybe 10 out of 10 can happen in, a few videos in a row. And again, it's a difficult thing to go through psychologically. So my advice, getting to it finally here, and not just complaining about things that, again, I'm very happy with where I'm at, but in terms of how to deal with things like this, certainly I'm no expert on it, but just sort of the approach that I try to take is, let's take a step back, just take a deep breath, again, appreciate what I do have, because what I do have is a great audience. And, if you could have told me when I quit my job that this is where I would be, no questions asked, I would be extremely happy with it. So, take a step back, remind myself of those things, remind myself of the success that I do have, even if the growth isn't there. Even just being able to maintain is an accomplishment in and of itself. So I have to kind of take a second to remind myself of those things, and then just kind of take a look around and realize the context of what I'm doing here. Like, the Tesla niche is not unlimited, you know, not every single person in the world is going to care enough about Tesla to watch Tesla Daily. So even though I want to keep growing, I have to understand that there is a ceiling on that and appreciate that. And then if I look around at, you know, other channels in the space, a lot of people are kind of capping out at, you know, around that 200,000 level. You know, there's probably like small, medium, large size Tesla content creators now. And in that large group, it's kind of, you know, with maybe one or two exceptions, kind of capped around that 200,000 level. So that makes me feel like, okay, I'm not getting as many subscribers now because I have kind of hit that peak. And just to make sure I'm not like making excuses for myself, I think it's helpful to look at some external data too. So here, what I've got pulled up is Google Trends, and you can see that I've got Tesla and Tesla stock, because again, I talk a lot about the business. And this is going back just to provide some context on like 2018. So this is where I would have been, you know, making the podcast, but not actually doing YouTube videos yet. And you can see search interest in Tesla stock, you know, relative to where it is now is like a 1, pretty consistently throughout this period of time. We get into like November, you know, of 2019, and just so happened that Tesla did the Cybertruck unveiling, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. At that point, that's that big spike that we see here, generated a lot of interest in Tesla. And then from there, the stock really started taking off too. So right around the time I started making YouTube videos is right aligned with the spike in interest in both Tesla and specifically in Tesla stock, where you can see here, you know, 2020, it's already sort of 5 to 10 times the amount of interest in Tesla stock that there was just 12 months ago. And that continues through 2020 as well. So you can see, you know, some spikes in, you know, September and August. If I look back at kind of my best months, look at subscribers here. And I did have some content that was driving this too, but, you know, September, August, my two biggest increases in subscribers, and wouldn't you know it, interest in Tesla at that point in time was high. Then we fast forward here, and look, it kind of looks pretty similar to how my channel has grown, right? You know, now we're indexing at a 5 here for Tesla stock versus back then it was at a 30. So search interest in Tesla stock is declined like 6x in that period of time, which really helps me understand that, you know, okay, it's not just necessarily something that I am doing with my channel that's causing my growth to slow down. I'm probably just reaching the ceiling on my audience, and my audience is it's certainly not growing as fast, just naturally. Like, interest in Tesla is not growing as fast naturally as it was during my sort of peak. And I've already captured a lot of the audience. So I think this is really helpful for me to just, you know, again, take a deep breath, relax. And where this comes into play in terms of my actions is that you could sit there and you could say, oh, I'm not growing. Like, I need to revise all, you know, X, Y, and Z with my channel. I need to make better titles. I need to make better thumbnails. I need to spend more time on my content. But I'm already doing all those things, right? Like, I'm already spending so much time creating my content, and it's always been this way. I've always put out the best product that I can. There's really nothing else that I feel like I can be doing to make better content. So then it's like thumbnails and titles. Like, okay, maybe I could spend more time on thumbnails. Is that really going to give me a good return on my time? And more importantly, is a better thumbnail really providing value for my audience? Probably not. If they click on it and the content's good, then, you know, you could make an argument for it, but maybe I could be spending my time doing something that's going to actually add some more value to my audience. And then in terms of titles, sure, I could create more interesting titles and probably get more views on my channel, but that's never been the intent for me. Like I said in that Patreon post when I quit my job, like, anti-sensational, anti-clickbait, naturally that's not going to lead to the highest click-through rates on YouTube. And that's just part of who I am. And I have accepted that. And I'm not going to, just because of a period of time here with not as much growth or not as many views, I'm not going to sacrifice my values to try and maintain or even grow the channel. It's just not what I'm going to do. So I think it's helpful to understand this sort of context to ground myself in those decisions and those choices that I'm making with my channel, if that makes sense. So then it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to do those things, then what do you do? And for me, again, it always comes back to the audience, right? So what can I actually do if I do have any extra time to provide value to the audience to maybe grow in a new way? Maybe I should start a different channel talking about a different stock, or maybe I should, diversify my content even more. Maybe I should start doing something like TikTok or something like that. So those are the kind of things that I'm thinking about more so than like how to actually make Tesla Daily grow into something more, because again, I think it's kind of at the point where it's about as good as it can be. And for me, my focus now is, okay, how do I take what I've built here and continue to provide even more and more value for my listeners? And that comes from understanding what they're looking for and understanding the skill set that I have that has proven to be valuable for them in the past, and how can I align those in sort of a new area. So I've got projects on the works. Unfortunately, I'm not ready to talk about those yet. So if you're interested, you'll just have to follow me, I guess. But I guess where all this is going is that this has all been part of the decision-making process, is really understanding the context behind what's happening with my channel, and that helping me have clarity of mind and clarity of thought for what direction to take next. Reflect on my values, reflect on the value that I provide to my listeners and what they may be interested, find overlap in those areas, and use that overlap to capitalize on the skill set that I have, which for me is, providing good content that's efficient, not clickbait. Maybe this presentation not the most efficient, but not clickbait, grounded in truth, authenticity, really just trying to get good information out to more people. So those are the things I'm thinking about. Those are the things I want to do to be able to take like the next leg up in growth. And hopefully that'll be successful. And maybe a year from now we can check in on that and see how it's gone. But hopefully that helps provide a little bit of perspective. And, if there are people out there in this audience that are going through periods of time like that, hopefully me sharing my thoughts on that can help you get through that process. Or if you're a newer content creator and you are still in that growth stage, hopefully when you do inevitably get to a period of time like this, hopefully this helps, ground you a little bit through that period of time as well. So that is where I'm going to wrap it up. If you are interested in, following me, you can find me on Twitter at Tesla Podcast. Or if you're interested in following the channel, you can do that at youtube.com/Tesla Daily, or obviously on any podcasting platform. So appreciate the time. Again, hope it was helpful. And thanks everybody for listening. I'll see you next time.
Okay, Rob Moore, everybody. I just love his demeanor. He's got such a chill mentality, and despite him having like wacky great numbers, just so down to earth about it, and a lot of the challenges relatable. How you guys feeling about it?
Yeah, totally. I really appreciated and related to a lot of that honesty from Rob about the feelings of stagnation and what that. Sorry, hearing some echo again. Please stand by.
I'm 99% sure it's not me.
Let me try to mute. Well, I don't know. I don't hear the echo. So I'm trying to troubleshoot. I read Mike Short's thing in the comment. Okay, hold on. It was me. It was me.
Now I want a troubleshooting t-shirt. I feel like we can make that happen.
How about now? Things good now?
Yeah, you sound fine.
No echo.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my goodness, guys. I gotta tell you.
No.
Tony,
Echo,
Mindy,
echo,
and T.
echo. Sorry.
Sorry. We have put together a lot of tools here, and we're learning. So thanks for hanging with us. Anyway, Rob's vulnerability there and honesty, I really appreciate it. I also saw a lot of stuff in the chat about the Google Trends analysis he was doing, because what we saw there was his growth and his slowing of growth might be more macro than he could actually personally take care of, which is awesome.
So,
I have to say,
don't beat yourself up over it, right?
Right. That is right. I did promise Jill, our wonderful community manager of SPI Pro, Jillian Benbow, on our team, that I would do a reveal of the sweater. People are wondering what this says besides internet and bad news, folks. Nothing. It only says internet because I went to Internet University. So there you go, Jill. There you go. John, in the chats, sorry for the disappointment.
It's so good. I love it so much.
All right, what we got on tap next, team?
Well, we're going to hear from SwitchPod next. We've got a little message from them, and I believe Mindy's got the video queued up. So if it's good with you, I'll hit the button.
Hit the button.
This is SwitchPod, a minimal, versatile, handheld tripod designed specifically for filming videos or taking photos on the go. Quickly switch from a handheld grip to a tripod and then back again in just seconds. It's super slim, and it easily fits into your bag. Or just clip it on instead. SwitchPod is built to last. It's made with an aluminum alloy, not plastic, so it will hold whatever camera, lens, and accessories you put on top of it. Yet, it only weighs 11 ounces, or 315 grams. That's less than your morning mug of coffee, minus the coffee. Here's how it works. First, attach your camera with the tightening knob, or attach any ball head, quick release system, or phone adapter. Next, grip the handle wherever you'd like. If you need to choke up or switch hands, no problem. To set it down, just swing the legs open. Or if you want to be fancy, try it with one hand. When you're ready to pick it back up, bring the legs back together. The tools you use to create shouldn't get in the way of you creating.
Look at this.
Yes. Mindy, are you using that for the YouTube stuff that you do for SPI?
I do sometimes. Yeah, it depends on my setup, but then we just use it in our house as well. Just, when we're taking videos of our babies and stuff like that, of our toddler and our cats. And it's really great because what's really cool about it, look at this thing. It's perfectly made to fit your hand so that it's easy to hold when it's this way. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I bought this with my own money, folks. I did not try to hit Pat and Caleb up for freebies. I spent my own cash on this. This thing is awesome. So
love that. And shout out to Caleb Wojcik, who also helped us a lot in the lead up to this event with our video needs, co-creator of SwitchPod. So we appreciate Caleb. And just when you think Pat's AV setup can't get any better, he breaks out a video like that that's expertly shot with perfect audio for a video recording device. Well, we heard from Rob Moore about podcasting. Tony, I think we got more podcasting on deck.
Yeah, we've got Alvin Brooke from Buzzsprout, and I'm very excited for this as well. It's going to be a conversation about how podcasts are growing in 2021. So we're just going to stick with podcasting for a little bit. We're going to, after that, hear from Esprit Devorah, who is also an expert podcaster, before we get into the Q&A, the interactive Q&A. So, Mindy, are we ready to roll? All right, here we go. I'm going to push the button. Let's hear from Alvin Brooke of Buzzsprout.
Hey, Alvin. How are you, man?
Hey, Pat. How's it going?
It's going well, and it's not just you and me here. There's thousands of people watching right now. If you want to wave to everybody and say hello.
Hey, everybody. So glad that everyone could be here.
Yeah, why don't you take a minute and tell everybody who you are and what do you do?
Sure. My name is Alvin Brooke. I'm the head of marketing at Buzzsprout, and my job is to help you make podcasting easy for you to start one. Yeah.
Awesome. We have a lot of podcasters watching right now, and a lot of future podcasters watching. And even if people aren't podcasters, knowing about podcasting and how it's growing is really important, because a great way to grow and find new audiences is to obviously be a guest on other podcasts, and you can sort of ride that wave. And that wave is huge. It's still growing. What are you seeing from your perspective? Because you have access to all this data, you know a lot of things that are happening in the industry right now. What are some trends that are happening in terms of growth? Are we still like kind of flatlined, or are we growing massively? Where are we at with just the industry right now?
Man, I mean, to put it in context, I think we first met in like 2014 when there were something like 60,000 podcasts. And now we're over 2 million podcasts in the world. And it's always funny to me that there's people in 2014 that thought they missed the boat because there were already 60,000. And I still feel like we're in that same spot. There are 2 million, but there are so much growth. We're still seeing really strong growth. And a lot of the people who maybe during the quarantine said, I want to start a show, a lot of them have started to drop out. And so there's a lot of listeners who are kind of trying to find what's the next show, because maybe one of their older creators aren't really sticking up with the podcast anymore.
Okay. So there is a little bit of a, let's give it a shot and try it out kind of thing. And then a lot of people drop off. So for the podcasters out there, how do we make sure that we continue to stay there and show up for our audiences?
So I think consistency is a big piece of it. I mean, you did the YouTube challenge where you went live every day for a year. And I love that kind of mentality, because the more that you're showing up for your audience, the more that you're becoming a part of their life, a habit to watch your show, you are going to get better and better at creating content. And so the podcasts that we see that stick with it week after week for 10 weeks, as soon as they hit that 10-week point, it's really a game changer for whether or not they stick with it long term. So what I always tell people, if you're going to start, just commit to releasing an episode every week for 10 weeks. And already you're going to be in kind of this rare group of really roughly like 600,000 podcasts are the ones who are actually have released 10 episodes and are still active.
I like that perspective. You know, I've heard something similar in the world of YouTube, where you just got to get through your first 100 videos, and producing 100 videos is a lot, right? Producing a podcast is a little bit easier for sure. And I love that. So 10 episodes, get out there, get in there. The more you just force yourself to do it, you know, you're going to be a mess at the start. As I heard John Lee Dumas, the famous podcaster, once say, you got to be a disaster before you become the master, right? So you just got to get through it. I think I really love that advice. But, you know, a lot of people, whether they've reached 10 episodes or not, they might still feel like, well, their listenership isn't quite as big as it could be. I'd love to hear from your perspective and your connection to, you know, hundreds of thousands of podcasters. What's working for growth today? How do we grow our listenership with our podcast?
So there's a few different ways. One that I've seen lately that I've been really intrigued by is people who are using these high growth channels like TikTok, Instagram Reels, sometimes even YouTube, and they're leveraging those to get a lot of exposure. And then they tie that exposure back to the podcast. The magical thing about podcasts is we control the medium and we are connected to our audience no matter what. You know, people subscribe, they get the episode. So what I've seen work is people are making TikTok videos that every once in a while one goes viral. And at the end of their episodes, they say, or their TikTok video, they say, for the full story, come on over to the podcast. I just shared a case study about this, about someone who's getting thousands of new podcast listeners based on one viral TikTok video. And there's people replicating this on Reels. Joe Rogan obviously did this with YouTube by putting everything on YouTube with clips. And as soon as a few of those start gaining traction, he was always drawing people back to his podcast, which he fully controlled.
That's actually how I found Joe Rogan, was not through watching one of his 2-hour-long interviews. It was actually through a clip about something specific. And of course, the algorithms are there to help you, right? The algorithm on YouTube, the algorithm on TikTok, the algorithm on Instagram Reels. We're very lucky because we have an expert in IG Reels and TikTok helping us. Keena Kelly, she's awesome. A part of the conference here. So that'll be really exciting. Okay, so that's one way to do it. And are you saying that we take a clip from our podcast, then put it in a vertical format of sorts, just a, you know, what is it, TikTok, Instagram Reel, 60 seconds, like a really high value moment, and then drive people to the rest of our podcast, get them interested? Or is it just, hey, show up on camera and tell them about it? What is actually the video that we're posting on there?
Whenever people are asking me about different social media platforms, I really always encourage them, like, find the one that you understand and create the type of content that that platform wants. For Instagram Reels and for TikTok, it's kind of these very catchy, quick stories is what I've seen work really well. So there's a podcast that I saw do this. They have a podcast about disasters. And so they just start telling the story, and they tell the 30-second version of it. And they say, if you want the full story, come check out the podcast. And they were doing it. They're getting a few thousand views per reel until one took off and started getting hundreds of thousands. And all of a sudden they saw this massive spike in listenership.
Wow. I need to hook up with that podcast because I have a lot of disasters I can talk about. That's for sure. But that's a great idea. So if you're watching this and you're like, how do I grow on Instagram and TikTok? You'll find that Keenan Kelly, when he talks about this, you don't need to be like I'm imagining, let's see, how can I set this up? Imagining like putting this up and be like, hey guys, listen to my podcast. Like, that's not going to work very well, right? I like showing a little bit of a clip. And you're right, those stories, man. Stories, I'm always telling podcasters, story. That's how you hook people in. That's how you get people interested to start the story on one of these channels and then have people want to finish it on the podcast. Really, really smart. I love that. Okay, that's a great tactical thing. What about what else is working out there for growing your listenership? Because and actually the big principle here is you want to find audiences that don't know you, right? I think a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to repurpose the podcast and put it onto Twitter and onto Instagram, on my feed. It's like, those people already know you exist. I think a big principle here is, how do we get in front of other and newer people? Do you have any strategies on how else we might be able to do that?
So a few that have always worked are guesting on other podcasts, including your podcast on blogs. I've seen that work really well for us. So if we write a blog post about a topic that maybe we've already covered. So, example for SPI would be you do an affiliate marketing blog post, and then you include your affiliate marketing episodes on that page. It really helps people understand. They may find it through Google. Again, we're leveraging an algorithm to get exposure to new people. And then we're saying, hey, if you're interested in affiliate marketing, why don't you check out SPI? And here's the episode. And so you can immediately get that value and realize this podcast is probably something I'd be really interested in. Like you kind of said this, you alluded to this. You can't be doing a dance video on TikTok and expect people to want to come to your podcast that's about golden doodle dogs or something. Teach what you know and what your audience is looking for. And then
did you mean to do
that?
I
didn't read that off your shirt.
That was awesome.
And teach what you know, and then go ahead and then tell people, I'm still teaching more of this. I'm providing more value on the podcast. You can't do the bait and switch, or that will only work, one time. It's not going to be a long-term sustainable marketing channel.
That's great advice. I love that. I think a lot of us podcasters or content creators in general, we've always taken the, if you build it, they will come approach, right? And it sounds like that's just not going to work anymore. I mean, you hear about the stories still, because once in a blue moon, it happens. And the reason you hear it is because it doesn't happen very often, right? It gets talked about, it gets like on the news or whatever. But you have to work for it. You have to market. What about like paid acquisition? Is that a thing? Is that something we could as podcasters think about to grow?
There's a way to do that right, and there's a way to do it wrong. So the right way to do it is advertising in podcasting apps, Overcast, Pocket Casts, Castbox, a lot of podcast apps. There's blog posts on the Buzzsprout blog of all the different apps that you can advertise in, because those are people who are already listening to shows. Then they click on the ad and they start subscribing right there.
Right.
The way to not do it right is to put it on Facebook and Google and hope that people will download a podcast app and start listening. I have only seen people lose a lot of money doing that. I really have never seen anybody successfully grow a podcast that way. That makes sense.
I mean, if I'm on Facebook or Twitter, I don't have I'm not going to be, unless it's a really good post, convinced enough to click away, to then open up my podcast app, to then click play, to then listen, to then consider whether or not I should. There's so much friction there, right? So reducing the friction is great. I love the idea of going on to apps that already have podcast listeners on them. I think if you're going to pay for ads, I think a great way to do it too is to pay another podcaster to give you a shout out, right? You could be the sponsor of somebody else's show. And if you consider maybe not the biggest shows, because that might cost a lot of money, there's a lot of smaller podcasts that are growing quite fast that are probably looking to make money, and you can work together with them and they'll help you grow too at the same time. I think that's really smart. Okay, so thank you for that. To finish off here, let's just talk about some more of that burnout, because as content creators, we got to keep creating. However, if we create too much or too fast and we're just kind of sinking underwater, we can get burned out. Yeah. How do you reduce the overwhelm when it comes to content creation, specifically as a podcaster?
So I think that what you want to do is you want to set a game plan for something that actually is sustainable. I think a lot of people hear the stories of some of the most successful content creators. They hear John Lee Dumas started Entrepreneur on Fire by doing a daily show, and they think, I'll do the same thing. That does not work for most people, especially if you've got a full-time gig or maybe you have kids at home. So find what is the content calendar that can fit into my life that I'll still be excited to do. So for a lot of people, that's once a week, maybe doing a 30-minute episode. And then you've got to make sure that there's some portion of your time dedicated 100% to marketing. Because you said it, like, everyone wants to believe in Field of Dreams marketing. If you build it, they will come. It doesn't work. So make sure you won't get burned out. If people start listening, you'll be more excited. But to get people listening, you need to have some time carved out for marketing a podcast.
How much time? Like, how much would you need? What amount of time would you need to get the biggest bang for your buck?
You can always keep investing more and more and keep getting more out of the marketing. But I think at the beginning, put an hour aside, an hour total for the week, and say, this is going to be focused on marketing for my show. So maybe if you're big into TikTok, you spend that hour making your TikTok video and engaging with people on TikTok. If you're really into Instagram, it's an Instagram reel. If you're on YouTube, it's actually cutting up the video that you've created, editing it down a little bit, and getting that on YouTube. So give yourself an hour and pick the one social media platform that you know best. If it's LinkedIn that you're on all the time, work with LinkedIn, write posts for LinkedIn, and always tie them back to the content you created on the podcast that week. And remember, the average podcaster is really only getting about 37 plays per episode. Those are the new podcasts. That's what they're getting on average. So once you start hitting numbers like that, know you're on the right track. We all hear the numbers that people have stayed with it for years and years are getting tens of thousands of listens. But in the beginning, each individual listener you add is another milestone on your podcasting journey.
That's so good. Do you mind if I ask you one more follow-up question to that?
Yeah.
So let's say you have 37 listens. I love that reframe. I think that we need to realize that those are real human beings. How do we engage with those 37 listeners? How do we actually connect with them and make contact with them so that we can learn more about them, so that we can understand them better, so we can attract more people like them, so we can build super fans? How do we engage with those 37 listeners?
Well, one of the superpowers you have when you're small is that you actually can engage with everybody. And if you want to pretend you're a massive podcast, then everybody will feel like they won't matter, so they won't reach out. But what you do is you ask people to reach out, and then you honor it when they do. So people send you an email, mention it on the podcast so that they know, wow, I reached out one time and I got a response. They responded to my email. Somebody posts something about your podcast on social, make sure you like and thank them for sharing it. I can't tell you how many very large podcasts I've shared something, then they respond to me, and I realize, oh, it mattered to the person on the other end. And it only encourages me more and more to engage with the podcast and to share more about them later on. So engage with everybody. If you get reviews, read them on the air and thank the person for the review. Really elevate your super fans so that everybody else knows that they actually matter to you, so that they aren't confused and thinking he has tens of thousands of listeners. He probably would never care about my story.
You said it better than I could, Alvin. Thank you for that. I think that's perfect, and a perfect way to lead into our next session here at Audience Driven. So thank you so much for your time today. Buzzsprout, thank you for what you do, what you guys do, and how you make podcasting easier for all of us. So I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pat, and to everybody. I hope you have an amazing conference. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out. We'd love to help with your podcast.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
All right. And I am just enjoying having the folks in the chat giving us kind of their live feedback as we go, building on what Alvin was saying, what Pat was saying, supporting each other. You know, we're seeing folks in the chat who are saying, hey, I feel a little bit better knowing that, 30 listeners an episode when you're getting started is kind of normal. And hey, that's 30 people who, they're enjoying what you're doing. So you're on to something. And the more you connect with those folks, all the better. Jay, Mindy, how are we doing? How are you guys feeling?
I think we're doing great. I'm really enjoying this, and I'm learning, I'm learning a lot of really good things. Yeah, I'm having a good time. How about you, Jay?
I really appreciate that viewpoint from Alvin, especially the idea of focus first on making sure you get over that 10 episode hurdle to know that, okay, I'm going to push forward this. I can do this and I will do this, and I'll just continue on this path forward. And then also carving out some dedicated time to market your show, because I got to say, it's probably as important as the content itself. If you want to build an audience, is making sure that you're going out there and advocating for your content and sharing it through your channels, through other people's channels. If you can, I was putting in the chat, I've been personally attempting to do a lot more on Twitter with my own episode releases and basically construct a thread about the narrative arc of the episode to kind of give some highlights and some things that I think will get people interested, and then ending that thread with a link to the episode. So I really appreciate that viewpoint, and I recommend other folks carve out that marketing time too.
And I feel like that advice applies for things other than podcasts too, right? So for just sort of whatever type of content you're making, to take a little bit of time. That's something that I need to do a better job of, specifically like with the YouTube videos we've been making here and stuff. They go up, and I need to spend more time on the marketing of those. And yeah, so I think that advice can apply, beyond podcasts as well.
I wanted to highlight real quick, Tony, this comment from Dr. Seb Talks Money. I think I need to make a list of podcasts to pitch to. Later today, we have a session with Shane Sams, who's going to tell you exactly how to pitch yourself to guests on other people's podcasts. So stick around. That is such a win and such an amazing story from our SPI community. I hope we get to tell that story at some point, just from some of the boot camps that we've run and SPI Pro. Just some amazing projects that have come out of the people in this greater halo. And hey, look, if you, by the way, I want to call this out. If you take something, just one thing away from this whole event, and you apply it to what you're doing, and it makes some kind of an impact, please let us know. I just would love to hear the story. Want to know what really resonates for you, what makes a difference for you. Use that audience-driven hashtag on the socials. We've got Team SPI on Twitter, at Team SPI. And then, of course, you can email us. I'm Tony at teamspi.com. So I'd love to hear your stories. Anything you take away, anything you apply, or maybe just some awesome people you meet in the chat while you're here. But while we're on this topic of podcasting, we've got one more remarkable podcasting expert for you, and that's Esprit Devorah. She's also the fearless leader of We Are LA Tech, and just been such an amazing helper, helping other people run their podcast better, and just terrific energy. She's also a guest on the Community Experience podcast. So if you check out the podcast I'm running with Jillian, there's an episode that of me and her chat as well. So what do you say, Jay? Should we get into the talk with Esprit? Let's do it. Your episode with Esprit on the Community Experience podcast is one of my favorite of the show so far. So
Yay.
double click on that. Definitely recommend people check it out. But I'll click the button here. Let's bring in Esprit and let's get going.
Hello, Audience Driven. I am so excited to inform you how to podcast, how to find your purpose, process, production, marketing, monetization. I call it the 3 Ps and the M&Ms. This is going to be so exciting, so be sure you get your notepads out. My name is Esprit Devorah. I've been featured on Apple, on Spotify. I've been podcasting since 2013. I've produced over 700 episodes, and today is a special segment just for you, audience driven, on how to build your audience, how to get over that hump of like, is it too late to podcast? No, it's not. I'll jump straight to that. It is not too late to podcast. But what it is too late for, it's too late not to know your purpose. So you really want to make sure you hone in on your purpose, and I'm going to get into how to do that and then how to attract an audience that is just so riveted by your content they can't help but want to be part of your community, how to market it so you could get the word out to sponsors and to different partners, and then very last, how to monetize your content. So are you ready? All right, let's get into it. Okay, so the 3 Ps and the M&Ms. The first one, and it's in this order: purpose, process, production, marketing, monetization. That's purpose, process, production, marketing, monetization. So you start with your purpose. What is your podcast purpose? Your podcast purpose is, I call it the triangle of purpose. What's in it for you, what's in it for the listeners, and what's in it for your guests if you have guests. Triangle of purpose. Purpose for you, purpose for your listeners, purpose for your guests. If you don't have all those different points worked out, it makes it really hard to, one, get guests, attract the audience that you want to attract, and feel motivated on the days where you just don't want to do it anymore. You don't want to show up to the mic, and those days do happen. They happen for all of us. They've happened for me, they've happened for other pro podcasters, and they've happened to other people just starting out. And you don't want to hit that pod fade, which a lot of new podcasters hit around 7 episodes. They start to get really discouraged thinking, like, why am I not getting the numbers that I want to get? The reason you're not getting the numbers you want to get is, one, you didn't set up the expectations of what success is for you beforehand. You didn't understand your purpose, your own individual purpose of why you're doing this in the first place. And you're not applying marketing experiments related to your purpose, which we'll get into in the future, right? And you don't know that actually the norm in the beginning is only 130 podcast listeners. I know, it's crazy. It's not like YouTube. It's not different. We're going to also get into the difference between audio and video podcasting. But being an audio podcaster is not like YouTube. 130 podcast listeners means you are doing great when you start. There's only 1% of podcasts that has the multi-thousands listeners. So you want to start at the beginning, and you want to be really clear about why you're doing this, why you want to create a podcast. So let's get deeper into purpose. So we have the purpose for you, the purpose for the guest, and the purpose for the listeners, right? So in the purpose for you, why does this matter to you? So I produce the Women in Tech podcast, and I host the Women in Tech podcast. The purpose of the show, what really matters to me, is if she can do it, so can I. I want listeners to walk away feeling, if she can do it, so can I. Why is that important to me? That's important to me because I built the first action sports company, the first action sports social network, and I felt that I didn't believe in myself enough, right? And later in my journey, I realized I did have everything that it takes to succeed, but I just didn't believe in myself enough. And that was really problematic, right? And so I wanted to create a positive piece of content to inspire listeners that they are fully capable to accomplish and achieve their dreams. And that is, if she can do it, so can I. I want to show examples of what's possible to expand our minds so that you can do it too, right? So that's my why. That's why when I'm in London or I'm in these countries around the world, in Bosnia and Kazakhstan, and I feel so exhausted interviewing 10 women at a time, sometimes back to back to back, I just really feel committed to championing her story so that other people can be inspired too, and that she could have that moment to shine. And so that's what keeps me going on the hard days. Now let's get into the purpose of your guest. You're probably thinking, man, why is anybody going to get on my show? It's just totally new. If you want to have a guest, that is, it's totally new. Why would people want to get on my show? When you're so in alignment, with your purpose, so connected to your purpose, and you understand your mission, you don't message someone saying, hey, like, will you be on my show? But I'm sorry, I have no listeners. You don't lead with that. You lead, I wanted to create something where women can, have a bigger vision to believe in themselves so they could achieve their dreams. And here's my story of why I've been so inspired, person you're talking to, by what you've done in your life and the stories you shared. It would be amazing to share your story with my audience too, so that they could be as inspired as I've been by you. First of all, who doesn't want to receive a compliment, right? Who doesn't want to see that their work has been acknowledged? And then when you lead with your mission, it creates so much more connectivity than just leading with like numbers and data. Like, people a lot of the time care more about the emotional why underneath it than they do care about the vanity and metric stuff. You'd be surprised, right? Also, another tip that I should probably wait to later on, but since we're talking about guests, if you have a guest that is looking to promote a book, that's looking to promote a movie, that's looking to promote artwork, if they're looking to promote anything of their own, if they have something coming out, perfect time to reach out to them. It levels it up. So lead with your mission, and if you double that up with they're looking to promote something, you're going to be able to get those guests. Last guesting tip, in order to attract guests to your show, there's great sites. There's one called, there are podcast matchmaking sites. There's Podcast Hawk. There's Guestio. There's Matchmaker. There's Pod Scout. Check out any of these sites, and you will be able to, and a lot of them are free, to upload a profile and then book different guests. Like, that's what they'll look for, and you're able to book the guests on your show. So check out these podcast matchmaking sites. Then last up, and the most important piece, is the listener, right? If you don't clearly let the listener if you don't clearly let the listener know why your show is valuable in their life, are they listening when they're doing the dishes? Are they listening when they're exercising? Are they listening to be inspired? Are they listening at work? Are they listening to be entertained? Are they listening to learn something? Are they listening to escape? What is their purpose for listening? Are you meeting that purpose? And what do they get out of your show? Like I said, Women in Tech podcast, you leave having more belief in yourself. That is the purpose for me, that every listener leaves having even more belief in ourselves, right? And so what is the purpose for your show? What would you like listeners to walk away with? What are they doing in between your episodes that attracts them to want to come back because you matter so much in their lives? I've said from a really early time in my podcasting career, I've said, I much prefer listeners be mentally subscribed to my podcast than physically subscribed. Like, physically subscribed, you could change your app, your app can delete you could change your phone. There's all these stuff that could happen, all the notifications of all the different things, you get distracted. But if someone is mentally subscribed to your show, there is no better way that they'll come back to listen again, because they're thinking about it all the time, right? So that is purpose. So again, we have purpose, process, production, marketing, monetization. We're about to get into process. What is process? So now that you have your purpose, you understand what's in it for you, what's in it for the guests, what's in it for the listeners. Now you want to think about, what is my dream way to produce this? Now, a huge mistake most new podcasters make is they start with, what mic should I get? What mic is everybody using? What equipment do I need? Wrong. That is just a huge mistake, because you can't know what equipment you need until you first understand your purpose, and because that will lead you to the type of content you want to create. And then you understand your process, which is your dream of how you'd like to produce your podcast. Like, your dream. Do you want to edit yourself? Do you not want to edit? Do you want a studio? Do you not want a studio? Do you want to do it remotely? Do you want to do it in person? Do you want to do video? Do you want to do audio? You got to ask yourself all of these questions, right? And then that tells you what kind of things you'll need. I call it architecting the reality of your podcast. where does your podcast live? Do you have podcast posters? Do you have podcast keychains? Do you have podcast stickers? Do you have a podcast community? Like, what's the world of your podcast? So you want to architect the world of your podcast in order to have that home that everyone is really magnetically attracted to what you're creating. So you see how you're dreamscaping that in the process step. So when you get to the production step, the equipment step, then you'll be able to know from the process side what equipment is necessary in order to make those dreams a reality. Also in the process step, you're going to outline your resources. What budget do you have available? What equipment do you already own? Do you have a phone? I think most of us have a phone, right? You could totally create a podcast from your phone. Yes. There are amazing pieces of equipment that stick right into your phone, or even voice memo on your phone. I have done podcast episodes sitting in my car or under a blanket in my closet, just with the voice memo on my phone, and it is enough. A secret trick to that is you don't want to use headphones. You want to be speaking directly into the speaker, and that is the best way to get great audio quality, right? From a phone. So you could do, if you don't have any equipment attached. So think about just the dream. So, and I produce every single one of my so I have multiple podcasts. So the Women in Tech podcast, that's a travel podcast where, of course, with the pandemic, this is like halted a bit, everything's remote, but in general, that's an in-person podcast. I use an H1 Zoom recorder, and then I plug in lapel mics, and then I travel with some light gear and stuff like that, but I use mobile gear is what I'm trying to get at. My We Are LA Tech podcast, that's an in-studio podcast. For years, I've had a studio in Los Angeles. Guests come in, I interview them there. I want to create community. I want one guest to come and the other guest to be leaving, and for them to meet one another, because community is such an important aspect of that podcast, right? And then I'm launching a new podcast called Brag, Business Women Reaching Awe-Inspiring Greatness. For that one, I'll be using Fireside app to record the podcast. And I wanted that specifically because I did not want video. I wanted something really easy, quick, and I think it's advantageous to have that particular podcast first be live, and then I'm going to redo the live into a post-produced version, right? So that's Fireside Chat, Fire app, but you get the idea. It's the new app that Mark Cuban created, right? The point is that we use different technology, different equipment for every type of production depending on what you want to create. Hands down, when I do remote recording, which of course I've done all the pandemic, I use Squadcast. Squadcast is amazing, especially because I do not have to worry whether there's a backup. I never have to worry about losing a file, which is a huge deal. I mean, right now I'm recording and I don't have a second camera set up. So like, what if this just deleted? That would be awful, and you definitely don't want to do that with a guest, right? It's happened to me before. I did an interview on Skype, or in my early days, it got lost, there was no backup, it was one of my favorite interviews, and it's gone forever. Super sucks. You don't want that to happen. So with Squadcast, I never have to worry about that because their backup system's pristine. They also integrate with Dolby for high quality audio, which is great. I can master high quality audio in one click, which makes it really easy for me. And it's just a great remote recording system, right? So now we're gonna get into, so we've talked about purpose, right? Your triangle purpose. We've talked about process, where you're dreaming up of what the perfect like lifestyle of your podcast is, from production to the community around it to maybe different merchandise you have. And now we're going to talk about production. We're going to get into the equipment, right? And so you want to think about, do you want a video podcast or do you want an audio podcast? I highly, highly, highly recommend being an audio first podcast if you're looking to be a podcaster. Being a YouTuber is such a different ecosystem. You can't have your podcast just succeed on YouTube. You have to do YouTube related marketing to succeed on YouTube, which is different than podcast related marketing. It's totally different. I should say audio podcast related marketing. So audio podcast is when you're airing on Google Play and on Google Podcasts and on Spotify and on Apple. Those are audio podcasts. When you're having your podcast video in YouTube, it's just different. You have to think about the recording. You have to think about what camera, lighting, how you're going to set it up. Just different marketing, and not only the production side from like growing the channel. It's an entirely different ecosystem. So if you're video first, I would think about the terminology of how do I become a YouTuber. If you're audio first, then I think how do I become a podcaster. If you're looking to do both, plan on doing double the work because it's totally different on both sides. Now for audio podcasting, what to think about in equipment. Remember, do you want to be a remote? Do you want to be in person? What I use in person, like I said, for the Women in Tech podcast, I use an H1 Zoom. That's an H1 Zoom. Love it. Mobile, easy to use, travel around. In studio, I use an H6 Zoom. For video, I really love the Mevo. If you look up Mevo, amazing camera. The Canon G7X is what I'm recording on right now. Incredible. It's like known for vloggers. Mics is the Shure MV, I think it's the MV7. Oh, I have to let you know, but there's a Shure mic that plugs into your iPhone that's really great. A lot of people use the Audio Technica 2100, which is a great beginner mic, and it actually carries you through your whole podcasting career. I still use that on a daily basis. And the Samsung G-Track Pro is phenomenal. Like, it's so great. And I know a lot of people use the Yeti. I have the Yeti too. My first mic was the Snowball. I'm not a huge fan of the Yeti. I'm not a big fan of it. Love the Snowball. It's a very versatile mic, but again, you pick up all the room sounds with the Snowball, and I want something just to pick up the audio in front of my mouth. So I rely on my Audio Technica 2100 and my Samsung G-Track Pro for audio, as well as just voice memo on the phone sometimes, truly. And to think about how do you produce, like how do you get a studio, do you not get a studio, and all this stuff. For equipment, I already mentioned. For remote podcasting, I use Squadcast. If you get a studio, I wouldn't recommend like going out getting a studio right away because it's just not necessary. But the number one thing to pay attention to is sound, like listening to the air bounce off of the walls. You want to make sure, like conference rooms, terrible for podcasting. Don't do a conference room. Like typical offices, terrible for podcasting. The funniest places that are great for podcasting are inside a car, inside of a closet, on the low budget way. I loved having a studio for the culture of having a studio, but I also think it's a bit much and you probably don't want to invest your time, your money, and your resources that way. So I would recommend having on-the-go equipment, just going to someone's place and having the right equipment. Like I said, the Zoom H6 is one of my favorite pieces of equipment. You could just plug in a couple mics, go to wherever someone's located, find a good spot. I've done interviews in stairwell hallways on the road. I listen for the air sound. I listen for the balance of the vocals, and that's what tells me, am I in a good spot or not? So that's a little bit about production. The next thing that new podcasters make a huge mistake about on the production side is they think, I just want to get my podcast like on Apple, on Spotify. How do I do that? Let me get a podcast host is what it's called. So this is not a host of, I'm hosting the podcast. This is a host that distributes your audio file to the platforms. The biggest mistake new podcasters make is they don't think about the analytics behind the podcast host that they're choosing. They don't think about the marketing tool set that the podcast host has. There's all these features that each podcast host has, and they differ from one another. And once you signed up with one podcast host, you really don't want to go through the trouble of switching. So I personally use Simplecast, and Simplecast is known for security and analytics. Transistor is a great one. That's run by Justin Jackson. There's another great one called Buzzsprout Patel that's known for marketing. There's Libsyn. There's some great podcast hosts. So I would just do my research to which one is the best match for you. And if you have any questions while you're going through this journey, just at Esprit Devorah on social or email me esprit@hey.com. That's Esprit, ESPREE @HEY.com. And I'm happy to answer your questions. But really take a step back and ask yourself, which tool set best serves what I'm looking to do? Because the right answer is going to be different for every person. Don't think that there's just one formula for everyone. I always like to say, I believe your intuition is your oracle. So what does your intuition tell you? What does your gut tell you? Truly, there's not one right answer for absolutely everybody. So now we have purpose, process, production, 3 P's, and the M&Ms. So let's get into the M&Ms. So first we have marketing, and then we have monetization. So for marketing, all right, you want to think about, this is a thing that gets missed a lot. You want to think about the listener journey. What is the journey you are taking each listener on? You also want to think about the guest campaign. How is the guest finding out that you have, that your podcast with them aired? Are you promoting it beforehand? Are you promoting it after? Are you creating clips for the podcast guests? If you're doing podcasts utilizing Clubhouse, an amazing tool is headliner.ai. Now you may have heard of a tool called Headliner that is headliner.app. Same company, but if you do headliner.ai, they have a new tool called Backstage that is amazing. And all you do is you put your Clubhouse URL, your event URL in Headliner, and just like that, it records your room, and you have all, it's so cool because you have all these smart quotable things that Headliner finds you with their AI system, and you could quickly turn them into a video so that you could promote the episode after if you end up recording that way. So headliner.ai, if you want to go super minimalistic, that is a great way to do it, to record your full Clubhouse room and then create the little social promos with it, and the AI will find you the smart parts, right? There's also headliner.app. That's if you want to create a more custom graphic, a custom episode trailer. You want to think about what are you posting on social, what are you giving to guests to empower them to share, to make it more fun for them to share, and what is the listener journey? Like why are people listening? Where are they listening? Where are they going to after? How are you supporting them in that process? So for example, if you have a lot of quotes, if you have takeaways from your podcast episodes, can you create a PDF for listeners that they can then download from signing up for with email on your website, or like in the show notes you link to how to get that, right? And so you want to think about your listener through and through, you want to think about your guests through and through, and you want to think about how you're communicating with them, and really take a moment to write out all the steps. It's like, okay, my listener is this type of person, they're coming from school, they're coming from work, they're cooking right now, whatever it is, they're listening for this reason, and then after that, here's the type of groups they hang out in, and here's the resources I've created for them, and then they find out about my episode again in this way. And for guests, think about like, okay, like, am I sharing that I'm talking about them on my Instagram, on my Twitter? Do I have a Pinterest board of all my episodes, right? When I do the interview, I'm doing the interview, and then right after that, can I share a GIF like on my social networks? What are all the ways that you can like celebrate the guest in that journey, right? And then let's talk a little bit about podcasting SEO. I think this gets missed a lot. So I've talked about like an email, signing up for potential listeners signing up with email to get something like a PDF. Well, the best way to do that is if you have a website for your podcast. And a lot of the websites that these podcast hosts give you, and a lot of the podcast hosts do give you a one-page website for free, which is super cool. But what they miss is they miss incorporating email sign up. And I think hands down the best way to have a website for your podcast that's SEO powered is podpage.com. So check out podpage.com. It's absolutely extraordinary. And with the code Esprit VIP, you even get a month free, which is really cool. So you could test it out, right? Esprit VIP, you could have a month free. So check out Podpage. And then what you want to do is you want to think about what keyword do you want your podcast to be found for? So many podcasters don't think about this, or they're doing something, well, they don't think about it and they end up being found for things that aren't even related to their podcast because they aren't doing anything with intention. So if you are, let's say, a shoe podcast, right? You have a podcast about shoes and you want to be found for maybe, let's say it's like high top Nike sneakers, right? Are you optimizing for high top Nike sneakers on your website? Are you creating blog content? Are you using those key terms in your headline, in your description? Like, how are you optimizing for search engine optimization in your podcast? Now, I use a tool called SEMrush. That's SEMrush.com. It's so awesome. You could just put in your website, see what you're being found for. You could even see what your competitors are being found for, which is amazing. And then you could start to do research that way. You could see what gets the most search volume. It's awesome. So check out SEMrush. A free one is called Ubersuggest. So if you look up Ubersuggest, that's free. You could do keyword research that way. What's important is that you do keyword research when marketing your podcast. You want to be very intentional. When on your host, you're able to put in different keywords and tags. So you want to have that same keyword absolutely everywhere. You want to have it in the image file names. Just blow up the internet with your keywords so when people are searching on Google, they find you. Another great site to know about is Answer the Public. AnswerThePublic.com is so awesome because it shows you what the public is searching for on the internet so you can answer their questions in your podcast, meaning in your podcast titles, in, again, the show description, on your website, blog titles, all those different ways. You want to consistently be answering the public with your podcast. And so when you think about marketing, you want to think about what are all the ways that I am best serving my audience and that I'm optimizing for a very specific keyword, and am I doing that well, and is it showing up for Google, and let me search in tools like SEMrush or Ubersuggest to make sure all the work that I'm putting in is indeed showing up that way. And do not sleep on the Twitter hashtag podcast recommendations. Podcast recommendations hashtag on Twitter is clutch. And a little secret trick with podcast recommendations hashtag is if you wanted to use a tool called Loom, you could create a personal video for people looking for for podcasts and talk about your recommendation in the Loom video. So if you use Loom, you could put a little personal video in your tweet back to people searching for podcast recommendations, and anything that you do that is a little bit more personal makes a lot bigger of an impression. Speaking of being of authentically connecting with people, do not sleep on Instagram commenting. I don't recommend using bots. It's just not sincere. Search hashtags related to your podcast content and meaningfully engage with people. They will end up looking at your Instagram profile and Instagram posts, and this is how you'll build an audience. You do want to be doing this regularly, and yes, it does take a lot to market. So you want to choose what you want to focus on and in little pieces. So maybe 1 month in January, you're like, okay, I'm going to focus fully on Instagram commenting. And then the next month in February, you're like, okay, I'm going to fully focus on creating like engaged tweet responses. And then the third month, it's going to be, okay, I'm going to fully engage in the new experiment. Don't think of marketing as marketing. Think of it as experiments, or else it gets totally overwhelming. And with the experiments, think about what is the goal you'd like to achieve, write that down, and then see what goal you actually attained so that you can make really realistic goal setting moving forward, right? So you think about what is the goal that you want to achieve and what is it that you actually achieved, and then what can you tweak to improve it, or should you just get rid of that marketing task entirely? Did it not work at all? So think about that as well. And then let's get into monetization. All right. So many different ways to monetize a podcast. You can do affiliate links. You could get sponsorship from brands. You could sell merchandise. You could do a private podcast where people pay to access your podcast. A great one for that is Supercast. Supercast makes it possible to have a private podcast where people can pay to access the podcast. So think about selling books, like selling your consulting services. Think about what feels best for you and do it that way. The one thing I want to say about sponsorships is you don't need to do it like by listenership. What you needed to do with sponsorships is make sure you have the right value match. And here's what I mean by that. If you want to have a sponsor, and let's say you want to charge a sponsor $1,000 to sponsor your podcast. So we're not talking about per listenership. We're just $1,000 flat, right? And you only have 100 listeners, but then you form an agreement with a brand who has a product that sells for $5,000, and you have confidence that 1 out of your 100 listeners will buy the $5,000 product. That means that brand just made $4,000 on their sponsorship. So you see, even with only 100 listeners, you could still have a lucrative brand sponsorship. It's all about the right value match. If a brand is selling, let's say, a journal for $30, you're going to need so many more listeners to purchase in order to make that $1,000 fee that you charged, right? That's why you want to go with a higher price product. Affiliates are where if people click on the link in your show notes or go to, if you mention a special link in your podcast episodes, and the brands can track that, they'll pay you a commission for everybody that ended up purchasing. So you could go the affiliate route. Merchandise, if you want to create stickers and hoodies and t-shirts and all this kind of stuff, you could maybe create a Shopify store where people could buy that for you. There's so many different options of how you could build this, but just think about this world is yours to create, this podcast world. The most important thing is to go back to your why, because people get lost in wanting to make a quick buck. I would not recommend podcasting for wanting to make a quick buck. They get lost in actually wanting to be a YouTuber and creating a podcast in attempt to be a YouTuber, getting confused why they're not getting listeners when really, or subscribers, when really they weren't really focused on what their priority was. They are not getting the listenership because they thought they would have like a few thousand listeners like YouTube, when really 130 is like doing really well. So you want to really have your expectations set at the beginning, and then just do it for your why, right? You're doing it for your purpose that you really took time to think about and really connects with you. Don't podcast just because everybody has a podcast. Podcast because you want to. Podcast because it's meaningful. Podcast because you just simply have to share your art. I call podcasting painting audio. It's an art form to me. It's something that I feel is a very connective medium. There's no stronger relationship than you're in someone's ear. Like, you're in someone's ears they form the relationship with the host. It's such an honor to be a podcaster. So do not get caught up in the hype. Get caught up in your purpose. My name is Esprit Devorah, and I'm so excited to be sharing this story with you for Audience Driven. I hope this helps. Remember to connect with me on social media at Esprit Devorah on all social. Say hello. You can email me, esprit@hey.com. Check out my podcast, Women in Tech, womenintech.fm, wearelatech.fm, and I will see you guys in the next episode. Bye.
All right, hooray for Esprit. Woo. Oh boy.
Wow. Talk
right.
about a podcast masterclass. We covered a lot of ground.
We just
That was
got
a journey.
like hit with the knowledge truck, right? Like just run over with a truck full of knowledge. That was so good.
We are. Oh, I'm sorry, Mitty. So in just a moment, we're going to have Esprit step onto the stage. We've got Matt Gartland and Pat Flynn in the house as well. And we're going to be taking your questions from the chat. Jay's going to be helping us put those questions up on display. And we're going to just take a little bit of time to reflect on everything we've learned so far. So if you've got questions from earlier, something that you think that us from Team SPI can speak to, we'd love to chat. I know that Pat and Matt and the team know a lot about some of the other speakers we've had, so they might be able to point you in the right direction if you have questions about any of the talks that we've had so far. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Pat and Matt. Welcome. Mindy, I'm going to take you and me off of video, and then we're going to bring in Esprit as well. So
that was a lot of fun.
Here's Esprit Devorah, everybody, coming in live and direct.
Welcome, Esprit.
I'll talk slower. I'll talk slower.
Well, you only had a certain amount of time, and you brought the energy. Thank you so much. People obviously have access to the replay. Esprit, just really quick, what is podcasting done for you in your career and just for you in general? What's been the best thing that's come out of that for you?
Honestly, I'm an artist first, and so podcasting allows me a platform to express my art and to connect with others and form really beautiful relationships with people around the world, get to know cultures around the world. Even this sweatshirt, this tracksuit is a partnership between my Women in Tech podcast and Puma. So it's like there's so many opportunities that can come from podcasting. And I think the number one thing that has resonated with me in audience driven is not to get caught up in the numbers, not to get caught up in the vanity, get caught up in the journey. Like it's what James Clear said. It's what some of the other speakers have said. Get caught up in the journey and stay consistent.
I love that. My biggest thing when it comes to all this is how do we get a result for even a single person faster? And it speaks to a lot of what was said earlier about, I think it was Alvin from Buzzsprout, who said, your 37 listeners, those are real human beings. Those are people whose lives could be changed because of the stories you tell and what you have to share and the advice and the strategies that you have to offer. And tomorrow, when we start talking about things like online courses and other ways to monetize your audience, it's basically the same thing. And again, we hear about all these major launches that people have with millions of dollars coming in and tons of affiliates. And when you're just starting out, you want to focus on the few who are there right now. And when you can get them a result, oftentimes they will become your marketing team for you, as I talk about in Superfan. So I love that, Esprit. And again, thank you. Jay, what was your biggest takeaway from the first half here of today?
First half of today, I mean, there was so much here around focus and also marketing your work. I think as creators, we get wrapped up a lot in the creation, and the commitments that we make to our audience are to create so frequently that we let the actual sharing of the things that we create go by the wayside, and we forget to put as much effort into sharing that as we could. Esprit, I really loved your point about I would rather people be mentally subscribed than physically subscribed, because that means so much. I mean, physically subscribing in a podcast app is only half the battle, because maybe I'm getting auto push downloads of the episodes, but if I'm not mentally subscribed, I'm not listening. And what's the point?
Completely.
How about you, Matt? What was your biggest takeaway from this morning, or what was your favorite part?
I would say as a theme, something kind of similar, which is sculpting the fog as a phrase, right? There's just so much potential and energy and opportunity, across these different channels and mediums that, as creators, we have that wonderful opportunity to just keep carving away, chiseling the marble down to what we want, right? And really be engaging with people through the methods, that we desire and that can have the most impact. And that is the process, right? So enjoy the work. Don't shy away from it. It can be hard to make some of those choices, but I think, in Esprit, you were channeling that, I think, sense as well. Like the more you can stay focused and more that you can, bring sort of the right purpose into that work, like keep sculpting that fog down to something more finite.
Totally.
Beautiful. I want to take a question from Boris here. Good cue up, Jay. This is Boris from the Destiny Show. Destiny is, in fact, a video game. And he's a podcaster who brings people on who are very high up in this space onto a show to talk. And I've gotten to know Boris very well. He asks, what form of monetization do you recommend starting with? Ad rolls, affiliate links, sponsorships. I currently generate about 500 to 100 per month with dynamic ads. So that's dollars. That's pretty good to start out with and getting ads in that way. Let's start with our esteemed guest here, Esprit, and then maybe we'll go around the horn really quick in terms of how might you best, most quickly, but authentically monetize your podcast.
Yeah, I really say lean into what's right for you. And what's been right for me has been flat rates. I've never done affiliates. I've never done per listenership. I've always had flat rates. And I think about what is the partnership between the brand and I, and how can I bring that brand undeniable value? A quick example is I focus on the tech audience. So if I find a company who's looking to recruit engineers and I could send them an engineer and they pay me $5,000, but they have to pay a recruiting firm $30,000, they just saved $25,000 by sponsoring my podcast to achieve that engineer versus just hiring a recruiting firm. So find that value match, and then you could charge flat rates.
I love that. I love what you said about, it's going to be different for everybody, right? It's like dieting. My diet's going to be different than yours. Our bodies are different, et cetera. And what I really love about monetization is affiliate marketing. It's the easiest, quickest way to already start talking about the things that you might be using and the courses you might be, partaking in, or anything that might be helpful to you could also be helpful to your audience. In fact, my favorite strategy for doing this is first asking your audience things like this. What was the last thing you purchased that was really helpful related to blank? And you're going to have a bunch of your people in your audience literally tell you the things that they've recently purchased. Those are things that you should at least keep in mind, start researching more, and then you can actually learn about them, create content around them, and then push them out to everybody else in your audience. And what's really cool about that is when you start getting messages in from your current audience, you can go to those companies and say, hey, I have a lot of people who listen to my show or watch me on YouTube or who follow my blog or follow me on social who use your product. I'd love to use it and talk about it. Can we do a deal, or can we set up something, or can I get a free access to this thing? There's so many different ways to go about that. And I love that.
You have Roberto Blake speaking later in Audience Driven, and he shared with me an amazing thing about affiliate marketing that I haven't done that I want to start doing. He said we should have success documents. So essentially, whenever a success document is just filled with affiliate links that are a successful document for whoever you're talking to. So as you're having conversations with people, with your listeners on your podcast, wherever it may be, have that success document ready. So if they click on one of the links in the document, you'll make a commission off of it.
I love that. That's really great. Almost like a resource page, but even a document that you can offer as a lead magnet, perhaps. Always, obviously, with affiliate marketing, disclose that relationship and look at the terms of service from those companies. For example, you cannot put an Amazon affiliate link in certain places sometimes. So, we'll go a little bit deeper into that a little bit later. Jay, how about you? You are obviously a very proficient podcaster as well. What are some maybe other ways that we might be able to monetize what we have available?
What I was going to share, our friend DJ from SPI Pro just shared in the chat himself, which is if you want to start getting your listeners accustomed to hearing ads in your show and also generate some original success stories when you haven't had sponsorship yet, because you have a little bit of a chicken and the egg, you can advertise for your own products or services on your show, and then you can see just how efficacious that podcast spot is, and you can share that with potential sponsors. But Esprit, just definitely want to double click on what you said about the value match, because you may not have enough listeners to show an e-commerce product that sells a $5 widget an ROI for broadcasting on your show or sponsoring your show. But if you can find a service provider where you can recommend their product or service that's hundreds of dollars, even thousands of dollars, that's a really good value match if you do have people listening to your show.
That's really great. Do your own commercials, says Honey. I love that. How about you, Matt? And then I'll move to a different topic after this, unless we have another question coming in.
DJ and then Jay kind of stole my thoughts. I'm glad that there's some really good patterns already exposing here. I think about it just as the business model. So whatever your kind of core model is at the start. So Pat, thinking back to the origin of SPI, that was affiliate marketing. And you think about stacking authentically, revenue streams, you're sort of starting to scale that business model, right? So whether that's finding an audio touch point right on your show for online courses like we have done in the past, or again, if your model maybe originated with affiliate relationships, using that as an exposure point, that's it's authentic, it's expansive and enriching to the relationships you already have. It's definitely value match in the way that Esprit's advocating as well. So see a lot of synergy of thought there.
I love that. One thing to also think about when it comes to any partnerships that you might have is to utilize your platform to invite those partners on. This is something we've been doing a lot more of, and especially if there is an affiliate tie-in, it could do very well. I think it was episode 275 of the Smart Passive Income podcast that brought in Nathan Barry. Nathan Barry, the founder of ConvertKit, one of our partners here for Audience Driven, a dear friend. I brought him on to not talk about how awesome ConvertKit was. It wasn't a commercial for ConvertKit. It was the story behind it. How did you bootstrap this company? What were the things you had to let go of in order for ConvertKit to grow to where it is today? And that story really got the audience to start to trust and learn and understand where ConvertKit was coming from and where it came from. And then that episode alone has accounted for over $50,000 in affiliate earnings since that episode many, many years ago. But it still continues to work in that way because of the power of a podcast and the platform and stories and all that kind of stuff. Honey says, what does Pat's pocket say? It says optimist. I'm always trying to keep the glass half full. Jay, do we have any other questions that have come in, or I can keep riffing on one more topic?
I think it's really important. The most important thing ever is care. Genuinely care about your partners. Yeah. And I don't say that lightly. I had a partner a few months ago, and I checked in. I'm like, are you sure you want to continue with the campaign? Because it wasn't going. And my partner was like, nope, we're really happy. We want to keep doing it. And then it allowed me the space to like be more innovative and think about like, how can I rework this? What's not working? What is working? I genuinely care about my partner's success. I'm not doing cash grabs. I'm doing like, I want this to be really beneficial for you.
And beneficial to the audience as well. This ties into Diana's question, which is, do you find that people are turned off by sponsored podcasts? It depends. People can be very turned off by them, and they can also thank you for them. We've gotten thanked for our sponsors, so that's great. You get paid and you're getting thank yous for recommendations. That's awesome. So I think it really depends on, again, how much you care about your audience. When you start to grow bigger, you'll get a lot of opportunities, and you'll have to learn how to say no to them. Not because you are raking in so much money, but because that is not in alignment with who it is that you are serving, right? So there's a lot of nuance to it as you begin to grow. But starting out, I love that as just kind of a ground basis for how do you know it's going to work? Just care, and eventually it'll happen. Andrew says, is anyone having success with video podcasting outside of YouTube using a podcast RSS feed? Esprit, do you have any experience with video podcasting there?
Well, you talked about this in a talk we did elsewhere, that you used to have an Apple video podcast. So I was excited for you to share that again.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd be happy to. So at one point, when you go to the podcast app, it was actually through iTunes back in the day, there was a link to get video podcasts. So these are actually not like a YouTube where people upload content there, but it's an RSS-based podcast, but video. And we launched SPI TV in 2013, and it became the #1 video podcast in the world at the time. And yet it paled in comparison to the numbers we were getting on audio. And this is why they got rid of video podcasts on Apple, because people didn't have the same kind of consuming behavior with video as they did with audio through Apple. So they got rid of that. It's kind of cool that I could say that now, but it's like still a couple thousand downloads per episode versus 100,000 downloads per episode. So I think that if you're going to do video and video podcasts, it's got to be on YouTube. I mean, why wouldn't it be? The algorithm's there to serve you. You'll get, I mean, that's the one thing we audio podcasters don't have, is we don't have that beautiful algorithm that can get in front of new people. People aren't using podcasts to search as much as they are using YouTube. So it would behoove you to use YouTube if you're going to do video for sure.
Hey, Pat, what do you think about doing a podcast either via Instagram Reel, Instagram Live, or TikTok? I know I don't consider those podcasts, but a lot of people explore those avenues today. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this is a great question to finish off before we head on to the next portion of our show. I think that for those platforms, especially the short form platforms, sharing micro clips or micro content, pieces of your larger whole, your larger podcast, like pull the best minute out or the most intense minute of your show and bring it out there so people will go, what? This is crazy. I got to listen to the whole thing. And this is how people are using those platforms really well in conjunction with, in concert with their audio show and or longer form video show. People are doing the same thing on YouTube with YouTube Shorts or even short form YouTube videos, 3 to 5 minute little clips. Joe Rogan, that's how I discovered his podcast. Was it not through listening to a 3-hour show initially, but it was through a little clip based on something I was searching where I found him and somebody else talking that got me really invested into then listening to the thing in whole. So I think sharing your work as you go, as we talked about in the beginning of this Q&A, working in public, using those platforms to do that can make it really interesting, give people a nice inside look at what's going on.
And tweet 100 everything that you post on Twitter. Had to shout out Jay's tweet 100.
It works. It works. Esprit, so great to have you here. Thanks for joining us live. Thanks for sharing so much wisdom in your video. For all you folks who are taking notes, we will send you the replays tomorrow. Don't worry, you'll be able to watch this video in full. But for now, everybody say thank you and goodbye, Esprit.
Bye, Esprit.
Thank you. Bye, Esprit.
Bye.
That was so fun.
And we will we'll keep the podcasting train going here with a talk from one of your friends, Pat, Shane Sams. This is an incredible talk here, talking about how to guest on other people's podcasts, which is an incredible way to market yourself, your show, and any work that you do. And he's about to give us some very good specific tactics for how to do so. So
my number one way for marketing yourself is to do what Shane is about to teach you. That's always, like, if you're like, Pat, what's the one way to do it? You're about to learn. So Tony, why don't you guide us? Where are we at now? Are we going immediately? Where are we going from here?
We're going straight in.
All right, let's do this.
All right, guys, this is Shane Sams.
Enjoy.
Hey, y'all, what's going on? My name is Shane Sams. I'm the host of the Flipped Lifestyle Podcast and the co-founder of flippedlifestyle.com. Many of you may know me from the Smart Passive Income Podcast. My wife, Jocelyn, and I were guests on the Smart Passive Income Podcast on episode 122, where Pat interviewed us and he let us share our story of how a couple school teachers from Southeast Kentucky found the SPI podcast, started and built and grew our own online business, replaced our income and quit our jobs and became self-employed, location-independent online entrepreneurs. We also had the great pleasure of speaking at Pat's conference, FlynnCon, a couple years ago, and I was the guest host on episode 500 of the Smart Passive Income Podcast, where I interviewed Pat himself about his online journey to celebrate that amazing milestone with him. And now I'm here with you at the Audience-Driven Summit to talk to you about growing an audience. Listen, everybody talks about growing a business. Everybody talks about how the money's in the list. Everybody talks about how the riches are in the niches. But guess what? If you don't have an audience, you don't have a list. And if you don't have a list, you don't even have a business. You have to have a pool of people coming into the top of your funnel if you're going to be successful in online entrepreneurship. And I'm here today to share the best audience building tool that we have ever discovered. Literally the audience building tactic that has built our entire business, has helped us make millions of dollars online, and is the foundation for creating a better future for our family. A couple years ago, my wife Jocelyn and I were doing some reflection. We were looking back at our entire online business journey, and we were really asking ourselves the question, what has been the most productive strategy for growing an audience? We felt like we had been chasing a lot of shiny objects, a lot of different rabbit holes, a lot of different squirrels, and we wanted to get back to basics and just say, hey, what has actually built our business? What has actually grown our list? What has actually created the audience that pays attention to us every single week? So we asked ourselves a question: how have all of our businesses grown? So we went back in time and we looked at our first business. It was a website called elementarylibrarian.com. My wife Jocelyn was an elementary librarian in her past life, and she created this resource where librarians could log into her website through a membership and download lesson plans. But she had to get her product, had to get her message, had to get in front of all the librarians out there, or nobody could buy the thing. So what did she do? She launched a podcast, and she started going on other people's podcasts who were talking about education, about schools. Those podcasts would get shared out there on Twitter, on Facebook, and other librarians would discover her, and then they would come and buy her products. My first online business was selling playbooks to football coaches. Same thing. I had to figure out, how am I going to get my playbooks in front of all these football coaches? So I did the same thing Jocelyn did. I started going out and reaching out and trying to be on other people's podcasts, be on podcasts about coaching football. The first one I was ever on was just a football coaching podcast for youth football coaches about how to run better defense, run better offense. People who heard me on that show were my first customers for my football playbooks. And then I go back to Flipped Lifestyle. That's what we do today. We help other family-focused entrepreneurs start, build, and grow membership sites online. But we've got to get our message in front of other people. So what did we do right out of the gate as soon as we launched Flipped Lifestyle? We started going on other people's podcasts. One of the first podcasts that we ever went on was the the Smart Passive Income podcast with Pat Flynn. Once we got in front of other people's podcast audiences, they started listening to our podcast. They became a part of our audience. They then joined our list, and they then joined our memberships. And as we started thinking about our online journey, we realized there is no better way to grow an audience than podcast guesting, going on to other people's shows. Maybe if you study real estate or something else, you've heard of OPM, other people's money. Well, this is OPA, other people's audiences. You've got hundreds, thousands of other podcasts that are out there right now that have already accumulated listeners, already built an audience. If you can go serve that host, if you can go serve their audience, then some of them will become a part of your audience. Your audience will grow, your list will grow, and your online business will grow too. And it's not just us. Like I just told you how we had grown every one of our businesses by going on to other people's shows, getting in front of other people's audiences, serving them well, and then building our own audience off the back of that. But the pros do it too. People like Pat Flynn, John Lee Dumas, Dean Graziosi, Amy Porterfield. If you look at any expert, any entrepreneur, any author out there right now, they are going out and they are doing podcast guesting to grow their audience. That list of people I just said, that's just people who've been on my podcast, The Shane Sam Show. Anybody you like, anybody you follow is out there growing their audience by getting on to other people's podcasts. But again, it's not just for the pros. You may think, well, Shane, you, Pat, Amy, other people, of course you're going to go on other people's shows. People are probably reaching out to you all the time to be on interviews. That's just not true. We are constantly pursuing opportunities to be on other people's shows. We are building reciprocity by sharing those shows on our social media, on our email list, and we are doing everything we can to get those guest appearances. We're not just waiting for people to come and ask us. And anyone can use podcast guesting. This is a great grassroots strategy. You know, my first year as a head football coach, I was 0-10. I had built a team over years up to about 8-2. We had never won a state championship or a national championship. So it wasn't like I was out there getting ESPN requests to be interviewed on other people's podcasts. No, I had to go out and ask 5, 10, 15, 20 people before that first guy, that first youth football coaching podcast said yes. But that one appearance was able to build an entire business around my idea for football playbooks. And every time I went on another show, it started building my audience bigger, started building my list bigger, and that let my business grow. Let's say that you just go on 10 other people's podcasts, and each one of those podcasts have maybe 1,000 listeners a month. That's 10,000 people that month that heard your message and mission. Imagine you're standing out in your front yard and 10,000 people showed up at your house. That's the power of podcasting. That's the scale at which this can grow as you start stacking these appearances on top of each other. Imagine if you just went on 2 extra podcasts a week over the next year. That's over 100 podcasts. What if each one of those podcasts has 500 to 1,000 people listening to it? You could get your message in front of 50 to 100,000 human beings in the next year in just a couple hours of hanging out with somebody else a week. When we were talking about this strategy and we realized that podcast guesting was the best way to grow an audience, we went all in. We decided to go all in and spend all of our time and energy on getting onto other people's shows. We stopped running Facebook ads. We stopped worrying about SEO. We stopped doing anything else. And we said, hey, let's just build relationships. Let's just make connections. Let's serve these people so well, they can't help but feel a little reciprocity back to us and have us on their show. So we sat down and we made a list of about 100 podcasts that we would love to be guests on. We created a template for emails that we could send out to them to make connection, to show them why they should have us on their show, and to show them how we were going to serve them after the fact. And we started reaching out. And to our surprise, so many people said yes. We thought maybe 5, 10, 15 of these people would have us on their show. But we were getting more yeses than nos because people are looking for great content. They're looking for great guests. And if you got a message that can serve their audience, they're probably going to have you on the podcast. Within a couple months, we saw some huge results to going all in on podcast guesting, including maybe the biggest opportunity that we ever found in our business. My goal was to get on 2 podcasts a week and just let them start stacking up over time. Just 2 or 3 months in, I went on a small show. Wasn't a huge audience, wasn't a megastar, but they had a good amount of reviews. They had a good amount of listenership, and they were really excited to have me on the podcast. So I went on there, told my story, gave some great value, told people about the membership model and how you can get 100 people to pay you $50 a month to make $60,000 a year, and how you can start building, growing online business, all based on memberships, and how you can do it with not a huge audience, how you can do it without a big list, and how you can make a great living for your family. Didn't Didn't think anything of it. They recorded the episode. They launched it out. My team took over and we started sharing things on social media. We sent it to our email list. Well, it just so happens there was a guy named Michael Pink, and he was listening to this other podcast. That was one of his favorite podcasts. Small show, maybe had some kind of connection with the guy, but he was just listening to the podcast. He liked my message. He liked what I was saying. He liked the things that were going on in there on that episode as I was a guest on this other person's podcast. So he looked me up. He went to my website. He joined my email list. That week, I just happened to be doing a webinar. He came to the webinar and he said, man, this is one of the best webinars I've ever seen. I love what this guy's selling. I love his concepts for making money online. I love the membership model. This is different than anything I'd ever heard. This is really, really cool. And then he goes on to talk to a buddy of his named Joe. Joe was starting a live event company. He was looking for speakers on the big stage. He was looking for products to sell in the back of the room. And he told Michael, hey, Michael, man, I'm looking for something different. We always sell real estate. We always sell stocks at these events, these seminars. Have you heard of anything different lately? And Michael said, yes. I was listening to this podcast the other day, and this guy was a guest. His name was Shane Sams. He does this thing called Flip Lifestyle. He helps people start membership sites based on what they know and what they like and what they already have experienced. And I think this make money online stuff could be something really cool that you could have on the big stage or even have in the back of your rooms and be selling maybe Shane's products at your seminars. So Joe reaches out to us. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, how did you hear about me? And he's like, yeah, my buddy heard about you on a podcast you were a guest on. I want you to fly down to Florida. I want us to work out a deal. I want to be a partner with you. You just never know who is listening to these shows. Turns out these guys had built an Inc. 500 company, one of the fastest growing real estate firms that's ever hit the Inc. 500. And they were working on this next venture. So long story short, we end up partnering with Joe. I end up speaking on a big stage in front of thousands of people. We fill up dozens and dozens of people into these workshops that we're running on the weekends. And that one podcast appearance, just putting my name out there, just putting my story out there, just connecting with somebody else who was podcasting out in the world led to an incredible partnership. In July of this year, we made over $300,000 in sales at just 2 of these seminars. And we're scheduled to do about 40 of these next year. So if you do the math, times 300,000 times 40, and all of a sudden podcast guesting has produced millions of dollars of opportunity in our business. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go out and the first podcast you're going to go on is going to create millions of dollars of opportunity. No, our plan is to measure what we can control. We know that we can control who we ask to be on their podcast. We know that we can control who we say yes to. We know that we can control how prolific we are in our podcast guesting. Maybe I want to do 2 a week. Maybe I want to do 5 a week. Maybe I want that to stack up over time. I'm just trying to put myself in the right place to be at the right place in the right time as many times as possible so opportunities like this can pan out. Consistently on these podcasts every single week, we see us getting dozens of emails from my guest appearances. Tons of our members have came from hearing about us on other people's shows. And if you can just get 1 or 2 of these major opportunities to emerge from podcast guesting, it could change your business and your family's future forever. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that podcast guesting is the best way we have ever found to grow our audience, expand our reach, and to make connections that make our business grow. So what I want to do for the rest of this training is I want to show you how to get on other people's podcasts. I want to show you how to use guesting to grow your online business. I want to show you how you can use guesting to grow your audience, grow your list, and grow your sales. All right, so let's talk about how you can get on some of these shows. I'm going to detail a 3-step overview of the process that we use to get us booked on to other people's podcasts, to get us in front of other people's audiences so that we can grow our own audience. I'm going to tell you straight up front, I cannot cover every single thing that we do inside of our procedure on this video. I'm going to give you a real high-level view. I'm going to give you the basics that you need to get started today. You could literally send your first email after this video today to try to get booked onto other people's shows. But we wanted to make sure that you had everything that you needed. We wanted to serve you well. So after this video, after the Q&A, if you want to go to flippedlifestyle.com/audience driven, that's FLIPPED lifestyle.com/audience driven. My wife Jocelyn and her team have prepared you a nuts and bolts breakdown of all of our procedures, complete with email templates, SOPs that you can use to implement our guesting process for you and your business. Or you can even do what we do. You can hand it over to a virtual assistant or somebody that works for you, and they can go out and they can get these balls rolling for you. While we sleep, we have a VA in the Philippines who goes out and asks dozens of people if we can be on their podcast, reaches out to dozens of people to see how we can can serve them. And we have all this running in the background, so we make sure we can hit our goals of being on at least 2 to 3 podcasts every single week. So all of that is available to you, flippedlifestyle.com/audience driven. That is totally free. We actually pulled that entire training, those entire processes out of all of our courses, and we're giving it to everybody here at Audience Driven Summit for free. So check that out, flippedlifestyle.com/audience driven. But I want to go over everything that you need to do right now to get started. Even if you don't go to that link, you'll be able to reach out and try to get on a few podcasts today. All right, step 1 is identify and source podcasts that you can and should be on. There's a lot of different places that you can go out to that you can get onto other people's podcasts. You can find podcasts that you could be on. There's some really simple strategies, and there's a couple cool tactics here that we've discovered as we've started developing out this process. I do want to stress one thing up front. The best possible way to get on other people's shows is to make a personal connection and maybe even meet them live. There's a lot of incredible podcast conferences out there. Conferences are coming back. Things like Podcast Movement, Podfest, even other conferences like FinCon, Social Media Marketing World, these places where dozens and dozens, if not hundreds and hundreds of podcasters hang out. I highly recommend that you find a way to get to some of these conferences. I try to never miss Podcast Movement. I try to go to any conferences I can, even virtual events that are full of podcasters, because if you can meet someone in person, if you can shake hands, if you can have a conversation, it's a lot easier to get on their show, and it's a lot easier to get them to come on your show and build that relationship so that you can support each other. So the number one source for podcasts is definitely at conferences, especially conferences that are attended by podcasters. All right, that being said, sometimes you can't get out, sometimes you can't travel, sometimes you can't get in front of other people. So the first thing you need to do is make a list of all the podcasts you want to be on. Now, these should be kind of divided up 80-20. 20% of these podcasts are probably ones that you're like, man, I don't know if I could ever get on that podcast. Maybe it's hosted by a shark from Shark Tank, or it's some kind of major dream podcast you'd love to be on. And about 80% of these are the smaller podcasts, the ones that are looking for guests, may not have access to the bigger guests, but still have a substantial audience, and it could really help you and them. You, because you're going to get more people listening to you. You're going to find new audiences to get in front of them because they're going to get great content by interviewing you. So the first thing we did when we started this process is we just went to Apple Podcasts and we looked at our category. Our category is entrepreneurship, and we just wrote down the top 100 podcasts in the entrepreneurship category. But that wasn't where we stopped. We also looked at adjacent audiences. Our particular brand has a couple adjacent audiences. My wife Jocelyn and I are people of faith. So faith-based and Christian podcasts, that was another 100 podcasts we could reach out to. Our brand is also really focused on work-life balance, family time, parenting, and marriage. So we looked in the family category as well. And all of a sudden now we have 300 podcasts that we can reach out to where the audience that's listening to them would be similar to our audience, or maybe even want to become a part of our audience. You don't want to reach out to and just go on any old podcast. If you've got a brand that's all about country music, you might not want to go on the hip hop channel, and vice versa. If you got a podcast about outer space, you might not want to go on a podcast about digging in the ground right here on Earth or something. I don't know, underwater exploration. I don't know what you're talking about. You want to make sure you're going on aligned podcasts. You want to make sure your avatar is listening to these other shows. It doesn't have to be a perfect match, but it needs to be in the ballpark. Be super strategic about the avatar. Think about who is listening to this podcast. One time I had the opportunity it's crazy. One of the opportunities that we found through this process is I got to be on a radio show. We started reaching out to people, and someone heard me on another podcast. They were the host of a big radio show, and they wanted me to come on their show. Now, this radio show is called Coast to Coast AM. For those of you who know Coast to Coast, I'm a big Coast to Coast fan. Used to listen to it when I was a kid all the time. But the content that is usually on Coast to Coast AM late at night is all about aliens and Bigfoot and all these other things, like just these topics that are just out there that are fun to talk about and fun to listen to and fun to think about, but not exactly family-focused online entrepreneurship, right? Like that's not what it was. But you know what? We were stirring the pot, and we got out there and we got in front of these people. We got all kinds of hate mail. People are like, talk about UFOs, talk about aliens. He's talking about making money online. What is this, a commercial? All this other stuff. That was not an adjacent audience. Now, we found some great members there. The audience was so massive. It was like 1 million people an hour were listening to this show or something crazy. Like, of course, we found some good members there. But I do not recommend, I would not go on an alien and UFO podcast anymore because I don't think that my audience, that's an adjacent audience to what I'm doing. So make sure the avatar is who you want to target. So that you're not going in front of people and wasting your time or the time of the host. All right. So once you've went to live events, once you've went through Apple Podcasts, Spotify directories, there are also a lot of online podcast directories. There are places online, Facebook groups, actual websites where you can go, and people who are podcast hosts are there looking for podcast guests. At the time of this recording, one that we've been using a lot lately is called Podmatch. There's also an awesome website called Guestio, where you can go find guests for your show. You can actually pay to play there, and you can hire people to come on your podcast, or you can put your own profile on there. You can try to get on other people's. These are always changing in and out all the time, but look up podcast directories in Google. Look up podcast hosts looking for guests and things like Facebook, so you can find Facebook groups you can join. Join as many podcast directories and podcast Facebook groups as you can, so that you can get in with the people who are looking for guests. And when they say, hey, I'm looking for a guest, you can say, hey, that's me. There's another cool little hack, another cool little trick that we figured out to find podcasts that we can be on. If you go to your podcast, or you go to Pat Flynn's podcast, or you go to my podcast, there's a little section at the bottom of all these shows that say people also listen to. Other podcasts that whoever listens to this podcast listen to as well. So if you go to the Flip Lifestyle podcast, down at the bottom, it'll show you 20, 30 other podcasts that people who listen to my podcast also listen to. Those are great targets. People who listen to your podcast or listen to similar podcasts to you, those are great targets for you to reach out for. So go find a podcast that one of these podcasts that you want to be on, click on it, and look at what other people are listening to who also listen to that show. And you'll have an endless field of podcasts you can reach out to be on their podcast. Now, again, I want to stress, the more connections you can make with people online through Facebook, on Twitter, in real life, the better your chances are going to be of getting on the show. Use the tools like Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram and Facebook. Follow these people, engage with these people online, share their posts, like their stuff, retweet them, do whatever it takes to get on their radar, so that when you reach out to them and ask them if you can serve their audience, if you can be on their show, you got a better chance of them saying yes. Again, this is all detailed in our procedures over at fliplifestyle.com/audience driven. All right. Step 1 was identify and source the podcast. Step 2 is get your outreach emails ready. This is where you got to get a little courage, people. This is where you got to wake up. This is where you got to stop being shy. If you don't ask, you don't get, and you got to reach out to some of these people, and you got to say, hey, this is who I am. This is why I want to be on your show, why I want to serve your audience, why I want to serve you. And I think I can really bring a lot of value to you. Can I be on your podcast? You've got to get over the fear. Listen, if 100 people say no and 100 people say yes, you got to be on 100 people's podcasts. Forget them people that say no. People say no to us all the time. I don't care. I'm going to keep asking, and I'm going to go get on these shows because I know that I can serve their audience. I know I can bring great value. I know we can have reciprocity, and I know we can help each other. And if they don't see that, that's on them. So get over yourself. Stop being afraid. You will be shocked at who says yes to you. So what I want to do here is I want to give you kind of an outline for your email, for your outreach email, so that you can use this as kind of a template. Again, we've got examples in this over at fliplifestyle.com/audience driven. But in this part of the training, I want to actually go through what the email looks like so that you can see it and you can go ahead and write one. You can start sending these out tonight as soon as you get done with this video. All right. When you send your message, whether it's on Facebook, over Twitter, or on email, maybe you go fill out their contact form. Maybe they have an application to apply to be on their podcast. A lot of people have that. This is how you should write it. All right. The first line should be any connection point that you may have. Maybe you listen to their podcast. Maybe you've tweeted them and retweeted them. Maybe you know a friend. Maybe you find out, go look at their Facebook friends and hit mutual friends. Maybe you've got a mutual Facebook contact. Maybe you've met them at one of these live events. Is there any kind of connection you can call out right away? If there is, start your email with that so that you can immediately build that rapport and say, hey, well, this is a friend of a friend. Maybe I should go ahead and listen to what they're doing. The next thing you should do is ask them if you can be on the show. Say, hey, I was wondering, are you looking for guests? I would love to come and serve your audience. I would love to serve you. I'd love to help you create some content. I'd love to be on your show. Then tell them what you can talk about. Tell them the value that you can bring. Maybe say something like, hey, we could talk about any of these topics, and then list 3 or 4 bullets that are aligned with the content they produce. You're going to have to do a little research here. Go listen to one of their episodes, see what kind of content they create. Read their description so you know what to say here, and let them know you can bring some valuable content onto their show. Next, you've got to earn the right You've got to earn the right to be on the podcast. Listen, this is all about them. We want to serve their audience. We want to make the host look good. We want to bring value to their content, but you got to brag about yourself a little bit. You got to tell them why it's valuable to them to have you on the podcast. If you've already done a few guest appearances, or if you've got some media appearances, go ahead and list 2 or 3 of those right here. Any podcast I send out, I always talk about the 3 biggest podcasts I've ever been on. And hey, maybe yours at the beginning are going to be 3 smaller podcasts. That's fine. Every time you get a bigger one, you just replace those and you start saying, hey, I'm one of these things. I've been on these shows. I've done this. Just having some experience here, get on 1 or 2 shows and put them in there. That gives them a link to click. That lets them see you've been a guest. That lets them listen to you. And that gives you a great chance of being on the show. Also, tell them how you can help them. Do you have a big Facebook following? Do you have an email list? Do you have a great Twitter account? Do you know a couple great connections that have been on their podcast in the past? How can you support them? We always tell people we will share this on every social media network. We will make a blog post for this on our website to give you a backlink, and we email our list. What I just told you just then are magic words. We email our list. Every time you go on a guest appearance, you should tell your audience about it, because it's not just that we want to siphon people off of their audience. We want to share our audience with them too. If this is a podcast that you see alignment, if this is a podcast host that you want to make a connection with, then you should be happy to introduce them to your audience, just like you're asking them to introduce you to theirs. Finally, ask them how to book. Do we need to fill out a form? Is there a booking calendar? Let me know. I would love to be on your show if you got any time. Then you say thanks and you sign off, and you finish with this PS. This is important. You say to them, I'd love to have you on my show too. Ask them to be on your podcast if you have one. If you don't have one, start one. We used to only have the Flip Lifestyle podcast. When we decided to go all in on guesting as a growth strategy for our audience, I launched a new podcast called The Shane Sam Show. It exists specifically to feature and highlight people that I want to connect with. I like to have people on my show first just to build that reciprocity for later. They get a huge benefit out of it. We get to spend time together. I get to introduce them to my people. I love introducing great people to my audience, and it builds up that friendship so that they can ask me as well. That's exactly how I've gotten on a ton of podcasts lately. I reached out to Nick Loper from the Side Hustle Show, invited him in on my show. We made a great connection. Then he had me on his show twice. I had Pat Flynn on my show. That re-engaged our connection, and it's probably what led to the opportunity for me to be able to even host the episode 500 of the Smart Passive Income podcast. And person after person, as I have had them on my show, as they have seen me share it on social, send it to my email list, they've turned right back around and they've offered to put me in front of their audience as well. Again, this builds over time. Start small and work your way up, and you'll be shocked at how fast you actually climb the ladder as a podcast guest. All right, so step 1, identify and source podcasts. Step 2, get your outreach email ready. Just follow that outline that I gave you for your first ones. We got samples for that over on the site. And finally, be a great guest. Step 3 is be a great guest when you are on the podcast. Remember, it's not about you. Go on to the show to make the host look great. You want them to love that episode. You want them to want to share that episode. Walk in with some humbleness and some humility, man. Someone is allowing you to go in front of their audience. That's incredible. Tell stories. Be entertaining. You don't got to prove everything that you know in a 45-minute interview. Have fun with it. Talk about your failures. Talk about your successes. But whatever you do, talk about it in a great story. Be entertaining. Have fun. Have high energy. Don't be in a hurry, and definitely don't be late. Be on time, relax, and have fun. If you do that, they're going to want to share that episode with their audience every single time. Answer their questions. Don't try to spin things back to your opt-in every single minute, man. You don't have to do that. If someone asks you a question like, tell me about your biggest failure, don't turn it around into your biggest success. Like, tell them about your biggest failure. Tell them where you fell on your face. Tell them what they want to know. That's their show. Honor and respect the railroad tracks that they set up for you. And again, serve them. Serve them well. Don't just go on a show and leave and never talk to that person again. Stay in contact with them. Make sure you share it on every social media network that you have, and make sure you email your list. The more you serve, the bigger your audience will grow. One more quick tip here. At the end of any guest appearance you go on, ask the host, say, hey, have you been on any great shows lately that's looking for guests? Do you have any friends in the podcast world you could connect me with? I'd love to go out and be on some other shows. Most people will connect you with somebody else, and that will string you into the next guest appearance for your podcast. All right, so a quick summary here. The best thing we have ever found to grow our audience is podcast guesting, building reciprocity through serving other people so that they will want to serve and give that reciprocity back to you. There are hundreds, thousands of podcasts out there waiting, looking for you to be their guest. And if you can get on those shows, your audience is going to grow. All you have to do is identify and source the podcast that you want to be on, craft a great reach out message and send it to the podcast host via social media, email, or any way that you can get in contact with them. The best way is to do it live. And when you get on shows, be a great guest. My wife Jocelyn and I were great guests for Pat Flynn. Guess what Pat Flynn did? He reached out and he said, hey, Michael Stelzner, you should have this guy on your podcast. Hey, so-and-so, you should have this person on your podcast. And he recommended me to other people. If you get out there and do the same, I know that podcast guesting will grow your audience. You don't need any money to do it. It's not like Facebook ads where you're shooting into the wind with no data. It's you. It's another human being. They put you in front of their audience. Your audience grows too. All right, guys, that's all the time I have for now. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to hit me up over on Twitter at Shane_. Sams. That's at SHANE_Sams. I know for audience driven, there's also going to be a Q&A. Cannot wait to answer your questions live for the summit. But if you can't make the Q&A or if you don't get to do that, hit me up on Twitter at Shane_Sams. And also don't forget, head over to flippedlifestyle.com/audience driven. That's FLIPPED lifestyle.com/audience driven. My wife Jocelyn has put our entire procedure there for you. It's totally free. It's completely open. You can go check that out right now. Thank you so much for tuning in to my talk today at the Audience Driven Summit. Until I see you again, get out there, be consistent, be prolific, be relentless, take action, and do whatever it takes to flip your life. I'll see you soon.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Shane Sams.
That is
wow.
so
good. Oh my goodness. I feel like I know we don't have time for a break, but I just feel like we all just need to all right. I'm filled with so much energy. I feel like a lot of people are getting pumped in the chat. Thank you, all of you, for all of your supportive messages in the chat. That's just been so terrific. And thanks to Shane. Shane will be joining us in the Q&A this afternoon alongside a couple of other speakers. We've got Roberto Blake coming up next, and then we've got Kenya Kelly and Monica Louie, and then we will get to our Q&A to wrap us up right around the 5 o'clock Eastern hour. We are running a few minutes behind, so we may run a little past 5 o'clock Eastern. And apologies if we had the schedule off. We had to do a little bit of last-minute rearranging, so some folks might have been expecting Shane later, but you will be able to ask him questions. And as we've been saying, all the replays will be available after the event is over. So just make sure you're registered at audience-driven.co. All right, let's get straight to the next video. We got Roberto Blake, who is just so amazing, being interviewed by Pat Flynn. Mindy, you ready to fire it up?
Yes. Am I pushing the button?
I believe you are.
All right, here we go.
Roberto, welcome to Audience Driven. Thanks for spending a good half hour with us today. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me, Pat. It's always a pleasure.
So this is going to be great because I know that you've been on YouTube for quite a while, and YouTube has definitely changed over time. And a lot of what's working now is different than what worked when we first started out. But yes, I want to ask you, or first of all, I just want to congratulate you because I know that you've recently did something for the first time as a result of, it's actually a huge milestone for you as a result of the work that you've done building your channel. So why don't you just share with us, what is this big milestone of yours?
I'm now a homeowner, Pat, and I'm a homeowner for the first time. And ultimately, I think I can comfortably say that I finally have achieved the culmination of the American dream. I am a small business owner. I'm in control of my own destiny. I have significant savings and investment, and now I have home ownership and home equity. And You know, isn't that the American dream, to just know that blessed is the child that has its own?
Dude, congratulations to you. You definitely deserve it. And I know that you came from not a tough time at the start, but it wasn't always easy, right? So why don't we go back really quick to when you first started and tell us what YouTube was like back then, and what were you just trying to do?
Well, Pat, back in my day, back in the olden times of YouTube, you have to remember that I've actually been on YouTube in one form or another from the very, very beginning. The variation of like when I started the main channel that I have today, I signed up for that account in 2009. I didn't really do anything with it much until 2013. You can actually still see my old first videos. I think it was this camera here, the Sony HD Webby, one of the first flippy screen cameras. And I'm still a Sony shooter to this day with much more expensive cameras. But yeah, it's like, this is like a $275 like Bobo webcam from back in the day. This is the kind of thing, it looks like a toy. This is what we had back then. And this was all the rage. This was amazing back then. But that's what you could do and be an internet content creator. This is before the age of smartphones, believe it or not. And what would happen is in 2013, I would start making tutorial content, serious content. This is back when search drove the platform.
Right.
And so I was able in that first year of doing it seriously, uploading every week with those tutorials, to get to about 10,000 subscribers in about 11 months, which is to this day, people, that's like considered fast. I had no idea what growth on YouTube was or was fast. It was exciting, but I wasn't that concerned about it. You also have to remember, I was a full-time freelancer, Pat. Much like you, I was in a situation where I left my job as a graphic designer. You were an architect. Unlike you, my situation was fire me or I quit. So the thing is, I was a full-time freelancer. I didn't make real money on YouTube for several years. In fact, in ad revenue, I wasn't making good money at all for like the first 3 years that I was doing this seriously. My money was coming from freelancing, and the real money I made, when I made any money on YouTube, is because I learned from this guy who had this podcast and this blog. I learned about this thing called affiliate marketing. And I said, I've created value at companies and businesses I worked at, and they weren't offering me like some of these tremendous commissions and bonus opportunities. Closest was when I was in the mall. You got like 10 or 20 buck bonuses for getting people to sign up for credit cards. So I was like, oh, I was really good at that. I bet you I'm good at this. And I used my knowledge of affiliate marketing, and I started making a good $1,000 to $1,200 a month. I lived in North Carolina, Pat. At that time, my affiliate marketing with Amazon was literally paying my rent. And YouTube was not.
Right.
And so between freelancing full time and doing that and learning about passive income from you, thank you again for changing my life. I eventually was able to get to a point where in, I think, February of 2015, I had 20,000 subscribers. By the end of 2015, I'd have 75,000 subscribers. And the difference, Pat, was back then, I was able to just go from making one video a week to making 5 to 7 videos a week about whatever I wanted. Whether it was a tutorial or not. It would have probably been better if I'd focused on tutorials. And that's how I grew so much more quickly. And it turns out that by 2016, spring of 2016, I had 100,000 subscribers. I had figured out how to grow in that 3-year span on YouTube by spending 2 years refining more or less one or two styles of content. I had recorded video tutorials that were much more faceless type content. And then I had talking head videos that were giving freelancers, video editors, graphic designers, photographers advice. And then I moved into doing multi-video a week content for a year, where I was adding to that reviews of my budget camera gear, breakdowns of my budget, like laptop and similar laptops you could buy, and putting together things like that. And once a week, I would kind of update people on well, here's something I'm doing that's working for me on YouTube, not from a growth standpoint, but things you need to know, like lighting or the audio or the video editing software, and things like that. And so, as you know, now I have after many years, I have over 500,000 subscribers.
Half a million people. That's awesome.
500,000 people. And I went from $3,000 a month to making $30,000 a month. And so it's been a wild ride. It's been a decade of discipline. And that was my journey to audience growth. Was I adapted with the times, Pat. I didn't stick to what worked for me in 2016. And that's why to this day, I still keep growing.
Well, as I often say, what got you here won't get you there. And you had mentioned, you had even stressed that back in the day, YouTube was very search heavy, right?
Yes.
This is where likely a lot of the tutorials came into play and where people discovered you.
Yes.
But fast forward to today, what does YouTube want and how has it changed? What kinds of content do we create on YouTube to grow now?
Now, Pat, it's really, even the thesis of search was about serving your audience back then. But YouTube was a search engine back then. It wasn't really a household name in the same way it is today. And back then, it wasn't purely an entertainment platform. It was a much more balanced platform back then. Now it's infinitely diverse in the types of content, but that type of content still is mostly 90% entertainment based at this point and less so education based, which is why search is only 10% of the overall traffic on the platform. So the answer to your question is you have to make content that a specific type of viewer, a specific type of person, a specific psychology of person will be excited about and delighted to click on and will watch for as long as possible. You have to make what people want to watch, which is very difficult because when you're making stuff from an authentic place as a creative person, it's a struggle. The biggest struggle on YouTube is accepting this one thing in humility. It's having the humility to accept what you want to make is not always going to be what somebody wants to watch.
Yeah, you know, the interesting difference that I found with YouTube is the fact that, well, when I came on it, which was at the same time that you did in 2009, where we both didn't really take it seriously. And then you did, and then you just kind of went crazy with it. And then I kind of went down the podcasting route. And then here we are sort of converging. Now you have a podcast and a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel and a podcast, which is really interesting. But when I started, it was all about feeding videos to your subscribers, right? And the subscriber count was everything, right? It's still important and it's a metric, but at least as far as I'm concerned, for my channel, I know several other channels as well, most people who view our videos are not our subscribers.
That ended at the end of roughly 2015 because they changed the YouTube homepage and they changed fundamentally their thesis with regard to audience development back then. And they were in the process of that because the platform back then was too easy to exploit. So they were forced to adapt as well. Now, you don't have to be subscribed to a channel to get those videos. It's all user psychology and user behavior and anticipating what an audience wants now.
Right. So the more that you can understand how to tell a great story for a particular group of people, or, I mean, this is why when people ask me about YouTube and they, you know, spend the first minute of their video welcoming back people, I'm like, you're not thinking about who's actually watching your video. You want to treat your videos as if it's a person who's viewing you for the first time, and how quickly can they understand what you're about and what you have to offer them. How about quality wise? Has quality become more important on YouTube as well? Is there a higher standard of quality and, you know, from 1080p to 4K?
Depends on your niche. It depends on your niche because it depends entirely on your audience. People obsess over quality. Most YouTube experts and big YouTubers will tell you quality over quantity, but they're conflating the difference between value and quality. And then a lot of them don't respect that quantity could be interpreted as consistency. And a lot of them want to make this big, larger than life video, and they'll ghost their audience for 1 to 3 months to do it. And that's not the best thing for a relationship, but they're forgiven because they're unicorns in some other regards. So maybe they don't have to be as consistent, but generally speaking, relationships, as you well know, are built around consistency and reliability. You can be forgiven not making the highest produced quality extravaganza in terms of editing, pacing, excitement, visuals, all the bells and whistles. You can be forgiven that if you're just consistent. So there's a balance there. But none of it matters if the filter is value, because we cannot watch a video, no matter how well made it is or how much of it there is, that is not valuable or interesting or necessary or enticing or curious to us. It'd be like saying, hey, I made the best strawberry shortcake in the world. if you're allergic to strawberries, it's irrelevant. Like, okay, it doesn't matter to me that you made the best quality strawberry shortcake that's ever been made. I'm allergic. I'm not going to die today. Like, okay. Oh, I made so many strawberry shortcakes. Why don't you eat some? I'm allergic to strawberries. You lost me. It has no value to me. You see what I'm saying? I use that as an extreme real world example of no matter how well made something is or how much of it is made, value is the filter. If it does not have intrinsic value to you, or if it turns you off, it's not meaningful to you. And that's okay, because it could be meaningful to somebody else. And you have to recognize, how many people could this thing possibly be meaningful to?
Right. And then what's beautiful about this is when we find out the value that we're offering, YouTube can kind of sense what that value is and understand who to serve it to based on previous histories and things like that. This is what I love about YouTube that podcasting doesn't have. The ability to, if you create a great piece of content, and of course you get the thumbnail and the title right? Because if nobody clicks on it, nobody's going to watch it.
Exactly.
Packaging, perfect word for that. And then of course, they understand the metrics of watch time being a vote for, okay, this is holding interest.
Watch time is what determines quality. Click-through rate determines value, because then click-through to views are value. I value something, therefore I give it my view. Now, what's my experience? Quality is the experience someone has. That's quantified through the watch time.
Oh, I love that. I love that framing. And when you do that, YouTube will reward you. This is why when you have a really good video, you'll see what we call pop, right? In the metrics, it's like, boom, there's a spike, and it's YouTube is like, oh, we're going to try your video with these people. We're going to try your video with these people. And that, I actually love that. I was not a fan of the fact that my subscribers don't even see my videos sometimes. Yeah. But there's so much more upside with being able to discover more. And it's the relationship that keeps people coming back, like you said.
Exactly. So, and there's new adoption. And the thing is, even your old subscribers, they may not click a video even if they get it, for all we know, because maybe you've already served them so well that they've graduated, right? So that's something to consider. Or maybe they've moved out of the niche or genre. They've moved on to a different point in life where they have a family. Maybe they don't have the same disposable watch time they used to have, so they can't watch as many videos anymore. So there's nothing wrong with that. And so relationships might have a shelf life. The longer you're on YouTube, the more churn you have of active audience. That's why measuring active subscribers is meaningless, and YouTube doesn't even do it anymore, because it's ultimately meaningless, because it ignores the truth about human relationships, longevity, shelf life, churn, and people outgrowing each other, or outgrowing a niche or a hobby or a thing that they liked, or moving to a different phase in life. So punishing or rewarding a creator exclusively based on their previous subscribership is meaningless in YouTube's eyes. So that's why it's a vanity metric that has been deprecated and devalued over time. The part that quantity matters, or quantity or consistency, is new opportunities to communicate that value and then create a good experience. And the thing is, if you did create a good experience, someone might want a deeper relationship with you. How deep can they go? Your inventory, your quantity is meaningful for that reason. And then the more they watch of you versus everything else they could be watching, YouTube is refining their taste and then refining how much of a preference they have for you compared to all the other people they're dividing their time with.
Yeah, where we start to understand how this works is from a content consumer on YouTube. You start to see certain people get fed to you more than others, although you might be just subscribed to more people. So it's interesting to be on the other end as a creator and remember that that's happening to others too, depending on how they interact with you and engagement and all that stuff. If somebody's building a following on YouTube, do you recommend they also build a following elsewhere? I often hear you describe that you should be on multiple platforms. This is debatable in different ways, but I'd love to hear more definitely what your stance is and why.
My thesis is this, Pat, is that if you're going to create anything, then your obligation is that creation needs to be shared with the world, and it needs to be creating value wherever it can. And I like the idea of remembering how old YouTube was. Old YouTube, a lot of it was copyright infringement, and it was the bootlegging of music videos, television shows, and films. That content was never made for YouTube or a YouTube audience. It was made for people, which means that it was platform agnostic to begin with, because you could consume it anywhere. and it would still be meaningful and a good experience. And I believe that if you're making content, whether it be for YouTube or anything, I think you should start immediately with the person you are making the content for. And shouldn't they be able to have that same experience and that same value, regardless of where or how they choose to consume your content? Shouldn't your content, if it's built to last, be something that your old inventory might have some value and be licensed on another platform that hasn't been invented yet? Who knows? You know, your YouTube content, who knows? Like, with video podcast, like, who's to say that like you won't have the opportunity to do video podcasting in perpetuity on Spotify? Or what if Spotify competes with Twitch and goes into live streaming and everything like that? Why would you set up your formats and your longevity in such a way to where it's only valuable to a YouTube audience when you're denying other people who may not choose to consume there an opportunity to consume on their terms, have access to you, your brand? People are worried about diluting their YouTube audience. What about your own brand? Why is the loyalty to the platform? Why is not the loyalty to the audience? The audience exists beyond the platform.
My argument, and thank you for this, because that's definitely a stance that I can get behind.
Yeah.
Because it's of service to your audience to do so.
Yeah.
My stance is, and this is perhaps where this is coming from, is that we often divide our energy across so many platforms that we actually fully never show up anywhere.
That's fair. But so my answer to that is, what part of your journey are you in? If you're at the beginning of your journey, you might prioritize a content platform. But I would say then what you should do is you should have a content platform and then a communication platform. You should be on YouTube and Instagram, or YouTube and Twitter, or YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And the reason why, YouTube does not have a DMs function for your audience for you to be able to build one-to-one relationships with them or with brands. The other thing is you need a communication platform as a backup in case something happens to your YouTube channel. Yes, you should be building an email list, but the majority of your audience, and even in a public facing way to be able to make a statement when you need to, will exist likely in overlaps on Instagram and or Twitter because of the sheer number of people who use those platforms globally. So I believe in that. So there's not that much energy beyond the energy that takes to make a YouTube video to be present in either Instagram or Twitter as micro content platforms where you might just need to be able to send a message either in DMs or publicly communicate to your audience or go live in a way that you're not punished for in the YouTube algorithm for a piece of content that's not meant to be longevity based content where you just need to talk to your people. So if you consider that, then that's where your multi-platform kind of starts if you're in the beginning of your journey, because it's practical and it's not a massive division of your overall energy. And it's also about protecting yourself from things that may be beyond your control. And it's about access to the audience. The email list is ownership of the relationship, but not everyone will opt into that relationship. So it might be less of a barrier to access to be public facing with them because that's what they're used to.
I love that. I think that for me, you know, you had mentioned the content platform, especially for people starting out, pick one, right? It would make sense to pick one versus try to do a blog full-time, a podcast full-time, a YouTube channel full-time, and go live stream full-time.
Yes.
Right. We agree in that?
Yes.
Okay. You said content platform and communication platform. I like to think of it as a content platform plus a connection platform, a place to actually have a real true connection. You had mentioned DMs. If only we could send a direct message to people on YouTube. That would be an incredible feature that would allow us to deeper connect.
They had it back in the
did they really?
in the day. They deprecated it because unfortunately it was abused.
Bad apples. Yeah, bad apples for sure.
Most of YouTube's systems that get canceled or deprecated are due to a minimal amount of the aggregate users using it, and then a high percentage of the few that are using it, then it be a high enough percentage being abuse.
So that then begs the question, what do you think about their new thing, Shorts? How do you feel about YouTube Shorts? Worth the time, or is it going to be one of those things that sort of go away later, you think?
I don't think it'll go away because TikTok just surpassed YouTube in overall watch time. YouTube surpassed television. So short form consumption scales better.
Yep.
Shorts answers a problem that the YouTube community had with the prevalence of needing high levels of watch time to be relevant, and not everybody being, especially as new creators, amenable to it. It's faster for small creators to grow. And it offers a new diversity of experience in the platform. And I think that they're still just getting started with it. And based on the audio licensing deals TikTok was able to pull off to help ease the burden of copyright and allow more creativity, that might help on the YouTube side with that as well, pending any negotiations that I, of course, would not be privy to. So
are you
I
on
think
Shorts? Are you creating Shorts?
I have a future plan for Shorts. They haven't worked on our main channel. My main channel has not worked. So what me and my team are looking at now is we've come up with a concept for a Shorts channel, because we're going to duplicate that content across TikTok, Instagram Reels, and Shorts. We're going to see how it performs in short form across.
Oh, interesting. That'll be a good experiment, actually.
Yeah.
So how that works.
So we're going to do, our plan is right now I have 60 of them should be edited and ready by the end of October. So we'll probably start to launch it at some point this month or at the end of the month. And then we'll have 100 before the end of the year. They're ready and raring to go. And so we're going to roll out these 100, probably one a day or in sequence across these platforms. We'll see what makes sense. And then if we need to do more a day to test some experiments, we might do that a week at a time, collect some data, but we'll have 100 pieces of content to do true testing and to try to scale some other platforms. We think it'll actually do really well in growing my Instagram numbers with Reels. We'll see how this YouTube Shorts channel, because we want to do it on a Shorts channel, because we've conditioned my audience behavior so much in favor of longer and longer and longer content that we don't believe. Yeah, we don't believe, and we believe my inventory with over 1,000 videos, almost 1,500 videos, is just too deep algorithmically to make short form Shorts work on there. It has worked for some other people. It's worked for people like my friends Chris Do and Devin Stone from Legal Eagle. Chris Do from The Future, great channel.
Amazing channel.
Yep, you've met Chris before, and then Devin Stone, Legal Eagle, good friend of ours. So there's their channels, I believe, in some ways have higher overall affinity for them as personalities. And I think that personality driven channels lend themselves more to, it doesn't matter what they make per se, or as long as it fits close enough. We will do a few Shorts on my channel, but only where we think they fit, where the short is the justification of the thing, meaning I'm explaining YouTube monetization in 60 seconds or less, explaining the YouTube algorithm in 60 seconds or less, Mr. Beast YouTube strategy in 60 seconds or less. There's things that we think we can experiment with, but if it doesn't work after a certain point, we're going to abandon that for the main channel and then focus the Shorts on a dedicated Shorts channel and in just duplicating to these other platforms. Because again, my other thesis of using multiple platforms is, if it's duplication and you can either have a virtual assistant, like our good friend Chris Ducker's book, Virtual Freedom.
Yep. +1 for that, for sure.
Yep, absolutely. If you can outsource something like that to a team member, well, all of a sudden your energy is protected and you're actually getting more out of your energy, because now, if it makes sense, this content is literally being mirrored to other platforms and you're expanding your brand reach. It's not about taking a view away from YouTube. You don't know that viewer would watch something like that on YouTube, but they might watch it somewhere else.
Sure. Final question as we're wrapping up here. This has been a great, deep discussion on this, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Imagine you are on all those platforms, TikTok, Instagram Reels, and Shorts for the 60-second videos. What is the goal? Is it just to build each of those audiences there? Are we bringing them all to a central place? What's happening there?
The goal is to reach people, deliver value for them, and build trust. The content creates a potential traffic source. That's great. The content itself, because you showed up, the platforms are giving you traffic. If the content is good, you build trust with the audience. If you have trust with the audience, if at any point you make an offer, there is a transaction to be had. Now, there could be a transaction in terms of the audience growth, follow, subscribe, whatever it is. That could be the transaction, because it's now scaling your brand and now you're more valuable to brand partners for sponsored content. Or it could be that that is a credibility or authority play for something else, whether it's public speaking or what have you, or a qualifier to get monetization in the platform if the platform directly monetizes, like TikTok and YouTube or certain other platforms with their creator funds. So that's fine. So again, the engagement can be the transaction, or you could choose to make an offering to your audience. And if you've built enough trust, as you know, serve first. If you've built the trust, the transaction follows on a long enough timeline. And if you continue to provide value, then the lifetime value increases exponentially with scale. Being in these platforms is an opportunity to meet people where they are, Pat. So that's the goal here, is traffic, trust, transaction. What I call the money triangle is traffic, trust, and transaction. And so when you have traffic, when you have access, now you have an opportunity. Now you need to deliver value. Value builds trust, and enough value is leverage for an exchange of value. So it means I've given you value. The opportunity to now have an exchange exists. An exchange is called a transaction.
Man, mic drop right there, my friend. Thank you so much for coming to Audience Driven and being here and supporting us. And I hope this helps everybody out there. Any last piece of wisdom from your end, Mr. New Homeowner, for everybody watching?
I would say that as much as we love audience growth, I think that in order to grow an audience, you have to be willing to put an audience first. If you asked me, which you didn't, if you asked me, well, what holds people back? What is the reason people are not successful? I would tell you, Pat, that goes back to what I said earlier. What you want to make is not always what somebody wants to watch. And that's okay, as long as you're not forcing your expectations on them and projecting. When you put the audience first and you serve them and you think about, what do you want? What do you need? And do I understand you enough to deliver on that? And then can I deliver on that to the best of my ability? And can I do it for you as consistently as you would like, or more consistently than anyone else has? And am I being more present than anyone else has? Or am I doing it differently? Or am I doing it better? Or am I the first to ever serve your needs? You can be first, you can be different, or you can be the best, or you can be all three. And if you do any of that, then the sky's the limit on your potential for success. But it's going to come down to the audience demand. Nothing happens without that. So you have to serve the needs of others in order to accomplish your goal. And so you need to tie it to those metrics. And the way that we do that when it comes to YouTube audience growth is we have to know what our people, we have to know who our people are. We have to know what our people value. We then have to deliver on the best experience possible. And then we have to deliver depth and consistency of that experience. So if you deliver quality, you have to maintain that standard. If you deliver value, you have to not change what that value or your values are on them. You can't code switch on them and then expect them to be okay with it. You can't just jump to a new thing because you're bored and expect that they should all come with you. You have to have reasonable expectations and you have to put them first. And the thing is, that means you don't leave. That doesn't mean you leave nothing for yourself. It's that you have to just reconcile that relationship like every other relationship in your life.
It's almost as if you're saying we should be audience driven. There
Funny
we go.
how that works. Funny how that
Roberto,
works.
thank you so much. Where should people go to follow you on YouTube and elsewhere?
You can find me at youtube.com/RobertoBlake2, and that is the number 2. You can also find me in social media at Roberto Blake. And yes, it is spelled how it sounds. And so, yeah, that's it from me, Pat. Just thank you so much for having me, and also for changing my life and being a good friend who's always looking out for me.
I'm here for you, bud. We all are. Thank you so much, Roberto. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. People are loving the speaker so far, and I'm so glad to hear it. And you can see me now. Yay. We're on like a really killer streak. I mean, all of our speakers are doing great, but I think we're getting into a nice little groove. We've got some good talks coming through. People in the chat enjoying it. Jay, Mindy, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for all of your help. You have been absolutely indispensable. Appreciate all of your help.
Great. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Mindy.
Thank you, Mindy.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So Jay, we've got a special message coming up. You want to introduce us to that?
Yeah. We've heard several people today talk about memberships. We've had a lot of talk about podcasting. And so we have a brief message here from one of our partners and one of our favorite platforms, which is called Supercast. And it is indeed a podcasting platform to create memberships for your listeners. So Tony, you want me to go ahead and cue it up?
Yeah, go for it, man.
But it would take a year to get to 10,000 subscribers, and that took 2 days.
Hey audience builders, I'm Jason Suhui, CEO of Supercast. That voice you just heard was Saga and Jetty, co-host of a hit news show called Breaking Points. This is Get Sleepy, a popular sleep and meditation podcast. This is the Kids Short Stories podcast. And this is the Anxiety Coaches podcast. What do they all have in common? They've all transformed their businesses by tapping into the power of audio subscriptions. Right now, there's a massive and rapidly growing market for paid audio content. And it's not just for podcasters. YouTubers, influencers, newsletter writers, and course creators are all using Supercast to create private audio feeds for their communities. Why? Because it diversifies your revenue and creates a deeper connection with your audience. Supercast makes it fast and easy for you to build sustainable subscription revenue from your podcast audience while keeping full ownership of your show and your audience relationships. To get started with your free account and grab yourself a $25 credit, visit supercast.com/audience right now. Finally, just wanted to give a big shout out to SPI and the team behind Audience Driven for putting on such an incredible event for us all. Thanks for listening, and please feel free to reach out to me or any of the team during the summit. We'd love to chat.
Amazing. Supercast already got some shout outs earlier today from Esprit. It seems like in the chat, we might want to try to get whoever provided that bed in the background as maybe a partner for the next summit. It's a really cool looking bed. Or maybe he built it himself. I don't know.
Yeah. Looks super cozy, very comfortable. Tony, we've been hearing a lot about TikTok today, and I know another one of your podcast guests. Actually, is it today's episode that you guys aired?
It's today, yes. So yes, our guest, our next speaker is Kenya Kelly. If y'all have been enjoying the energy of our last few speakers, you're in for a treat because we're just going to keep that energy rolling with Kenya's talk. It's going to be about 15 minutes, and then we're going to have Monica Louie bring us home. And yeah, our interview with her just went live today on the Community Experience podcast. Community Experience podcast is something Jillian and I are doing. It's every Tuesday. And if you go to smartpassiveincome.com and click on podcasts, you'll find it there. We just launched it just a few weeks back, but it's been going amazingly well so far. Really have been enjoying that. So check out our podcast interview, but don't do that just yet because you're about to hear her talk for Audience Driven Summit. So let's get into the talk with Kenya Kelly.
Hello.
But
did I press the wrong button? All right, hang on. We're gonna. I pressed the wrong button. That's totally my mistake. All right, here we go.
Take two.
Want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make sure I press the right button this time. All right, let's do it.
Hello, everyone. I am Kenya Kelly, TikTok for Business Expert, and I am super honored to be here chatting with you all about what it is that I'm doing now in my business versus what I was doing a year ago or even a few years ago, and how I am actually, what I'm doing, how I'm applying that to building an amazing community and not only making money in my business, but building lasting relationships and community, and then teaching my community how to do exactly the same. So prior to 2021, I owned a business which is called If You Brand It, and we basically were doing consulting, like branding and business consulting, and then we would design websites and logos and things of that nature. And we we had lots of success with that business. You know, I wrote a book and all these different things. And we basically operated that for about 6 or 7 years. Well, when the pandemic started, you know, I'm someone who I pray, and I always pray for creative solutions because I feel like I'm smart, but I'm like, well, I think God is a little bit smarter than I am. And so I was like, let me just pray for a creative strategy because I've never dealt with a recession before, or what was potentially going to happen as a result of COVID or
Stand by, folks. We are going to get you a little bit of a stronger signal, and bear with me as I try to catch up to where Kenya was here.
the pandemic started, you know, I'm someone who I pray, and I always pray for creative solutions because I feel like I'm smart, but I'm like, well, I think God is a little bit smarter than I am. And so I was like, let me just pray for a creative strategy because I've never dealt with a recession before, or what was potentially going to happen as a result of COVID or coronavirus when it all kind of came out for us. And so through my prayers, I started hearing God talk to me about TikTok. Now, I had briefly heard about TikTok because Shalene Johnson had talked about it a little bit in her, you know, marketing course or whatever. And I was just kind of like, it doesn't make sense to me. You know, I was watching her and her son Brock do something called the Baby Shark Challenge, which just made no sense to me whatsoever. I had downloaded the app but didn't know what I was doing. And so when I heard to get onto TikTok, I was like, maybe this is supposed to be a distraction so that way I can stay focused in my business and not focus on the fear and all the things that we were hearing as it pertains to COVID-19. And so I just kind of started on the app creating. Now, I didn't know what I was doing. I felt like a 95-year-old grandma. I'm 40, but I felt like I was 95 on the app, watching what was happening on the app, looking at all the different buttons on the app and not really knowing how in the world to do this. But, you know, I had said to myself, you know, I have done really hard things. I have made it through really hard things. I'm pretty sure I can learn how to use this app called TikTok, right? And so I started playing around with it. Now it took me a while. I'm like giving you the Cliff Notes versions, but it took me a while, okay? And I just played with the buttons. I made dozens of really, really bad TikTok videos. I mean, really bad because I didn't know what I was doing. And I just kept, you know, creating content. I didn't know how to be on the platform, who to be on the platform. I just knew that on Facebook and on Instagram, I was teaching people a business and brand consulting. So I said, well, let's just do that same exact thing on TikTok. And so that's what I was doing. And for many months, nobody cared. You know, like I would get a view, 2 views, 50 views, maybe on a video. And I just said, you know, this is about consistency. This is about showing up. And I also knew that when I was building my brand consulting business that nobody knew me. And I had showed up on Periscope every single day and would just teach and would serve. And over a period of time, people were comfortable with me. People started to like me, like my message. And as a result, they started sharing my videos with their followers. And so it started to build a community where they started calling my live stream show the Kenya Kelly Morning Show, right? And so we started developing community there. And so I knew that we built our design business based off our community, you know, like from nothing. And so I could do the exact same thing onto TikTok. Now, I didn't know if it was going to be successful. I had no clue what could happen on this platform. I just knew that I felt like God had told me to do it. Now, don't get me wrong. The marketing community was like, you're nuts, you're crazy. This makes absolutely no sense. It's going to get banned. You're wasting your time. I mean, they were saying all types of stuff. And I had every right to quit. But I said to myself, you know, the worst thing that happened is this, is that I have zero success and I waste my time. But the best thing that could happen is, what if if I blow up, right? What if this is my actual moment in time? And so I just kind of like had to put everybody else's thoughts and feelings out of my mind. And I had to just focus on whatever I felt like I needed to do. And I kept going. I started, posting videos, continuing to teach about business. I started jumping in on some of the different TikTok trends that they had to offer. And slowly but surely, I would get 100 views. And then it was 200. Views. And then I started to get a few followers, right? And I wasn't necessarily like driving people to buy a product or a service at that point. I was just trying to make some traction on the platform. And I started having some of the same people come into my account and commenting saying, oh, this is amazing, or asking questions. And I started to build this little bitty community. And I just kept going and going. Within 6 months, I think we had hit 10,000 followers. Within 12 months, we hit 400,000 followers. And as of today, we're at 471,000 followers, right, on the platform. But not only that, we built a massive community of people on TikTok, and then on our email list, and inside of our Facebook group community, where I'm able to encourage and engage and really spend more time with them, but also I think about what has happened in my business. Like, we've made a significant amount of money. We've done so many amazing partnerships. Like, by the time you guys are checking this out, you're going to see that we've had a campaign with Bumble. I've been featured on the Drew Barrymore show. I've done a partnership with TikTok, and I've done a partnership with QuickBooks, all because of the TikTok platform, because I chose to just get on there and teach and serve the small business community, to teach them all about how to strategically build their businesses, market their businesses to where we quit doing design work. At the end of 2020, I decided that I wanted to spend more time, with myself and potential family, and I wanted to make a lot of money, but I really wanted more time freedom. I wanted more rest and relaxation. And I knew that I could serve people at a higher level if I was doing more like events and group consulting and teaching teams and things of that nature. And so we stopped doing design work, and now we focus 100% on helping people to build their businesses on social media and using TikTok as their particular marketing tool. And so what would I say was my success with that? I think TikTok is a great place to grow your business. And I will say that all the way until the grave, right? But what I think that separated me from, other people or what have you, was that, one, I was willing to take a risk. I was willing to take the risk of doing something different that most people were saying, this makes absolutely no sense. You're wasting your time, you're wasting your energy. And I was willing to make the investment with the people. I was willing to teach and serve. I had so many people on the TikTok platform, they kept saying, like, I don't understand. Why would you tell us all this? Why would you tell us all your secrets? Like, you're not not charging for this stuff. You should charge for this stuff. And it's because I knew that, you know, when I built my business at the beginning, it was about service, right? Like people will buy from you if they want to buy, you know what I mean? But what if you serve people? What if you like give them what they need in the time that you have them in and help them have success? And then not only that, we all know that when you're building a community, your community will help you make more money if that's your goal, right? Your community will help you to reach more people. I remember years ago, there was this event, really big event that I would love to speak at one day. And there was a community that somebody I knew was building, right? And they were building it with X in mind, right? Well, a person was involved in their community and knew about this really big event, right? This person building the community had no idea about this big event, but the person that was a part of the person's community knew about it, made the introduction, sold this person to that event, and they had no idea. And they said yes. Then she came back and said, hey, here's this event. I pitched them to you. They want you, yada, yada, yada. And I watched what happened to that person at that event. I mean, that person was introduced to the most amazing people known to man, like just the most incredible opportunities ever. And why was that? Because she was building a community, right? She was teaching and serving and building her community, and her community went out and made the sale for her, right? And so that's one of the things that I have learned about community. One, I can serve my community. Two, I can be a part of somebody else's community. And then three, when I build my own community, yes, it will make me money, but it will help the people that are in my community make more money. And then they in turn will help me with additional opportunities that I may not even know are out there, right? Like just right now, I had a call the other day with a really, really, really big corporation. And I'm on the phone like, how did y'all find out about me, right? And I asked the person, they said, oh, well, I saw this. And so I pitched you to the bigger team. And then the bigger team said yes. And I'm like, but how did you even know that I existed? You know what I mean? And so it's like, you just, as we're building these intentional communities and we're serving, there's people that are watching, right? There's people that are watching, that are learning from us, gleaning from us. There's people who are watching us and their kids are watching us. You know, I've been given different videos and images of like, there's this little girl who was watching me on like a Facebook Live, and like her mom took a picture from this angle and the little girl is watching me on a Facebook Live. And it was like such a beautiful moment in time of being like me, just being who I am and how I am inspired the mom, which then inspired the child, you know? And so it's so important to me when I think about building community. And so this is what I want to share with you all today. And so if it is your desire you're building a business, you're trying to sell a product, or you've got something on the side and you're saying to yourself, how can I reach more people? How can I build a bigger community? Well, I want to strongly encourage you to jump onto the TikTok platform and learn how to use that platform. It's an incredible thing that is happening on that platform at this point in time. Yes, there is a learning curve, right? But it's a learning curve that is worth investing the time and energy in. And then not only that, there's a group of people on TikTok that you can't reach on Facebook, that you can't reach on Instagram, but if you spent a little bit of time each day on TikTok or each week or what have you, on TikTok, it's an opportunity for you to reach more people, serve more people, and then you in turn will also receive what it is that you want. All right. And so this is my time, and it's been such an honor to be with you all. If you all want to connect with me, of course, you can find me at kenyakelly.com, which is KENYAKELLY.com, and all of my social media handles are there. And so I hope that you enjoyed the presentation. I look forward to seeing and connecting with you soon.
Ooh, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So I'm real sorry, everybody. Kenya Kelly's amazing, and I know that you know her content is great. Definitely do make sure you're registered at audienceDriven.co, and we will get you the replay, which has none of those skips, I promise. We've got one more talk today, and then we are going to do a Q&A. The Q&A is going to be a lot smoother. And then tomorrow we are going to come back and we're going to have a little bit of an overhaul tech setup. I should mention, by the way, we have tested this extensively. I never encountered any of these issues. So don't know what to tell you, but we've already got a bunch of notes of things we're going to improve. And, you know, part of what I've loved about how Smart Passive Income has worked has just been that we share as we go and we share what we learn. Running an online summit is, it's something that can be done well and right the first time. But there's definitely things that we're going to learn. And yes, Bill, absolutely, we'll be playing with hardwiring. Never totally never totally trusted Wi-Fi, to be honest. It was always something a little bit I didn't trust about it. But we're going to have one more talk, as I mentioned, which is going to be from Monica Louie. And in just a moment, we'll have Jay, who's going to be coming back and helping us get that going. And I want to just ask if Jill or anybody from the team has anything they want to highlight from the chat, or any kind of questions that they want to make me aware of that we can just talk about for just a minute here. Julian's talking about clean talk. I do have to say, so this was something that came up in our conversation with Kenya on the Community Experience podcast, is just how much something like TikTok really takes to the extreme. This notion that a given platform or a given tool can be used to just be like a total addictive waste of time, or how it can be just such a powerful educational platform and program. And so Kenya set a great example for it. By the way, Jill and Kenya, I know you're tuning in. Still haven't gotten me into it, but you'll get me there. You will get me there. Okay, so it looks like Jay's got the video queued up for the next one. Hoping this runs a little bit more smoothly for you. We made some adjustments on this end. If not, please bear with us. And then right after that, we will get into the Q&A. So let's hear from Monica Louie, Facebook and Instagram ad strategist, and we'll take it from there. So thanks for bearing with us, everybody.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining me. I am Monica Louie, and I am a Facebook and Instagram ads strategist. I'm so thrilled and honored to be here with you today. I want to thank Pat for asking me to do this session for you, and I am just so honored to be here. So let's dive in. Today we are talking about how to create and launch offers that get your customers results and make your business grow. Like I said, I am Monica Louie, and today I'm a Facebook and Instagram ads strategist, but I didn't start off that way. I actually wasn't planning on becoming an entrepreneur. I started off following the typical American dream. Went to college, I got my degree, got a job in the corporate world. Then I ended up getting married, and my husband and I started our family. And it was when we started our family that I realized my priorities started to shift. And I was looking for something different than what I had. When I joined the corporate world, I thought, okay, good. I found a great company. They've got great benefits. I can see the corporate ladder ahead of me. Over the years, I'll climb it. I'll have a good career for about 40 years. And then I will retire along the way, raise a family. And then maybe in my later years, I'll do some traveling. And I bet a lot of you watching this can relate to those thoughts and hopes and dreams. But when my husband and I had our son, it's really when things started to shift for me. And I realized that my priorities were not aligned with the job that I had. I looked at my superiors ahead of me and the people that I thought that I would be wanting their jobs someday. I realized that they were working all the time, that they were sending emails in the evenings and on weekends. And I just didn't imagine that that was the life that I wanted to lead. I wanted to be around for my kids. I wanted to be present in their childhood. I wanted to go to the ballet recitals and the soccer games. I wanted to be there, and I didn't want to have work hanging over me. So I decided that I was going to figure out a way that I could start a business from home as my kids were little, on my own terms and on my own schedule. But I had no idea what that would be. So it was around the time that I found out I was pregnant with our daughter. And if you can see in the picture, you can see I've got a little bit of a tummy there. There she is inside my tummy there. It was around that time that my husband and I decided that I would leave my job, really in hopes of building a business from home. But again, I had no idea what that would be. And really, the safe way to leave my job was to tell everybody that I was going to be a stay-at-home mom. We had a growing family, and that was kind of the easy way to make that transition. So in order to prepare for that, my husband and I saved up money. We paid off our car. And by that time, my husband had gotten a promotion at his job. And we felt like the numbers aligned that we could make the leap for me to stay home and start to figure out what kind of business I could start from home. So a couple months later, after we made the leap and I left my job, we realized that our savings started to dip. We were going in the wrong direction. I didn't want to have to go back to work after my daughter was born. And I really wanted to figure out how to make this work. So I ended up diving into the personal finance space and finding a lot of inspirational stories online of people who had gotten out of debt really quickly. And my husband and I talked about it. We realized that if we paid off our debt, then that would make us feel a whole lot more financially secure, so that if, God forbid, something happened to his job, we would feel like we had more control over our finances. So we started making it happen. In 2 short years, we paid off $120,000 of debt. And along the way, I found the Smart Passive Income podcast with Pat Flynn. And so I learned a lot about blogging and building an audience online. And I started my first blog called Our Debt-Free Family, sharing our journey out of debt. We realized that we had figured out a plan, a way to get out of debt, no matter our income. My husband is in law enforcement, so very much a middle class income. And I wasn't bringing in money at the time, but it was after I left my corporate job that we started paying off our debt left and right. So we started to share about how we were doing that. We shared our budget. We shared behind the scenes of where our money was going and how we were creating extra income, bringing in extra to throw towards the debt. So I started my first blog called Our Debt-Free Family. And in 2016, I met Pat Flynn, my virtual mentor at the time, for the first time. Following his teachings really helped me realize that it was possible for me to make an impact and build a business from home, online, on my own schedule. Along with Pat, I also started following Amy Porterfield. And Amy Porterfield taught me the power of Facebook ads and growing your audience with the use of Facebook ads. So as I had just a little bitty baby blog, I decided to dive in and use Facebook ads to promote my webinar, my debt freedom training, to grow my audience. I knew there were people out there who needed to hear what I had to share. They needed to learn my steps to get out of debt and what had worked for my family and me. But as I said, I had a very itty bitty baby blog. I had a small audience. So I decided to invest a little bit of money into Facebook ads and got really incredible results. This was my first ad that I created in the fall of 2015. And it converted pretty well. I was very pleased because my baby blog wasn't yet making money and we were still getting out of debt. I didn't have a lot of money to invest, but I put a couple $100 toward my Facebook ads and got a few hundred people to show up to my live webinar at $1.26 per sign up. So I took what I learned from that experience, and a couple months later, I ran this ad in January of 2016. And my husband, he's multi-talented. He was my graphic designer at the time. And it just goes to show that even with entry-level graphic design skills, you too can have success with Facebook ads. But this ad converted even better, bringing in signups to my webinar for $1 per sign up. And I was thrilled with that. And as I began to build my network in the online blogging community in the personal finance space, that's when people in that space started to really have an interest in Facebook ads. So a couple of people ended up reaching out to me asking for my help with their Facebook ads. And at first, I was very hesitant. I was very open with the fact that I had limited experience at that time, but I wanted to help people. And it was really through that experience that I realized that I loved working with other entrepreneurs and helping them build their businesses. So in the fall of 2016, I ended up selling my blog and diving just full feet into Facebook ads. So I started off with Facebook ads coaching. And I started with one client here. We got great results with their traffic campaign. And another client reached out to me and she wanted to grow her email list. So we ended up running multiple campaigns, growing her email list at an average of 27 cents per email subscriber. Another person in the personal finance community reached out to me, became my client. We started working together. Our first month when we worked together, he made $4,000 in that month from his blog, and it was growing, but growing slowly. And so he decided that he wanted to really grow his traffic and his revenue with highly targeted Facebook ads. And within 6 months, he was making $17,000 per month and beyond. And today he has a 7-figure blog. And then more people started to reach out as they heard that I was having success with a few people with their Facebook ads. More people reached out to me, and my clients, my first Facebook ads coaching clients that first year, where coaching was my main offer, each of my clients had consistent growth in revenue and profits with an average of 300% ROI. So not bad, but it stemmed from this desire and this goal to figure out how I could build a business from home, even though I knew nothing of this when I started. So as my schedule started to fill up with my coaching clients, then in September of 2017, I launched my program, Flourish with Facebook Ads, and my business has been growing rapidly ever since. I've had the honor of speaking on multiple stages now, and my team that I built up around me, we have served more than 1,200 students now, and dozens and dozens of 6, 7, and 8-figure businesses with our ads agency. And now we've managed more than $3.5 million in ad spend over the years. And here is just a small sampling of the incredible brands and clients that we have had the honor of working with. And yes, you can see that I've also worked with Pat Flynn, my coach and mentor, and really one of the main people who inspired me and helped me realize that even though he didn't know who I was, that hearing the success stories from his podcast way back when gave me the courage and confidence to at least try to build a business on my own terms. So the reason why I share all of this with you is because related to today's topic, we are going to talk about how to build a business that will scale. So I'm going to cover the 5 key elements to building a thriving and sustainable online business. I'm going to share the 7 essential steps for creating and scaling a 6-figure business. We're going to talk about high quality offers that get your customers results. Already in my story, you've heard that I've created multiple different offers that have served my customers and clients in different ways. So we're going to talk about those. And I'm going to share launch models that scale to 6 figures and beyond. So I share my story with you just because I want to convey to you that I didn't have, some big awakening moment. I wasn't laid off from my job like Pat. I just realized in me that the path that I was following did not align with my shifting priorities as my family was growing. And so that's why I decided to take this leap of faith in myself and leave my comfortable corporate job with a good income and decide to venture out on my own and figure out what that looked like, even though I really didn't have any of the skills that I have today that allow me to grow my job. So I hope that my story serves as inspiration to you. So let's dive into the 5 key elements to building a thriving and sustainable business. Now, in working with hundreds of businesses over the years, both with my ads agency and my coaching clients and my students in my program, I have learned, I have seen what works in business and what really are the key elements that go into building a thriving and sustainable business. And the first one is mindset. You've got to have can-do mindset. You've got to go into business understanding that there will be challenges. It will test you. It will test you and your resolve. But my most successful students and clients are the ones that have a mindset of they will figure it out. No matter what it takes, no matter what challenges they face, they will figure it out. So just understand business is not easy and it never will be, but part of the thrill and part of the reward of creating a successful business is the fact that you are constantly overcoming challenges. So just know that going into it, that as you're growing your business, you've got to have the right mindset. The second key element is that you've got to understand your audience. So you've got to get clear on who your audience is, who is best suited for your offers, and who you can help the most. And of course, you've got to have a high quality offer. I'll go deeper into this one in just a moment, but you've got to have a high quality offer that gets your customers, get your clients results. And you gotta fall in love with marketing. Marketing is the action or business of promoting and selling products or services. And so yes, as a business owner, as you're growing your business, you've got to understand this and you've got to embrace marketing. It doesn't have to be as scary as it sounds. I know that I did not, I was so scared of selling when I first started out, but really, if you do marketing the right way, you realize that you are serving your audience, you're serving your customers in creating offers that will help them get results. And that's what we're talking about today. And then the most successful businesses that I have seen is they have this element of recurring revenue. And this is something that I kind of stumbled into with my ads agency as we started building our clientele. And it became a retainer relationship with our clients that as long as they were paying us month over month, then we would be running their ads month over month. But I've seen the beauty and the power in recurring revenue. It really helps you plan and forecast for the future. So as you're growing your business, think about different ways that you can incorporate recurring revenue models into your business. So here are just some ideas. You can have an evergreen sales funnel where you are constantly bringing in new sales. You can offer monthly services like I do in the form of a retainer. You can have a membership program so that as long as people are paying monthly or annually, then they get access to the content in that program. And you can also have a payment plan. So maybe you have a higher ticket item and breaking out the payments for that for that offer really makes sense for your offer. This is a way to build in recurring revenue into your business so that you make a sale once and you reap the rewards of that month over month. So just a quick recap of the 5 key elements. The first one is mindset. You've got to understand there will be challenges, but you can handle them. You can get through anything that you put your mind to, and just know that even when the going gets tough in business, and it will, that you can overcome these challenges. You've got to understand your avatar, understand your audience, really get clear on who they are. Got to have a high quality offer that gets people results. You've got to embrace marketing, and if you can, incorporate recurring revenue into your business. Now, putting this all together into the 7 essential steps for creating and scaling a 6-figure business. I really love steps. I love taking people step by step. It makes it seem very easy, very doable. And as we go through these steps, you'll realize it really is. So the first one is you've got to develop a skill, service, or product that people will pay for. So when I started off with my Facebook ads coaching business, my first offer was coaching, and I kind of just happened into it. People reached out to me for help with their Facebook ads, and they wanted to learn from me how to do it. And so that is why I started off with coaching. But I really found a lot of value in coaching my clients because it allowed me to test a lot of different things. We worked with a lot of different audiences and offers and a lot of different strategies and goals with our ads. And that really helped me understand the platform. And I was able to take all of those learnings and then put it into my program down the road. So if you're just getting started and you're not exactly sure what you can get started with, then maybe offering a service, some kind of done for you or done with you service might be a good option. So here are some ideas for a high quality offer. It could be as simple as an affiliate product. You know, we all know Pat Flynn's story, that he started off in building smart passive income really through promoting products that weren't his. He talked about the tools and the services that he used and loved, and he created a really great revenue stream through his affiliate marketing strategies. You could create a physical product. If you want to go down the e-com space, you could create a physical product and promote that. Or my favorite is you can create a digital product, which could be a course, a membership, an ebook, or even a software. And we have clients that have all of these things, and they help their clients, their customers, get results through any of these offers. And then, of course, another idea is the service, which is what I started off with before I created my course and membership, and then took my service business to another level with creating our ads agency. So really start off with what you think. If you're just getting started and trying to figure out what kind of offer you can create, start off with what you think is going to be the easiest for you to start working on, that will give you experience, but also that will best serve your audience. And then step 2, once you've got your offer, start helping people and produce fantastic results. You've got to get those results. So that's what I did when I started off with my coaching business, is I started helping my clients get amazing results. And really, they drove the strategy. They told me what they wanted to do with Facebook ads, and I knew how to plug and play with the Power Editor back then. Today it's the Ads Manager. And we put our heads together and got great results. So start helping people and get great results. So that could be with your affiliate product. It could be with your coaching program. It could be with your course or membership program. But whatever it is, you've got to start putting it out there to get results. Step 3 is then niche down and understand your audience. So if you are starting from scratch, you may start broad. I know when I very first started with coaching Facebook ads clients, that because my network was in the personal finance space at the time, that's where many of my clients came from. But I did have other people reach out to me once they heard that I did Facebook ads, once they heard that I knew how to do Facebook ads, they reached out to me and they were in other niches. And that helped me learn really what my sweet spot is with my niche. So here are some questions for you to help you figure out where your niche is and to help you understand your audience. So who do you actually want to work with? When I shifted and sold my blog about our getting out of debt and helping people create their debt freedom plan, when I shifted to building my current business at monicalouie.com, I realized that because I had worked with a couple of other entrepreneurs, I just really loved spending my time with other entrepreneurs and helping them grow their businesses. That's where I realized that I really love working with other entrepreneurs. And so that's why I focused my business with working with other business owners who are building their businesses. So who do you want to work with? And then consider who will actually pay you, who has the money to pay you for your offers. And who knows they need your help. So I lucked out when I started my coaching business because my peers in the personal finance blogging space, they were interested in Facebook ads. They had the money to hire me to help them with Facebook ads, and they knew they needed help to figure out how to do Facebook ads the right way so they wouldn't waste their money and just pad Zuckerberg's wallet even more. So they knew they needed help in order to have success with Facebook ads. They wanted to do it the right way from the start. So that really worked for me, but you can take these same questions and apply it to your niche and to your ideal audience. And a couple of resources for you as you're working through is one is my favorite book, Building a Story Brand by Donald Miller. This is a book that I get for every member of my team because it really talks about understanding the pain points of your ideal audience and also how to position your offers in the right way so that they will know that it's a great resource. And another book that I absolutely love is Will It Fly? How to Test Your Next Business Idea So You Don't Waste Your Time and Money. This is by Pat Flynn, of course, and I think it is required reading for all business owners. I think everybody should read this book. He has a lot of great exercises in there to help you understand the market, understand your ideal audience, and understand where the gaps might be in the market that you can help fill. So as you're creating and brainstorming your offers, I think this is a must read to go through, and you will be better positioned to launch with success. So step 3 is understand your audience and niche down. And step 4 is to gather testimonials and share them. So as you have started working with people, you've started testing out your offering, whether it's a course, maybe in a beta program, or you're doing coaching like I started off with, or you're doing some kind of done for you service, then as you start to help your clients and customers get success, gather testimonials and share them. This is super important. And I'm grateful that this is something I did right off the bat, which really helped fuel my business because I was able to share those testimonials everywhere that helped other people come to me and really build trust initially that I knew what I was talking about when it came to Facebook ads. So gather testimonials and share them. And here are some places where you will likely want to put your testimonials. So put them on your website. Sprinkle them in your content. Don't be afraid to share your testimonials in your content, whether it's a blog post or mentioning a success story in your podcast or YouTube video. Be sure to share those there. In your emails, make sure you're emailing your list that you are sharing your client and customer wins with those people on your list. Of course, put them through your sales funnels and on your sales pages and your work with me pages. And also, an idea is to have a praise page. So I created a praise page. If you go to monicalouie.com/praise, you can see it's very simple, but I just have loads of testimonials there. And I would share that with people when they were inquiring about working with me to help build trust and confidence that I know what I'm talking about. I know how to get people results. And I have a lot of very happy customers and clients who are willing to share so. So gather testimonials and share them. Step number 5 is to create your visibility plan. So you've got this great offer, you know it's getting people results, you're gathering testimonials and you're sharing them. Now you got to get more eyes on your offer to bring more people in. So with that, this is where you can create your website. So if you're just starting out from scratch, I don't recommend creating a website until you get to this stage. So when I actually sold my first blog and then created my new brand at monicalouie.com, I actually didn't launch my website until 6 months later. I launched it in June of 2017, when really it was end of 2016, going into 2017, that I really decided, okay, I'm all in on Facebook ads. This is my thing now. And it wasn't until June of 2017 that I launched my website, and I didn't need it. So you don't need it from the start. A lot of people will spend a lot of time tinkering with their website. So make sure that you're not spending time, that you're really focused on your offers, because if you have a website and no offers, then you have a hobby. If you have offers and you're getting people results and people are paying you, you have a business, whether you have a website or not. So website, of course, is super important, but you don't need to start there. All right. So once you have your website, though, once you're diving down this path, you got to create your lead magnet to grow your email list. And so recommended lead magnet ideas from yours truly. A checklist is super easy. When I had my blog, Our Debt Free Family, I had a checklist of important, I can't remember what I called it. What did I call it? It was important elements for your financial plan, something like that. Anyway, so it was just key things that people need to have in their financial plan in order to create financial freedom for themselves. So it was just a very simple checklist that I put together, and people downloaded it like gangbusters. Now I have my free guide, my free Facebook ad starter kit, that is a great lead magnet for me now. You could also have a quiz. We have had such great success with running Facebook ads to quizzes. People love to learn about themselves. So if you can create a quiz, there are lots of cool tools out there that will help you do this very quickly and easily. Creating a quiz can be a great lead magnet. You could do a video training, or you could do a webinar. So those are just some ideas for your lead magnet, but you've got to have some way to capture people's email addresses so you can get back in front of them and build a relationship with them. And then on your website, create your sales page or work with me page, have a place where people can go and actually reach out to work with you or pay you for your offer. And then continuing with your content marketing plan, your visibility plan is content marketing. So this could be your blog or podcast or YouTube channel or speaking or podcast interviews. You don't even have to have your own podcast. I started off when I launched my website, I had a blog. I started doing Facebook Lives regularly, and then I did a lot of podcast interviews. You could also do guest posts and also get featured in the media. Just make sure that people are hearing about you, hearing about your brand, your name. If you are creating a personal brand, make sure that people are hearing about you. They have a place to learn from you to really show off your expertise. So the next thing is paid advertising. As you're creating your visibility plan, you don't have to start with paid advertising if you're just getting started. This can definitely come later, but of course, this is my favorite part of the visibility plan. So Facebook, of course, Instagram, those are my specialties, and Pinterest ads. You can also do Google ads and YouTube ads. All right, so now that you've got your visibility plan, people are starting to learn more about you and your business. Now is where we start talking about scaling. So step 6 is to develop your plan for scaling. So you really have two options here when it comes to scaling. You can either create more offerings or you can get more customers. And my recommendation is to scale your first offer first. So when I started off with coaching, it wasn't until my schedule was getting packed and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to take on very many more clients that I decided to then create my program Flourish with Facebook ads, which would allow me to help more people at a lower price point and really scale my time in creating that program, packaging up my expertise into that program. So my recommendation is scale your first offer first, and then you can expand into other offerings that are relevant to your audience. So when we talk about scaling, we want to launch our offering. So how do we get our offer out in front of people in addition to our visibility plan of content marketing and our website and our sales page and all of that? We need to create an event, some kind of exciting moment in time where people know that the doors are open, or maybe you have a special offer, maybe it's a discount, maybe it's an extra bonus or two. something to create a lot of excitement around launching your offer. So here are some launch models that you can use to get your offer out there in front of the right people. So the first one is you can have affiliates or you can do a joint venture. So when I launched my program for the first time in September of 2017, I actually did a joint venture with my friend Michelle at Making Sense of Sense. She has a very large audience, many of whom are interested in blogging. And because I knew my course was perfect for bloggers, since many of my clients were bloggers, then it was a great fit for her to make some affiliate revenue from helping me promote my course, and me to get in front of her audience. Because when I launched my program, I had just launched my website in June, just a few months earlier. And so I didn't really have an audience other than my network of people who knew me online in the personal finance blogging space. So I leveraged Michelle's audience, and she was happy to promote me and my program to her audience for that affiliate commission. And it worked beautifully. I had a 5-figure launch right out the gate in using this process. And I know Joseph Michael was featured on the Smart Passive Income podcast a while back. I think it's episode 124, where he talked about how he launched his program with Learn, Scrivener, Fast by leveraging Michael Hyatt's audience. So Michael Hyatt became a fan of Joseph Michael's because of his program around learning this tool that authors use for writing their books. And so Michael was happy to promote his course, Joseph's course, to his audience, many of whom were also authors and bloggers, and it worked out beautifully. So don't be afraid to reach out and make connections with other people who have the audience that would be perfect for your offer, because it definitely can be a win-win. Another idea for launching is you can do webinars, and Pat teaches this beautifully with his program, A to Z Webinars. I'm a huge fan of that program. I've gone through it myself, and it really helped the conversion rate of my own webinars, but also the engagement, and helped me make my webinars more fun and interactive. So I'm a huge fan of his program. Definitely my recommendation if you want to learn how to create effective, fun, and webinars that convert with your audience. So I love the way that Pat teaches, selling while serving your audience. So definitely you can learn his strategies there. You can also do a video series. So even those strategies that you do learn related to webinars, you can put in, many people will do a 3-part video series that kind of breaks up the content, but it gives a lot of value to the audience, lets you establish your expertise as you're teaching them through the video series. And then of course you can make the offer, or you could do a live series. You could do Facebook live series, Instagram live series, YouTube live series, any type of live series to get that live interaction. And you could, of course, do an email series where you just load up your emails ahead of time, get them all drafted, and you can do an email series launch. So we use these launch models in conjunction with our sales funnel. And once you've launched, then you can also put any of these really into an evergreen sales funnel. So the way a sales funnel works is it usually starts off with a lead magnet. So that could be your webinar, it could be your free live series, it could be your video series, your email series, whatever that is, a free course, maybe it's a free email course, whatever that is, that could be your lead magnet that brings people in. So people opt in for the lead magnet. So they're self-selecting that they're interested in your lead magnet that is related to your paid offer. And then if they're brand new to you, you'll introduce yourself and or your brand. And then along the way, you give value, and give value. Make sure that you're really giving a lot of value so that people build up that trust with you. And they know, again, that you are the go-to when it comes to whatever they're learning from you. Then you can tease the offer, let them know that an offer is coming. You're going to have a special deal, special discount, special bonus, special whatever. Let them know that that is coming. Then you will introduce the offer, and along the way, share those testimonials and success stories. And then at some point, the offer expires. So that's usually, it could be a closed cart situation where the offer just goes away at on a specific date and time, or maybe that extra bonus goes away, or maybe the discount goes away. But there's usually something at the end of the sales funnel that concludes the launch or that specific funnel. So that is a sales funnel. And again, you can do that with your live launch models, but you could also incorporate those live launch models and repurpose them into an evergreen sales funnel as well. So that is step 6. Step 7 is then to scale it up. You got to drive traffic. So lots of different ways to drive traffic to your evergreen sales funnel, to your content marketing, to your offers. So you can go the organic route, of course, where you focus on SEO to bring more organic traffic. You can focus on your Pinterest traffic. You can also be featured in the media. So public relations, my friend Brittany Lynn, she runs a PR agency, and she's also worked with Pat Flynn, got him on TV. She can help you spread the word about your offerings. So you can do media, or just reach out to a podcast host or YouTube channels, or maybe you switch, kind of trade off where, hey, you want to come on my show? I'd love to do your show. Maybe we can switch. So there are definitely free routes that you can go as well with getting featured in the media. So podcast interviews, guest posts, reach out to people and see if they're open to your guest posts, features, and speaking. So getting on stage is definitely a great way to build your credibility and authority instantaneously, because they know that events, whether it's a summit or a virtual event or a live event, they don't just bring anybody to be in front of their audience. So the speakers are selected, and so that gives you instant credibility. So those are some free ways that you can drive traffic. Then, of course, there's my favorite, paid advertising. So with Facebook and Instagram and Pinterest ads, and also Google and YouTube. So just to recap the 7 essential steps, I hope you see that this is very doable. It's very possible. I myself have done it. I've seen countless other business owners with my students and my clients and my friends in the online space do it. And I will hope you know that you can do it too. So here are the 7 essential steps to building a sustainable and thriving online business. So first, develop a skill, service, or product that people will pay for. Second, start helping people and produce fantastic results. Step 3 is to niche down and understand your avatar. Get clear on who your audience is. Step 4 is gather testimonials and share them. Step 5 is to create your visibility plan. Step 6, develop your plan for scaling. And step 7 is to drive traffic to scale on autopilot. So that is all for me today. I would love to connect with you. You can find me at the Flourish to 7 Figures podcast. My main website is monicalouie.com, and you can find my podcast at flourish-to-7figures.com. And I'd also love to offer you, if you are interested in testing out Facebook ads, grabbing my free Facebook ads starter kit. You can find that at monicalouie.com/AD Summit. It takes you through these 6 simple steps to creating campaigns that convert. Plus, there's a glossary. If you're new to Facebook ads, it kind of has a language all of its own. And there's a checklist. If you're like me, then you love a good checklist, but it'll help you create your plan so that you can dive into the ads manager and create your campaign with confidence. So thank you so much for joining me today. It's my honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Okay, Monica Louie, everybody make some noise for her, some digital noise. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been so great hanging with you in the chat as well. You've been so amazing. We are getting into the final piece of our event today. And to help us with our amazing Q&A with 3 of the speakers you just saw, I'm going to bring in my man, Pat Flynn.
What's
Pat,
up?
welcome back. Hey.
Thank you for having me, Tony. Thank you, everybody, for continuing to watch through. I know it might seem like you are drinking from a fire hose here, but again, to sort of put things into perspective, you're accumulating all this incredible information, hopefully inspiration, and then through the day, you can pick and choose from a few of the speakers, a few of the strategies that you're learning, and actually implement them. We want you to implement the bits and pieces that will work for you. And I'm really excited for this Q&A because we have all of our previous guests here from the afternoon with us, which is going to be really, really cool.
All right, so without further ado, let's welcome Shane, Sams, Kenya, Kelly, and Monica Louie.
Hey.
Woo, 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 woo.
Hey, friend.
If this was a real life event, there would be just like roaring crowd noise right now. People would be like throwing stuff up in the air. Y'all, all three of you, really, your talks were just so great. Thank you for taking the time to record them, and thank you for joining us live today.
Absolutely. Glad to be here.
Yeah,
always excited to be here,
The
Tony.
next 20 minutes together, going around the horn. We'll guide who will answer what questions, just so we won't have a bunch of noise happening at the same time. But I wanted to start with something, and then I saw a question from Jay directed toward Shane, which we'll get to in just a minute. But one thing that we all need to know when we are implementing a lot of this stuff, whether it's TikTok and Reels or Facebook ads or Shane getting onto other people's podcasts, is this idea of like, a lot of people are going to make up stories in their head about why they can't do it. Right? They're not going to have the confidence to go out there and do it. Kenya, I'd love to ask you first, because you are always so bubbly with some incredible energy. How would you recommend somebody who maybe isn't naturally like that to still put forth the effort and get in front of people to make some noise and serve?
Yeah, for sure. So you definitely have to it sounds kind of funny, but you do have to hype yourself up. Like, I have a big personality, but I'm not always wanting to have this personality on. We all have a gremlin on the inside of us. And I have one of those, I have about 5 of those. And so when I think about from starting from scratch, it's like the one thing I would always tell a person is first ask yourself, why are you doing this? Right? So let's just say if you have a business and you're like, okay, I want to market this thing and this is what I want for my life. We know we always hear start with the why, but it's really, really, really true, because once you kind of figure out, okay, this is why I'm doing this. And then you go, okay, but what does it take to actually do this? Like when I think about, for me, when I started on TikTok, yes, I have a big personality, but tech isn't my thing. Learning a new thing without somebody telling me is not no. I'm 40 years old and I felt 95 years old trying to figure out TikTok. I'm being funny, but I'm so serious. And I started learning it in the pandemic, in the summer when everything was going crazy. And I had to go, okay, what if this is my moment? And I kept saying it to myself, what if this is my moment? And I don't understand this. I don't get it. Everybody's against me with doing TikTok. And I had to go, I'm doing it because I need visibility and I'm going to figure this out. And so every day when I felt like I was doing it wrong and all this stuff, I just kept talking to myself. And so it's like when you're someone and you don't have my big personality or whatever, you literally have to talk to yourself. And let's just say you're doing a live video where you're like, okay, you got 30 minutes and you can turn on and you can be the Energizer Bunny for 30 minutes and then you can go back off, and eventually it becomes normal. But literally you have to figure out why and just start.
So good, Kenya. Thank you. Shane, with relation to getting on other people's podcasts, there's actually a great question from Boris here. He says, how do you ask, right? How do you get the confidence to ask somebody? Sometimes we don't even feel like we have value to offer. How would you help a person position where they're coming from when it comes to asking to get on another person's show?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you always have to approach the other guests like you're going to serve them and like what can you bring to them. So it's not like you have to be this big entertaining person and their whole audience has to love you. You really just have to be like, how can I help the host? How can I help that person? And if you can kind of isolate that down to the one-on-one relationship, you're going to be able to ask for that a whole lot easier. And it's also like we just talked about, it's going to make it less shy or a lot easier because you can bring that down to, I'm not going to be on a podcast with thousands of listeners. I'm going to be talking to a one-on-one person I want to help who's going to be my friend. So that's how we look at it when we reach out to people.
I love it, Shane. Thank you for that. And Monica, what gives you the confidence to get out there, step in front of people, and even like pay for ads that literally are interrupting people, right? Which is like, sometimes it feels kind of weird to know that that's what we're doing, but how do you confidently do that in the world of paid advertising?
Well, I always look at it as my goal in business and building my business is really to help people first, which I know you definitely preach. And that's what we're all here to do, is just to help our audiences. So really, if you hold back from helping people, then you're doing them a disservice. So I've had to get over that kind of fear of the attention myself, to really just put myself out there and know that I'm trying to help people improve their performance with Facebook ads, get better results, not get frustrated with it. And with anything that I do, I really just look at, how can I help people? How can I make a bigger impact in the world?
Love it. Common theme here with our speakers today is coming from a place of service.
Yes.
Not surprised though, but that's so important. Jay has a question here for you, Shane, and that's related to, I'd love to hear, Shane, if he has any minimum size requirements for shows he prioritizes guesting on, and if so, what are they? Is there a minimum number of downloads, subscribers? Tell us your thoughts.
You know, I think as you get bigger into the space and as you get more and more opportunities, of course, you're going to set different criteria for what you're going to be able to say yes to because your time becomes more and more limited. But when you first start it, no, you shouldn't have any limits. Now, I do have some other criteria. I always look for people who have done at least 50 shows. Like, I don't want to just go on some show where there's like 10 episodes or 2 or 3 episodes because in all likelihood, most of those podcasts won't make it. Right. So I want to make sure someone's been in the game for a while. I also just look for alignment. I want to know that there's a lot of alignment. I look at other guests. I look at the subject matter. And then we do look at reviews. That's about the only way we can really tell how many people or if there's a lot of audience in that podcast. So if they don't have any reviews at all, we're going to reach out and have a conversation with the host that invites us to see if they do have audience and if it's going to be worth our time and for their time as well. But I really don't look at the reviews or anything like that too much because, again, I'm looking for alignment. I'm looking for service. Listen, I may go on a podcast and 5 years from now, it's the biggest podcast in the space. And I can look back and say, my name was on there. I got on that show back in the day. Remember me when you got big? So, yeah, I don't really we try to say yes to as many people as possible because the more we do, the more growth we're going to have in our audience too.
I like the idea of getting to know a person first before making a decision. You might have a good
100%.
vibe with them, right? And even though they might have 0 episodes, you might be episode 1 of John Lee Dumas's Entrepreneur on Fire.
Exactly.
Which is exactly
100%.
what I was. Episode number 1, and I do say that all the time, and I just said it.
Yeah, there you go.
Just again, Jody has another question for you, Shane, then I have a question for Kenya. Shane, do you ever send potential podcast hosts audio or video as an example? Didn't see this addressed in your downloads.
You know, I think if I was just starting out with this strategy, I would probably do that. But I have been on hundreds of podcasts now. So we usually just try to send them links to the biggest shows we've been on. Or we will also be really strategic too and put like if there's a similar show or a similar space, or maybe they've interviewed another host, we'll put a kind of like, what do you call it? Like an in their face, this is the one you would recognize kind of link. But we usually just link to other episodes that we've been on. But if I had never been on a podcast, I would probably want to do some kind of video or something to show that you can hold the mic. Yeah,
for sure. Love it. Kenya, this one's directed to you from me, in fact, because one thing I've noticed about you is you've done an amazing job of building incredible relationships, not just as a guest on another person's podcast or event like here we are today, but you've become friends with people like Chalene Johnson and so many others. And I think that is an amazing thing to see because that's when I think about my journey, I think about the amazing people that somehow I've been able to surround myself with. And you are the average of the 5 people you spend most of your time with, right? So what recommendation would you have for somebody to get out there and meet people and not for like business transaction meeting, but to just open up your circles a little bit more and create more opportunities, whatever those opportunities may become?
For sure. So the number one thing I would say is like, I think the key to my success has been like my number one claim to fame is I just show up, right? It's like, I don't always have it all together, but I always show up. And then I think about myself before I show up, not just how I look, but like, okay, what do I kind of have to offer to this space? So like, for example, with Chalene, I was a student of hers. I was in her course and I was like, I paid my money. I'm going to make this money. I'm going to show up and make this happen. So when, we got connected was because I was a testimonial. And then I just kept showing up in my business the way that I show up. But I also knew like, as a student of hers, it was like the best thing that I could ever do for her is be a success story. And so the more I was successful, and I'm thanking her for what she did. And so, but also outside of all that, like whenever I go to events or participate in events, I'm kind of like, what can I offer to the person that maybe invited me into a space? Like, yes, I may have spoken, but in what way could I be beneficial to, let's just say you, Pat, or anybody here that's here with us today, but also just like figuring out who I am authentically and then showing up in that way, right? So it's like whether you're trying to get with Chalene Johnson or Pat or Amy Porterfield, whomever, it's like, how can I just be my authentic self, showing up every single day, like intentionally showing up every single day? What ends up happening is that people love your authenticity just the way that you are. And then it starts this relationship. Now you may want the relationship faster or whatever it is you may want, but it's really about like, because if you get connected to Oprah wants you to be you. She doesn't want you to fan out. She wants you to be normal, because she whatever. So it's like, you've got to figure out like, How do I just show up authentically? And if you're a student of somebody's, become the best student, not like bragging on them, but like kill it in whatever way that you're doing. And they're going to notice you.
That's so great. That's so true. A mutual friend of me and Shane's, Brian Harris, is somebody who has done that very well. He even coined that term. He calls it the poster boy formula, poster boy formula, poster girl formula. Basically, be the teacher's pet for any sort of courses that you might be taking. For example, any creator who sees a student doing so well because they've taught them is going to share their story. Like, just be that success story, and everybody wins. I love marketing where everybody wins. I think Jay had a question for you, Monica, here, and it was related to, here it is. What are you seeing as the most effective lead magnet types today? There are a million things we can create for that top of funnel, get people's attention and into our email list. What's most effective today for you and your clients?
Yeah. So this is a really good question to think about. You want to think about what is the end offer, what is the paid offer on the back end, and then create a lead magnet that's going to be relevant to that offer, but also helping them get prepared to be in the place where they're ready to take that next step and purchase that. So something that works really well for ads that can bring in a low cost per lead may be a checklist. But if your end goal is to sell a $500 course, then that may not be the best lead magnet that's going to help people get to that next step to be making that purchase. So that's where like a webinar as a lead magnet could be a really great lead magnet to get people to opt in, that they are raising their hand, they're interested in this topic, they get to get more familiar with you and your brand and your expertise, and then they may be ready to make that purchase on the back end of that webinar after that training. So that could be really, I think it's just related to what is your end goal with your lead magnet? Where are you leading people? And then what can you create or develop that you can help them get ready for that decision?
I love that answer. You could tell a person is experienced when their answer is not what we want initially, which is a checklist, a video, a thing. Like, you tell us, okay, before you make a decision on what you're creating, to Kenya's point, why are we creating this? Or who are we creating it for, right? And then reverse engineering from there. It reminds me of when I was writing my first book in 2013. I went to a person who was coaching me with that, and they said, Pat, this is great. This is your book, but okay, what comes after that? And I said, well, the book is the thing. And you're like, no, but where do you want to take people after the book? What do you want to happen? Like, start at the end and then work backwards. Such a smart way to do it. And then the want or the needs of that target audience then infer what it is that you create, just like you said. I absolutely love that. So, all right. Any more questions from the chat? Let's see. Jillian, I'm going to see you on TikTok, right? Thanks to Kenya. We're going to see it. Maybe. I'd love to see that. Even if it's like gardening stuff. You know, I know you garden a lot. My friend Kevin from Epic Gardening has, I think, over 1 million subscribers on TikTok now. And it's cool because TikTok then plays with his YouTube channel, which then plays with his email list, and he has an e-commerce brand on top of it. Like, it doesn't have to be just all TikTok. There's a certain group of people on TikTok. There's a certain group of people on YouTube. There's a certain group of people. And if we go back to the conversation we had with Roberto, who's not in the room with us right now, but his chat about, you know, a content platform and then your communication platform, I really love that conversation because, you know, yes, you could build a community on YouTube. Yes, you can build a community on TikTok, but you also want to kind of have a little bit more ownership over that community and have the ability to more direct message and reach out in that way. Here's a question for Monica from Deep Patel. Monica, how do you suggest creating a quiz from knowing the audience you want to serve?
So are you looking to create a quiz so you can get to know your audience better, or do you already know which audience you want to serve? So that's how I would position the quiz, is to use it as a way where you can learn more about your audience, but then also, again, like we just talked about, have a place that to direct them after the quiz. So after the quiz, you can have, you know, several different personality types for your quiz. If that's what your quiz is about, you know, what is your Facebook ad personality, for example? Then you could have, you know, 3 or 4 different options on the back end, but then you want to have relevant offers for them on the back end as well into your sales funnel. So you want to be thinking about the big picture of where are you leading people, and then that can help inform the kind of quiz that you create.
Do you have any particular platforms for quiz creation that you would recommend?
Yes. So Try Interact is a really big one. And then also Bucket.io is a really big one that's up and coming. And I know that they've been creating a lot of different features with their quiz platform. So those are the two main ones that we've worked with.
Nice. We've also used Outgrow.co, a lead magnet for a custom knife maker. Why don't you sit on that one just for a second, Monica, while I go to Shane here. Shane, this is a question from Uncle Bill here, who says, do you ever lead in with a small gift on your request to help when it comes to, trying to shoot for large fish in that regard?
Yeah, I want to go back to what Kenya said earlier too. Like, one of the best ways to get on people's radar is to become their customer. Like, we will reach out and we'll often look at what people do, and if we can join their membership or buy their courses, and maybe we've got somebody on our team that can take the course and it has a lot of benefit, and we can become that testimonial. That's definitely a route. So if you want to spend some money, become someone's customer. They will see it. People watch their PayPal when it clicks through, right? They will know. And yeah, we do gifting. There's a great book on this by a guy named John Rulin called Giftology. And gifting is a powerful strategy. It can help you get on people's radar, but we actually use it more when we make the personal connection. Like, we go to live events, we try to interact with people, we try to make connections through friends. If I see on our mutual friends on Facebook that someone I already know knows that person, we try to get some kind of invite. And then once we get them there, we want to get them on our podcast. We want to show them off to our audience first to build reciprocity. Then we can gift them for being on our show and thanking them for providing content for us. So yes, gifting is a great way to do it. If you want to send somebody something and say, hey, yeah, but don't send a generic gift. That's my number one tip on that. Like, stalk them a little bit and see who their favorite sports team is. Yeah, right.
What would define a generic gift? Like a pen or a notebook or something?
Yeah,
or?
like a notepad with their name on it or something. You know what I mean? Find out their favorite sports team, find out something that's special to them. Like I gifted someone one time. I found out this guy. His name's Ryan Moran. He'll tell you about it. He tells this story sometimes. But Ryan loved this wrestler back in the 90s named Tatanka, and he was undefeated for a while on WWE wrestling. So just as a gift, I found this $20 old WWF magazine, and it was Tatanka on the front, and it was an article about his undefeated run, and it had been autographed. So I just $20 sent that to him. Next thing I know, I got Ryan's phone number. We're texting, like all those things, right? Geez. So make it something special, and see if you can get on their radar in a better way than just random Amazon gift card.
Yeah. So good. That's such valuable advice. We have a lot of suggestions for the knife lead magnet in the chat, so that's fine. I think that you have a lot to choose from there. To finish off here, I want to go round robin. One quick answer from each of you before we finish up and finish the day on a high. I'm absolutely on a high. Thank you, each of you, so much for being here, and to the rest of our speakers and our partners and the team behind the scenes. And this has been an incredible first day. And despite the couple technical difficulties here, it's when we get together and we really are here to serve, and we see this and we see people getting value, it's when it makes it all worth it, right? So the question I have for you is, what is one piece of advice you would offer moving into 2022? This is just right around the corner. What in your world are you going to be paying attention to make sure you stay on top of things and grow? What's the maybe trend that you're looking at right now that you're going to take into 2022? We'll start with you, Shane, then we'll go Kenya, and end with Monica.
Yeah, I think the reemergence of live events, I think getting back into the live event space, getting back out there, getting back together with people. I've been to a couple events lately, Podcast Movement, spoke at FinCon and Podcast Movement, and it is just really great to see people back together, feeling that energy. And I think the connections that will be built over the next year, live and in person, will be deeper than any live events that we've ever experienced, because we lost it there for a year. So really look at how you can safely and within your own parameters get back out there and get with people, and you're going to make connections that are going to lead to amazing opportunities.
And even taking that one step further, creating those opportunities for your audience to come
100%.
Together and meet, and then maybe having like colored wristbands for, yes, I'm a hugger, or no, I'm not quite ready to do that yet.
Yeah, Podcast Movement had red light, green light, yellow light badges.
Oh, really?
And it was, yeah, they did. Like, red light was like, don't touch me. And green light and yellow light was like, okay, I'll get close. And then green light was like, give me a hug. I miss people. Yeah, it was really good.
That's so good.
Really good.
That's so good. Kenya, what are you going to be looking forward to in 2022 in your world?
For sure. So in my world I'm really because TikTok has been what it has been, creating content, but I'm watching them do a dramatic shift with TikTok for business. And so I'm right now in my sphere, I'm like, oh my God, I've got to learn this new business platform, because they're fighting with YouTube, they're fighting with Reels and Facebook Reels. And so in our world, we're going, okay, we've got to expand here's what we've been doing. Like, how do we learn what actually is happening, not just in the world of TikTok, but the world of social media marketing, and making sure we have all the right people in place to learn, teach, and apply this stuff to our own businesses.
Love it, Kenya. Thank you. And we got to thank you from Carmen here. Thanks for talking about TikTok, says Carmen. Thank you. And Honey says, I got to find Granny TikTok, she says.
It's
Love
there.
it. Monica, to finish this off, how about you? What are you looking forward to and focusing on for the next year?
Yeah, so I'm going to echo Shane. I just love live events. I've always loved connecting with people in person at conferences. That's where I met you, Pat, in person, and where I met Shane in person. And so I just love building my network through meeting people in person. That's how I've met many of my clients before they came to work with me. Many of my students I met in person at different conferences. So I'm going to be getting back out there to attending as many events as I possibly can in person, and also hoping to put on my own first smaller scale live event, probably at the end of 2022. It was an idea that we started working on before the pandemic hit, and we kind of tabled that for a while. So now going into 2022, I'd love to have like a small group live event where I can bring my audience together in person.
That's a good idea. Like a smaller, more intimate, maybe higher cost, but definitely higher value sort of situation. I could see that those working really well. In fact, we used to do this. This is where Monica and I worked together through the SPI Accelerator for a while, and then COVID hit, and we weren't able to do that anymore. We'll maybe have to bring something back for SPI and something of the like as well. But Shane, Monica, Kenya, thank you so much for your time today and for your beautiful presentations, which we will pop into the YouTube's world and in the replay very shortly. But can't thank you enough for your time, and keep going because we need you. Thank you so much.
Love you, man. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. All right. So that was incredible. Tony, what do you think of that?
Oh my God. I'm just so glad that we got to have all these wonderful speakers hanging out with us. Made me want to, like, even though we've been doing this for over 5 hours, it's like I wanted to just keep it going. But here we are, and we've got such a great crew in the chat sticking with us as well.
Thank you, chat. Amazing.
Yeah. So Pat, any final thoughts before I do just the last round of housekeeping, send people off?
Yeah, I mean, we have day 2 tomorrow. Tony's going to talk about it in just a second. We would love to see you back again tomorrow. We're going to send emails out. We're going to bring you all back in and dive even more into some of this stuff. And remember, this was a lot today, 5 hours worth of content from all different kinds of walks of the internet space. And take what you need. This is here for you. It's like a buffet, right? When you go to a buffet, yes, you could fill your plate with all the food and then you get bloated, and we don't want bloat, right? We want you to pick and choose from the things that are delicious. This is like a Vegas style buffet, right? This is like a really nice buffet, not like the one over there. I'm not going to mention any names. Anyway, really stoked and excited. We even got some music playing in the background now, which is great. But all you need to do is look at your notes, find all the things that mean the most to you, circle those, and then maybe there's a place that you could dump those so that they're a little bit more neatly organized, and then you could think them through, talk them out with your team, and just imagine the future with those things in mind now. Everything from SEO to guest podcasting to Facebook ads. There was just so many great things. So anyway, thank you again for your time and attention today. Tony, where should we land this plane today?
Thanks, Pat. So we're going to have everybody come on back here, head to audience-driven.co if you need to register. Look out for our emails, and we will send you a link, but it should be the same link as today if you are watching through Hey Summit. Otherwise, we will be sending you access so that you have the latest link. As you can see, we had to switch out YouTube at the last minute here. So just look out for the email. We'll be sending it to you shortly before broadcast time tomorrow. And in the meantime, use hashtag audience-driven on Twitter. Tweet out your impressions. Tweet what you learned today. We will be highlighting your tweets in future correspondence. And tag us, Team SPI, on Twitter as well.
Woo.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of your support, all of your everything. We're gonna work out some kinks for tomorrow, And we're going to take some much needed rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Woo!